was born for the wild. was born for the wild.
Beauty. Merely the first breath of terror. Death. Perhaps the opening act of eternity. I've sought proof my whole life. The cost insignificant. I give the dead an eternal shadow. The living a face untouched by time. What I truly desire is not to freeze the now into forever, but to bring the once into this moment. I long for silence to break, for light to turn for you again. I long for you to breach the album and speak my name again. I long for you before my very eyes.
Joseph?
Claude, I'm back.
Life is an endless adventure. And danger waits at every turn. The more you flinch and hide, the deeper you sink into despair. Only courage can cut through the darkness and reach the dawn. Only those who have walked the world with their own 2 feet earn the right to be called the greatest explorer.
Well said. What a thrilling day we've had. Time to catch our breath. Shh. What is it? Wolves! Kurt, look out! Kurt!
Get away from me, you filthy beasts! Get away from me, you filthy beasts!
Call the doctor! Hurry! I'm sorry, Kurt.
I beat the wolves, but lost my freedom.
Given your condition, we can't let you leave yet. Please rest.
I must leave this cage. Because my next adventure is about to begin.
あれ？みんなまだ来てないじゃん。
お疲れ。おい遅いぞ。
で、いつの間に来てたのみんな。もうずっと待ってて俺たち。マジで。
じゃあみんな使ってるキャラにするのがいいんじゃない？いいね、確かに。
まあいいんじゃないですか。
じゃあみんなが S バッジ取ったことあるオフェンスどうすか？オフェンス。
確かに。言われてみれば全員取ってるね。確かに。
ハンターの衣装も決めようよ。
忍者でいいんじゃないですか。
忍者か。
でも俺使えないんだよな。
確かに
な。
じゃあでもどっちも使えるのはサングリアじゃない？どう？
待って。もう確かに。
天才やん。
最強じゃねこれ。
じゃあ衣装どういう感じにする？
まあかっこいいやつがいいよね。
確かに。
そうね。なんかこのゼータのねやっぱこのマークとかやっぱ外せないと思うんだよ。
確かに。
あとこのユニフォームやっぱさめちゃくちゃかっこいいからこの雰囲気やっぱ取り入れていきたいよな。
確かに。
雷も欲しいよな。
確かにゼータといえばね。
ゼータといえば雷。
ゼータ君も入れてほしそうにしてる。 贅沢。
入れてあげる。入れてあげる。
そんな感じにしますか。
はい。
はい。行きましょう。行こう。
じゃあリーダー、あとはお願いします。
ありがとうございます。はい。そうか、俺らの夢が叶ったんだな。
おい、もう練習始まるぞ。
ごめん。よいしょ。やろうぜ。やりますか。やべ、90は。
やべ。何やってんだよ。
The same dream again. Chaos. Turbulence. Darkness closing in. In unseen corners, sinners hide behind virtue. Power spills into blood and ruin. I stand at the edge, believing I could fly. Father, I once dreamed of reaching your sky. High, far, free. To spread my wings, to guard Libero's sky. You said an honest heart matters more than flight. Do not fear falling. Do not fear loss. Do not fear being alone. Because someone on the ground will always reach up to hold another sky. That is the true meaning of flight. Father? It was only after the fall that I understood. Some losses can never be undone. Hatred is the only wind strong enough to make us rise again.
Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your caster, FPX.ZQ. As our protagonists gradually unveil the secrets of the ultimate question, the curtain finally rises on the 2026 Identity V Call of the Abyss 9 Global Finals. As the grandest offline celebration event of the year in the Identity V tournament scene, the Call of the Abyss 9 Global Finals boasts an impressive total prize pool of 8 million Chinese yuan. The Call of the Abyss 9 Global Finals is divided into two stages, the group stage and the playoffs. The group stage kicks off at the Shanghai Yangtze River Delta International Esports Cultural Center from April 10 to April 19, spanning a total of 10 days. 20 teams bound for the global finals. The results of the group draw are in. Here are the groups. Group A, Weibo Gaming, DFM, ARTERC. Group B, GG, Axis Wave, Xteam, Wolves, GR. Group C, Omni, PRR, FPX.ZQ, FLACT. Group D, MRC, RT, LX, B4U, Zeta. Each group will compete in a single round-robin format using a best-of-3 system. The top 3 teams in each group will advance, while the bottom 2 teams will be eliminated. The top teams in each group will directly advance to the playoff quarterfinals. After 10 intense days of competition, the 12 advancing teams will head to the Shanghai Oriental Sports Center to battle it out in the final showdown. The Call of the Abyss 9 Global Final Playoffs will span 5 days. The first day will feature a best-of-3 single elimination format, while the subsequent 4 days will adopt a best-of-5 single elimination format. Will it be the legacy of the veteran giant that prevails, or will the dark horse rise to glory in a single battle? Who's your champion? Share your predictions in the comments, and together we'll witness greatness.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到深渊驿站特别节目，我是主持人小小。我现在呢已经抵达了上海，今天将会带着我们的选手一起去体验上海的文化风情。那在我们正式出发体验之前，要告诉大家一个秘密。刚才你们看到的片段是我们提前藏在车上的隐藏摄像机拍摄的，选手们都不知情。你是怎么样在这么多座位当中选择了这个座位的？
因为这个位置比较空旷，旁边可以放我的包和东西。
想要一个人坐在边边。
Cause I like to see.
이제 혼자 앉는 자리이기도 하고 약간 여기 자리가 약간 불편해 보이는 자리라서 다른 선수들 편안하게 갈 수 있게 이 자리를 선택했습니다.
因为没有座位啊，所以你是有一点点被迫的来到这边，是不是？比较后排的一个位置。
一番後ろの席選んだ理由はちょっと広そうだなと思って選びました。
那也是来到了我们今天体验的第一站小笼包，那也是有请我们的选手来和大家打个招呼吧。我们从所有选手开始吧。
안녕하세요. 한국 지역 대표로 참여하게 된 소리라고 합니다.
Hello, I'm B4U Green from the NAU region.
大家好，我是中国大陆赛区的小明。
皆さんこんにちは。ゼータ D ビジョンのしなみです。
大家好，我是东南亚赛区的 Yuki。
大家好，我是台高赛区的吉渊。
别看它小小一只，其实每一步都非常讲究。和面、调馅儿，然后就是最关键也最容易翻车的一步——包制，需要一边转一边捏出褶子，讲究的可是手法和节奏。 那在我们正式开始学习制作之前呢，也准备了一个小环节，想要提前了解一下大家的一个动手能力。等一下呢，我们将会请每一位选手来给自己的动手学习能力评一个级，大家觉得自己的能力能排到哪儿，就把自己的 ID 写到对应的框框上面。首先一定要来问一问我们全场唯一一位独自断层选择夯的小明同学，你平常做饭吗？或者说是有做过类似的这种面点吗？
有的，平时过年的时候可能会帮爷爷奶奶包一下饺子、包子什么的。然后当然，如果说没有那么好看，但是味道不会差的，只要馅料在。
那接下来的话就是给到我们拉完了的2位选手，为什么会选择给到拉完了？
I pick F because I just think it looks funny and I never cooked before.
因为就是不会自己去做任何的食物相关的东西。
那接下来呢，就是我们有一点谦虚吧，中规中矩的2档。先来问一下所有选手，为什么选择给到最中间的这一个人上人？
일단 뭐 군대에서 요리도 했었고 이제 만들면은 중간 정도는 만들 수 있을 것 같아서 B를 골랐는데 선수들이 이렇게 양극단으로 좀 치우쳐서 선택을 할 줄은 잘 몰랐고요. 네, 그래서 B 선택하게 되었습니다.
那接下来就问到史纳米了，選擇到了我們第4檔的 NPC。
小籠包を作るのは初めてなんですけど、普段から料理することとかもなんかすごく得意ではあるので、あと手先が器用な方ではあるので、少し C ランクに上げてみたって感じです。
主要是我有做过，可是我怕我这里做不到，就很尴尬，所以选一个 C。
好，选一个比较低的起点，这样的话，等一下做出来，可能对于自己来说会有更多的惊喜，是不是？那以上呢就是我们所有选手对于自己学习动手能力的一个评级了。那也是一起来期待一下他们今天会给我们带来怎样的小笼包吧。哇，看着老师包好容易啊！
これで大丈夫ですか？
这个行吗？
好，那经过了一段时间等待，我们大家1个下午的成果终于出炉啦！坐在这儿已经可以闻到大家小笼包的香味了。接下来是让我们有请选手们一起来品尝一下他们的劳动成果吧。那你觉得你这个成品还就是配得上你今天一开始那个夯吗？
肉夯也，肉多也是夯，肉应该是最多的，
这应该是最夯的，
对，最大的。
那个皮很厚，
就感觉可能外皮会厚一点，但整体的味道应该是还不错的吧？
是好吃的。
外观可能不太满意吧，吃起来没有什么区别。
吃起来是非常不错的。
The dumplings were really good. Tasted very
juicy,
traditional Chinese. Yeah, and had a good time making it.
생긴 거는 좀 못생겼는데 맛은 다행히 제가 생각한 그 맛이 나왔네요.
小籠包を日本でも食べたことあるんですけど、日本のよりやっぱりすごく美味しかったです。
好了，那我们今天的小笼包制作就到此结束了，请大家继续关注《深渊的呼唤9》全球总决赛，我们下一站再见，拜拜。
いいな、食べたいな。
Beauty, merely the first breath of terror. Death, perhaps the opening act of eternity. I've sought proof my whole life. The cost insignificant. I give the dead an eternal shadow. The living a face untouched by time. What I truly desire is not to freeze the now into forever, but to bring the once into this moment. I long for silence to break, for light to turn for you again. I long for you to breach the album and speak my name. Again, I long for you before my very eyes.
Joseph?
Claude, I'm back.
Life is an endless adventure, and danger waits at every turn. The more you flinch and hide, the deeper you sink into despair. Only courage can cut through the darkness and reach the dawn. Only those who have walked the world with their own 2 feet earn the right to be called the greatest explorer.
Well said. What a thrilling day we've had. Time to catch our breath. Shh. What is it? Wolves! Kurt, look out! Kurt!
Get away from me, you filthy beasts! Get away from me, you filthy beasts!
Call the doctor! Hurry! I'm sorry, Kurt.
I beat the wolves, but lost my freedom.
Given your condition, we can't let you leave yet. Please rest.
I must leave this cage. Because my next adventure is about to begin.
あれみんなまだ来てないじゃん。
お疲れ。おい遅いぞ。
え、いつの間に来てたのみんな。もうずっと待ってたよ俺たち。マジで。
じゃあみんな使ってるキャラにするのがいいんじゃない？
いいね、確かに。
まあいいんじゃないですか。じゃあみんなが S バッジ取ったことあるオフェンスどうすか？オフェンス。確かに。言われてみれば全員取ってるね。確かに。確かに。
ハンターの衣装も決めようよ。
忍者でいいんじゃないですか？
忍者か。
でも俺使えないんだよな。
確かに。
確かにな。
じゃあでもどっちも使えるのはサングリアじゃない？どう？
待って。確かに。
天才やん。
最強じゃねこれ。
じゃあ衣装どういう感じにする？
まあかっこいいやつがいいよね。
確かに。
そうね。なんかこのゼータのねやっぱこのマークとかやっぱ外せないと思うんだよ。確かに。あとこのユニフォームやっぱさめちゃくちゃかっこいいからこの雰囲気やっぱ取り入れていきたいよな。
確かに。雷も欲しいよな。
確かに。ゼータといえばね。
ゼータといえば雷。ゼータ君も入れてほしそうにしてる。
本当ですか？ゼータ君。可愛いな。
入れてあげる。
そんな感じにしますか？
はい。行きましょう。行こう。
じゃあリーダー、あとはお願いします。
ありがとうございます。はい。そうか、俺らの夢が叶ったんだな。
おいもう練習始まるぞ。
ごめん。じゃあやろうぜ。
やりますか。やべ、90は。
やべ。何やってんだよ。
The same dream again. Chaos. Turbulence. Darkness closing in. In unseen corners, sinners hide behind virtue. Power spills into blood and ruin. I stand at the edge, believing I could fly. Father, I once dreamed of reaching your sky. High, far, free. To spread my wings, to guard Libero's sky. You said an honest heart matters more than flight. Do not fear falling. Do not fear loss. Do not fear being alone. Because someone on the ground will always reach up to hold another sky. That is the true meaning of flight. Father? It was only after the fall that I understood. Some losses can never be undone. Hatred is the only wind strong enough to make us rise again.
Hello?
便第一次踏上这个舞台，我们也必将展现最耀眼的自己。
도전자인 만큼 이 무대에서 새로운 흐름을 보여드리겠습니다.
Born bold, forged to face any challenge, we shall take the abyss stage head up.
We have stood in the abyss stage before, and this time we will return to conquer.
In skill and legacy, NAEU division to stand as a top contender in the abyss stage.
Fueled by pure passion, my team and I set out once again on the world stage. Third place at IBS is not where our journey ends.
...1年间，身份的转变让我不断变强。这一次，我也想书写属于自己的传奇。
上海は僕たちが初めてグローバル大会の優勝を手に入れた始まりの場所、そして今、栄光とともに戻ってきました。僕らの前進は誰にも止められません。
我们踏上过巅峰，也咀嚼过遗憾。成都狼队极具经验与韧性，追逐冠军的星火，我们永不熄灭。
1年前、優勝に涙した思い出は今も鮮明に覚えています。日本地区は COA の有力な優勝候補の一つになりました。ゼータディビジョンはこれからもこの栄光を死守し続けます。
注意保暖拿捏层，最近上海天气还算冷，好的职业队可不比民间队差。
孤的好，你们已经见识过了，孤的败。
紧张刺激的比赛即将拉开序幕，让我们一起期待精彩纷呈的对决。首先有请东南亚赛区 Aquarius。 表牌，恶神 ，Joker， 周周。接下来，让我们有请中国大陆赛区北京 WBG。豪玩、诡异、过客、空调，精彩比赛一触即发，让我们一同见证两支队伍的表现。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's day 4 of COA⅓ groups here, and I am your commentator, Kosher. With me is Nello Mel right next to us here as well. We're finally back to our actual user name tags. Well, Nello, it's back to day 4 now, and the first match is WBG versus AOR.
Yeah. Glad to be here. Obviously commentating with the holy ghost of OT himself. That's Kuro. Hopefully that will not happen during this time. I'll try and negate that energy. But this is going to be a very interesting match. You can see that Kuro's very excited. I'm very excited as well because it is AR versus WBG. And who's in WBG? Kuro's idol is in WBG.
Oh,
That's
no. From our caster side, we treat everyone equally. There's no idol, this idol, that. It's all about the best performances that the players can give to us today as well, right? And, it's as you said to us before when we casted it together with AOR versus RC, right? We talked about Yuki being the lead professional female player of Southeast Asia, and now going up against Persica herself. I think today's matchup is going to be the most interesting one.
That is very true. And even before today, right, I've actually mentioned that Yuki is one of those female competitive players from Southeast Asia that is very, very much comparable to Persica, right, who is playing in WBG as well. So today we're about to see the Persica of Asia, Southeast Asia, versus the OG Persica herself. Who's gonna come out on top? Who's gonna bring out that clutch plays? We're about to find out very soon. But just to say hello to everyone again, thank you for tuning in. It's a weekday, but thank you so much for being here to watch us and join us for COA group stages. But right up next is the prize pool. Kuro, take us through it.
Let's see here then. Overall champion still is $3 million with $3 million Chinese yuan, with runners up being $1 million. Third place 620,000, fourth place 500,000, 58 is 300,000, 9 to 12 is 200,000, 13th to 16th is 120,000, and 17th to 20th is 100,000.
A lot of money at stake right here, but right now this is day number 4. That's the 13th of April. We still have a long week ahead of us, all the way up until 19th of April. That's going to be the end of group stages, and the top 12 teams are going to be competing in the playoffs starting from 1st of May. That's Labor Day for us, until the grand finals 5th of May. So make sure you mark this in your calendar, and don't forget to join us every single day.
Definitely. Now you can see here as well, right, with the group rankings as well, as we did talk kind of yesterday and for today at the start, to just after looking at the prize pool here too, we can kind of dictate some teams that have already guaranteed their top 12 placings when it comes to that prize pooling as well. So I'd say for now, going on towards or just beginning of the day 4, we possibly could see more teams that are moving up, but as of now in Group B, AbyssⅨ is currently the only team that has 2 wins compared to everyone else. Therefore, they have already solidified their top 12 position.
That is very true. And while all of this is going on, there is also a support event for the Call of the Abyss 9. And how can you participate? During April the 3rd until May 5th, during the COA 9 Global Finals, you can cheer for your favorite teams and players. So players who post their own fan-made illustrations, written works, or videos on any social media platform with the hashtags #IDV_COA9 and IDV_COA9 support will be considered successfully entered. Officials will randomly select 15 players to receive a NetEase Pay gift card valued at $99 times 10, which means there's going to be 10 up for grabs. Your supportive messages will be personally screened and selected by the team, and you will have a chance to be featured at our offline event. So guys, spam your OAINIs, your idols, your favorite teams, cheer for them, and stand a chance to win it.
And of course, for today's matches as well, first and foremost, AOR versus WBG at 3 o'clock UTC, 1 o'clock UTC +9. Then MRC versus LX at 3 o'clock, FPX.ZQ versus Omni at 5 o'clock, and GG versus Xteam here as our final matchup at 7. Then, of course, once again, Nello, back to just our conversation here as well, right? AOR versus WBG here, as we have yet to know who is the home team or the away team. But I do believe between these matchups here, as we can see in the map selection, it's actually Ever Sleeping Town being chosen by AOR survivors as Moonrow Park and Chinatown banned by WBG.
Okay, so I think at this point in time, we can pretty much solidify that whenever we see AR, Ever Sleeping Town is always going to be their go-to maps, right? Especially in BO1. And the reason is because they want to capitalize, they want to utilize Herschen's expertise, which is QS in BO1. And where does QS thrive? That's going to be in Ever Sleeping Town. So I believe that with the proper picks and bans, ban something that's anti-QS, Herschen would probably be able to get a good result, right? Using his main QS in the game. But right now, you got to make sure that you don't fall, especially when it is your map selection, right? You got to make sure that you at least don't flop when it's your map selection. That's the only thing they got to watch out for.
Definitely, and not only that as well, with such a map like AbyssⅨ in town, it gives a hunter a lot of edge when it comes to still Opera, Ivy, Goatman, and as Nello has said as well, with the QS. So this does give hunter more edge compared to the survivors. So I'd say from both sides right now, survivors should be aiming more towards a tie game. Meanwhile, we want hunters to gain more advantage, as yes, once again, home team is given to AR as away team is WBG, and we can see the rosters here for both teams as well.
Yeah, I mean, no stranger to the scene itself. Definitely powerhouses from their respective regions itself. Southeast Asia division representative versus Chinese mainland division representative. Yellow versus green. Who is your favorite pick, guys? Make some noise in the chat. Spam your green hearts if you're all for Team AR, and spam your yellow hearts if you are for Team Persica WBG. But right off, we are going to start off with Yuki. That's from AR.
Yes, we saw her psychologist here being played up against RC. However, once again, was not really able to shoot much prospect from that side note too, especially up against the Nightmare. Psycho is not seen as much in your professional play, especially with how there are just overall better characters, and with her being only a solo raw containment type character that can take 3 hits, it's not enough to stall for time.
Yeah, exactly. Considering that she is dubbed the Persica of Southeast Asia, right? Up next is PP, a very stable rescuer. There are 2 rescuers in the team, and PP is the one that is the designated rescuer, of course, with the first officer and gravekeeper, the staple characters that you cannot not know how to play, especially when you're the rescuer main. So PP, watch out. This guy, he's smiling, he's confident, he's got a good night's rest. I think everyone's got a good night's rest because they don't have OT yesterday. So up next, that's the rising star as well, Meow Pai, Meow02. Kuro, tell us more about him.
To be honest, average containment time here being 124.53 seconds. Second overall, Meow Pai has been a great asset to this team, especially with his Lanterns, Lucky Guy, and Enchantress picks as well, that has been showing prospect here when it comes to stalling out time and just with the overall prolonging of the game. I believe for this game as well, from the side of WBG, definitely wouldn't be looking in towards chasing after him first, as you can see there as well, right? Jokra, who has just recently debuted from AOR.
Yeah, a lot of fans as well, right? We saw yesterday as well. But the main characters that she has played and had played are both Weeping Clown and the Aeroplanist. Although the Aeroplanist might need a little bit more fine-tuning here, and she's good to go. But again, in the chat, I see a lot of yellow and green hearts. Guys, spam yellow hearts if you're all for Team Persica WBG. Spam your green hearts if you're all for Team Yuki, and that's Team AR. So right now, that's the coach. That's Kui. Looks serious this time. Yesterday, we're all smiles. Today, as icy cool, laser focus, and that's what we need in the coach, right, Kuro? Laser focus coach, making that band pick selection that really fits what your team's strength lies at.
Definitely. And of course, on the side of Nini here for WBG, overall his average, deduction points here and stats were not really that high compared to during his COA qualifying days. But you can see here, right, 67% 4-man elimination rate, currently at 3rd, and average time to knockdown at 5th place with 52.39 seconds. We can see here his preferred character picks are the Opera and Hollow Blue, in which he does kind of avoid Goatman as much as possible, unless it is a huge necessity to do so to keep him played at Game 1. But usually speaking, a lot of these teams like Goatman in permaban slot for Game 2 and Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen a few teams, they don't really go with their meta characters here first. But considering it's WBG, I feel like they should be very confident coming in and just like, you know what, let's just go all out. Game number 1, game number 2, let's get it done with, right? You know what I mean? So maybe that's the plan with Nia here. But again, we did see some different strategies. Like Alka, he did not go with the main character from the very start. He went with Nightmare instead. And he still got a 4K with it. So it really depends on what they really want to do here, what Nia really wants to do here, if he's really confident against AR. Because AR, everyone is smiles and comfortable, and I think they are pretty much settled on the fact that, you know what, let's just have fun, let's just get out here, gain the experience, soak up the experience. And it's a good sign, right, Kuro? Because they don't seem nervous anymore.
Yeah, they were kind of just checking their heart rate there, so we'll probably see more in-game as well during our in-game matchup against this hunter. But overall, for WBG's Ninja, as Nelo has said as well, we can just play pocket picks instead of focusing on meta, as Aka has also done so before too. But for AR here, do they really want to try to test out the waters once again with Psychologist, with Weeping Clown as their character picks? Or would it just be better to go full meta, as you're currently 1 win down and there's only 3 more chances to get 2 wins?
Wow, and looks like there is a Persica fan with the spams of yellow hearts. You know, maybe he can give you a run for your money, Kuro. Love, Yellow Hearts Persica right there by Kira. Shouts to Kira right there, guys. A lot of love for Team Yellow right there. And guys, remember, Team Yellow, WBG is Yellow Hearts, and you're all for Team AR, that's Green Hearts. So I can see Henny as well, green and yellow. No fault supporting both games. And as you can see in the audience as well, everyone does have their own favorite teams to support. But Kuro, honestly, what do you think is AR's game plan coming into this up against Nie, and if he really persists on having his pocket picks?
If we want to on a map like this, Ninja's plan definitely will be Hullabaloo round 1, as Hullabaloo is quite expendable and doable here from the round 1 scenarios if our survivor team decide to choose pocket picks like Psychologist here once again. But I'd say from the side of AR, it's more important to have stable, tanky comps where we can prolong the game with max audience effect, as finally the ban picks here will begin.
I really hope that they have someone who can play Archer, right, from the very beginning. I think that's a very good character that you cannot not use at any point in time, right? Even Meteorologist would be really good. But again, now they're opting for a Lucky Guy and Magician. So I feel like it's still going to be the same thing. Meowpie is probably going to go with the Lucky Guy. And Yuki Magician? But even Meteorologist can play that.
Yeah, it could be a good possibility, but we banned our Gravekeeper here, right? So it kind of just forces Joker a last pick here to be that first officer. But in a team comp like this, where you have 2 relatively considered weak decoder, well, not good decoders, but containers, and first officer here, long distance range. For Ninja, if he wants to, the best option to go is Peddler we will go for the tie first and see whether or not there is that possibility of 3k. Especially with how long the vines can go, the possibility of us being able to double down or fail rescue is really high, especially if you can catch that first officer off guard with your vines from a long distance.
Yeah. You know what? You gotta really give it up to AR, right? They really love their Lucky Guy picks right here. Probably inspired by Xiaodi. But whatever it is, this is the lineup that they're choosing. Meteorologist, Lucky Guy, First Officer, and Magician all up against Nie. And you know what, Kuro? I'm really happy that they're deciding to put characters that can really be played without overcomplication, right? For example, Magician. I think Jokra would be able to have better results here because there's less chance, significantly less chance to mess up your skills. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As compared to Aeroplanist. So hopefully this is the adjustment that they can really make. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they perform against Nie. So up for Nie right now, you think pocket picks here? 100%
I think Hullabaloo. I personally do think Hullabaloo probably will be his best course of action here, especially with possibilities of double downing when First Officer does come in as well. Magician, Lucky Guy does have chances to kind of counter comp this Hullabaloo. However, I would believe main focus still for Nene will be that Goman round 1. Seems like we want to finish off the games pretty early here. There is 2 or 3 counters in total for Goatman, but if Lucky Guy gets found first, that's a tough day for AR survivors.
It is very tough. So it really depends on your positioning and location as well, right? Where do you want to put the Lucky Guy? Do you want to put him on the top left? Do you want to put him in the graveyard? So that's a lot of positions that you gotta have to consider as well. And of course, yes, this is a composition that's mostly countering Goatman, but it's not just about the characters, it's also about the players themselves, right? So they gotta make sure they utilize all the resources, the skills that are available for the survivors, and make sure they don't give the Goatman free hits. Kuro, top left, and Goatman is just right below him.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about this spawn location from the side of AOR right now. Could have delegated our Lucky Guy towards where Magician is and put Magician at balcony, so Lucky Guy has easy access to our graveyard, but with him being stuck at a corner, it's quite literally one cage from the side of WBG's Hunter instantly early game and locking the first hit within 15 seconds of the game. That spawn location wouldn't really benefit Lucky Guy as much, and Ninian knows how to counter as well. So with the Persona points we go, it's going to be Tighter knee-jerk reflex, Meteorologist, Tight Turner, Flywheel knee-jerk reflex, Lucky Guy, Tight Turner, First Officer, and Fly Tide Magician as well. With our Hunter here having Trumpet Attention alongside with Wanted Order, Giant Claw, Berserker with Blink for WBG Nia. And once again, this is going to be Quad 9 group stage with professional commentaries being brought to you by Kuro and Nettle.
All right, Goatman. Let's see if Nie, the Goatman, will be able to make that first chase as fast as possible. Again, it's Meowpai we're talking about. He's the lucky guy that's going to take that first chase. The lucky mate trying to make his rotations away, but Nie is just closing in. The first cage is going to be coming up really, really soon. Let's see if he's going to fall for that. No, Meowpai's not going to fall for that.
Did come out on time. But the issue here is we can double drop down on time as well. So I think, okay, at least the Perfume did manage to block the first cage, but now it doesn't really matter anymore. So we're going to block the next pallet as we do go through. Meowpai stuck here by himself as the hit registers in 40 seconds.
Well, it's a good thing. Resentment still a little bit of time to be built. Meowpai does not have any more items to work out with, but he will have Flywheel pretty soon, so it's just a matter of whether he can contain until the time is almost up. Oh my god, he is gonna get him down before the Flywheel is even utilized. Not even a 2 Cypher overalls, right? But this is dangerous, right? Because this map is small, and now it's gonna disrupt Yuki Cypher as well.
Yuki can be actually forced rescue here if Nini wants to do so. So the earlier we do this, the better it is. AR survives running currently at a very bad scenario. Yuki wants a no damage rescue, but the chip damage here come through first, but that's okay. That's what Nini wants you to do right now. As Meowpai trying to run away, however, it will be inevitable. As once again, you're still currently stuck on this side of the map. Terror Shock will not be given because we don't want to give over that max presence. But for AR survivors here, giving such an early rescue, especially when 2 other of your survivors does not have borrow time, is a really bad opening towards this game.
Yeah, I mean, Meowpai is still saving his Flywheel, right? So probably just wants to save it until the second kite. You know, give him a little bit of leeway to use it when he's in a better position. PP's already here with his with his pocket watch, but unfortunately, Nie knows what's up. He doesn't want to give that second activation to him, but he's gonna take that hit either way, get that rescue up. So it's okay, it's all good as long as you do not get doubled down. It's okay. But no, Meowpai will not be able to use his Flywheel after all. So Meowpai just needs to die really, really far away, unfortunately.
But like Teleport is currently ready on hand to use as well, and by the time Meowpai goes down and Cherd, we are currently closest towards Jokra, whose Cypher Machine is only at 50% here. Magician with Tight Turner, Flywheel, 3 wands on hand to use, however, can potentially speaking here make a huge difference. But I do believe here, Magician on Wanted Order. Does anyone want to go for it instead? No, going straight towards Yuki here, as we do only still have 1 hit and 1 more chip here ready on hand to use as well. Push back here, did not land on straight towards Yuki side, and that's beautifully done as no! Panic Stone from the side of our meter once again. That backstep was absolutely insane, but 1 more of our item here ready to use, and Yuki will go down with a 15-second containment time.
Yeah, I think they haven't warmed up yet, you know what I mean? They were not ready. It doesn't seem like they were ready for the fast-paced action by Nie. It was just back-to-back-to-back action all around since the very beginning, and not even forcing out the blink is already a huge deal. Right now, Nie looking for his 3rd target, Jokra's in the vicinity, but no! Getting that free hit! No!
Wait, Cage is ready once again. Here comes the backstep here, just on time. Didn't hit on towards Jokra just yet, but the failed rescue still comes through. Flywheel there was brilliant, but it did not hit the chair, and we can see here still 3 Cypher Machines left on the map. Even though they have been decoded, it does not matter. PB here trying to come in for the rescue as our first officer. However, Meteor is already after half. No pocket watcher will be forced to be able to use anymore, and there we go. It doesn't even matter by this point. All we need to do is to... What a prediction by Ninian!
Oh no,
and that's
a
3-man elimination within 4 minutes. 4-man elimination, excuse me, within 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's just a lot of slip-ups, right? From the beginning until the very end. Meowpai did a respectable kite, but at the end, it really is already messed up, quite messed up for him, because he did not even manage to get any items besides the perfume. So he was basically kiting raw, right? I don't know, Kuro. I just feel like even the magician, it felt more like a panic run towards the chair. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think.
Do you see what happened?
I think we should have
right?
gotten off earlier. I genuinely do think we should have gotten off earlier. This 4-man elimination, I believe the biggest issue came with area selection mode. We shouldn't have spawned like that, especially up against the Goatman too. Like, even if Nina spawned in between the lucky guy and the magician, it's still quite literally one cage to block off the lucky guy as long as he places the cage in between that pallet towards the back. And then where can lucky guy really go from there on forward? You can't get additional items and you have no rotations.
You have 3 tight turners though. You have 3 tight turners, but it doesn't really matter if you couldn't get to the chair, right? You couldn't get to the chair. I just feel like even it's just a little bit of fine-tuning that they really need to pay attention to, because once one part of the domino falls, one domino falls, everything starts to fall apart, and that's exactly what happened to AR. Nie capitalized on those mistakes one after the other. Look, no one kited beyond 60 seconds except for Meow Pie, and that's the lucky guy we're talking about, having used up the perfume, right? Everyone else, like Jokra, 11 seconds. PP, 25 seconds. Yuki, 31 seconds. Of course, PP, no way you could mess up that rescue, right? But in the end, that's not enough for you to even get to the late game. Unfortunately for AR, that's going to be a 5-0, early 5-0 to WBG.
Yeah. And not only that as well, only 12 hits for a 4-man elimination too. Like we can see in that game, there wasn't really that much stress from the side of our hunter, and survivors in one sense didn't really put up a fight as well, especially with our meteorologist being forced into rescue early on, our magician here who got failed rescue, and then officer, when he came into rescue at the same time, he touched the chair in which it cancelled out his pocket watch activation, allowing our hunter to instant cage and force the rescue around 20% elimination rate instead of it being 40% to buy more time.
Yeah, Nie's play was super technical, high quality technical plays. He did not leave any room for error at all. And like what you mentioned as well, like just blocking those precise cages, blocking those pallets behind, just keeping them constantly stuck at the wrong time, at the wrong place. Like you notice that sometimes they got caught off guard, right? Starting from the meteorologist. It was like, oh wait, what happened? And even the miss pushback as well. So maybe they're not warmed up yet. I feel like they're not warmed up quite yet. And Nie is he just looks like he's ready to go right from the start. No mistakes at all.
Definitely.
And that's the scary part, because that's crazy. Like he's already like at 100%, going at 100% from the very start. So right now, Kuro, it is really up to AR to tie things up with Hershen going up next. And remember, this is AR's map selection.
Exactly. And not only that as well, like our biggest issue here really just came. I still believe the team comp was good enough. It's just how we spawned in that location. If we just gave Lucky Guy more of an easy access towards pallets, towards resources, for him, even with no items, with just one perfume, you could have still been able to contain after Blink is open as well. But now as we move on straight towards the second half of Game 1, our biggest question is, can Hershen prolong this game towards the best of 3, as you can see here, do Perska with a preferred character picks of Mechanic and Entomologist. Average deduction point of 7,668, average containment time of 68.54, average rescues of 0, as the last time we've seen her rescue was a Terror Shock last year in co-op group stages on this map as well. And then average decoding is 151%, and first containment is now 58.93 seconds, as she usually isn't first chase anymore.
Well, she's putting on her glasses for you, Kuro. Like, you know what? Let's put on glasses for today, right? But right up next, I'm surprised you haven't screened just yet. But next up is Woker, and that is the utility player as well. You can see that he is third when it comes to This is really hard for me to see.
Decoding progress. Yeah,
Average
third average
decoding
decoding
progress,
progress, and then 10th for average deduction as well. He's been playing Fire Lady at a very, very good proficiency and pace. However, his fine investigator might be something we have to worry about today, especially as WBG fans, if we have seen CN qualifiers here as well. Overall, though, very volatile player with consistent enough of a performance. Just sometimes it can go downhill very fast for that player.
That is very, very true. And next up is Coating as well. I love the fact that he has an Explorer as well as the toy merchant. So definitely a utility role character, player that can definitely help his team, especially when time is very much needed for it. I mean, toy merchant in this map might not be too bad at all. I mean, if it's a comfort pick, they do just need one person out after all. So who knows, we might see something unexpected, right? Something close to comfort from Coating right here. And nice hair, by the way.
From the side of Hui here, the captain of WBG Survivor team. 5th place average deduction points of 9,508.67 and 9th overall of average containment time, being 93.14 seconds. Hui has been the most staple rescue of WBG and just in IVL as a whole as well. He's been playing for such a long time with his preferred character picks of that mercenary and first officer.
Yeah. All in all, a very veteran player and an even better captain as well. Definitely came from experience throughout all the years playing professionally as well. But right now, this is a crucial timing, Kuro, because Hershen will be up next and his task is not an easy one at all. He needs to get a 4K right here and right now. As you can see from the character picks itself, that's the 2 characters that he had used during the previous games, which is QS and Peddler, both of which did not exactly wield good results. I believe it was a draw and then a 3-man escape.
Yes. But to be fair, it was against RC, so I think we can be a little bit give Hershen here a little bit more of a leeway, especially considering with the fact that, you know, RC Survivor Team come in that Sacred Hearts Hospitals game up against Peddler when Soba was dancing around him during that end game scenario was quite insane, to the point I think IDV has realized that we probably have to prolong that hitbox in order for Peddler to not make mistakes like those, or just to give the Hunters overall an easier time when Peddler is played.
That's true. But right now, he is tasked with the impossible task of getting that 4-man elimination, and not just against any team, Kuro. It's against Team WBG, Team 4-man Spectacles, Team Coach is also wearing spectacles, Team right here, Team Yellow Hearts, Persica, the team that Kuro really okay.
No, we commentators don't support any team. It's just whichever team gives us the best spectacle, best results.
Best spectacles, so to speak. And Kuro's also wearing his spectacles, so it's safe to say Team Spectacles.
Not that spectacle. Best gameplay overall. But like, aside from all that, right? Like, you know, we have seen WBG get 4-man eliminated by QS before. So I believe with Hershen, his best chance is most likely that QS, right? So if he can pull it out during this game 1 phase where they did also get to choose the map, I do believe with WBG's biggest issue being not able to Cypher Rush, whether or not they want to say get Persica and Gorka to play their Fire Lady and Mechanic round 1, or will we just potentially speaking go with the normal long games as much as we can here, as finally the ban picks will start.
We might see Fire Lady, right? We might see invisible characters simply because we can anticipate that Hershen is very probable to picking QS first. So he's already banned Lanternist, he's already banned Doctor, so there's a Seer available. Pretty much a very standard ban for someone who wants to play Mechanic. Play QS. And WBG is going to respond with the Mechanic on their own, an Archer, and this is just the start. They can still have invisible characters like Magician as a 3rd one. They can have Enchantress, I'm not really sure, but yeah, they're locking in the first officer right now. And the last one, who do you think should be the pick?
Aeroplane is banned here. I think we'll go for someone more solid. So it's Cutting's character there that we're just remaining left in the hand to use. Potentially speaking, Meteorologist would be the right choice, but going tanky to try counter that Goldman at the same time is a great idea too. Our first 2 locks was given towards Persica and Guoke, and then finally the rescue staple needs to come through after it was banned third. Puppeteer here is just seen as a secondary rescuer, as WBG, typically speaking, does not bring 3 tie turners, and it's usually 2 that is enough for them. But in our game right now, Hushen can run it down with that Qist, because that doll cipher machine alongside with mech being hit early on, or just anyone being hit early on, allows QS to have such a prominent early game dominance and mid game control.
I mean, this is the risk that WBG is willing to take, right? They're betting on the fact that Persica's doll will be an extra hand to decode, and even if she's the one getting chased first, they're betting that she can kite the QS as well. And we've seen mech players kite before. We've seen Lion on Mechanic kite before. Against a QS as well. So right now, the stage has been set. Ever Sleeping Town, the map picked by AR. This is the second half of the first game. Hushen, who will he pick? Will he go for the QS, that's his standard signature hero, or will he go with something else that sort of slows down a little bit of the decoding progress? Well, he's going for Marcus, Kuro.
Yeah, Curious would be the best option here, so let's just see how well our Archer can perform in this game as well. Currently, overall, throughout the game, you have all solid containers, but the most important factor of this game is how well this Archer can support their own teammates. As we can see here now, finally, with the area selection too, this will be Moonlit River Park for our second half of Game 1. And with Survivor spawn locations, we're just kind of waiting around and see whether... and that's gonna pop up, but there we go. It's gonna be first officer at mid alongside with Mechanica Transform balcony for our puppeteer, and of course Archer spawning just by our graveyard entrance. Then you have QS here spawning at double 11 near towards graveyard gate, where Mech Cipher Machine will be locked, and it's most likely a rotation around the map before we fully commit to Mechanic.
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty good spawn location as well. Even if it's locked, doesn't really matter. The rotations can happen. The dolls can just be parked first, just in case the mechanic gets target later on. So whatever it is, it's do or die for Hushen from Team AR. Whoa, that was like a 90-degree squatting bow sort of. But looking at the skill build itself, that's gonna be an Insolence Detention Blink for Marcus, my boy right there, Hushen. And as for the Survivors team, they are going to have 2 Flywheels, double tie turners, like what you mentioned. More than enough for them. Everyone has borrow time except for the 2 characters, Mechanic and Puppeteer. So this is game number 1, second half. That's Kuro, the OT Ghost. And I'm Nello, the partner. We'll be your commentators for today.
The main objective here is to stack up as many of those cue balls here as possible. As you can see, Mechanic current rotation is towards corner house, and it seems like Hushen is not going to waste any time.
He's not going to waste any time, right? He wants to find his first target after all. Doesn't really matter even if he has to wait for his cue ball to stack up first. Persica's already far from sight. Broke line of sight, but Hushen did not go up. No, Persica dropped down before he even went up. So right here, Hushen, he's still thinking like, oh, what's up? Okay, let's not waste any more cue balls. Let's just break this pallet first. Persica still, that's gonna be taking that first kite. Second pallet being broken. Hushen, he's going to try and close the gap. Oh wait, he just missed his cue.
Yeah, didn't really go back, so it's overall alright. We're going to utilize these 2 pilots here to get rid of that speed boost by inertia, but Doll Body Block is still available on hand to use as well. Doll being dropped down, very beautifully done there. A beautiful placement, as now the rotation is going to go straight towards triple middle, as yes, this catch-up may be enough, but we still have easy access to these triple pallets.
Wow, that was insane. That was such a smooth transition as well, right?
Yeah,
the bot being
and
dropped
we couldn't...
such a smooth.
Yeah, we could have flywheeled that hit there, unfortunately, but that's okay. It is a cue ball here come out just on time. It doesn't, as Hushin misses where Persica was currently going. Pallet in front of us has been broken down, but cue ball here ready on hand to use as well. As, yes, we did manage to lock it open as well, but once again, this is Persica we're talking about. She is the bot block queen. And now back on towards Maxwell Demon. We can't go upstairs or with the next mirror pallet next to us once again. Inertia at 8-second time will not be enough. A flywheel is ready at the same time too. Flywheel, did not come out.
Well, it's okay though, because she's already wasted enough time. It's 2 minutes into the game, and it's already 2 ciphers and 80% being done. So far, there's a 4th cipher, no 5th cipher still. So right now, there are 2 people ready to save with Ty Turner. That's the first officer and the puppeteer as well. They're already coming into position, quoting, making sure to not give such an early hit just yet. But Hushan.
Oh, we missed it. That's so unfortunate. That cue ball will have to dissipate as well. And now one more little Lewis on hand to use. Beautiful done. What a beautiful undaunting there from the side of Coding as he maintains half health. Now 360% decoding progress here done. And we're going to try lock the cipher machine at corner house with 2 survivors here currently decoding. Seems like Archer cipher machine at 67% means that Officer and Archer can come in for the rescue. As all what Persica has to do is to die at this corner. And when Officer comes back again, die at this corner one more time for Archer to pop off and harass for our mechanic.
That's insane. Persica taking Hushan for a ride all the way to the side of the of the map. Look at how far she actually brought them away from the ciphers. And yes, there's going to be a mini abnormal happening, but it doesn't really matter because it's already the last cipher available right here. And look at Hushan. He's trying to just cut Hui off, but he has to be really careful. Hui activating it for the second time, coming in closer. He knows that time is of the essence. The last cipher is only at 31%. Kuro, the rescue will be executed, but Persica, will she be able to last? Where's the Archer?
Oh, the capture did came in true on time, but it seems like Husha wants to drop her off at the corner. Archer currently is very close towards our second station here, close towards Schoolgate. But Goka currently at the open area. 5 out of 8 cue balls here ready on hand to use. The biggest question here will be, can we stall enough time until that bow and arrow is ready for the second time? As Blink here is not ready just yet. Pallet can be dropped down. 3 seconds until Blink is ready. Goka cannot vault over any pallets as cue ball capture does come through as well. That normal hit comes through, but it's okay. You're basically buying 15 seconds of additional time here for Persica to get up, or even for Goka to ask, but the backstep here will not be lost as Tram Senpai comes in for the support. But that's also okay at the same time. It's still 3-man endgame for survivors as our first officer gets straight towards the gate. No bone arrow here from the side of Archer, but that's okay. Our main goal is to harass and buy time, and now all survivors currently on the run with this 3-man endgame. Blink here currently ready. Goka, very beautiful backstep, but just not enough when it comes to that inertia triple speed boost.
Wow, Hushan really wants to go for more right here. And as you can see, it's only at 47%. And that's the gate that Hui is doing. First officer still has one more watch, so it doesn't really matter. He can still kite. Watch out for the trap. Oh, that was so close. But the laceration is going to take effect. It's going to slow him down a little bit more. But the other gate is being done as well. Hui! He's just continuing the gate right there. He's over there. But Walker, I think Hushan probably does not want to risk it anymore. He's just going to settle for a draw at this point. And Kuro seems like WBG might be getting what they're coming for, which is like, you know what? Let's just get the draw. It's good enough.
To be honest, I'm more surprised our first officer didn't keep decoding that cipher machine, that exegate, excuse me, especially when it's at 58%. Hushin, on the other hand, 4 out of 8 cue balls, but did not use it to go towards other gates. So that just means Hui has a free ticket out of the gate right now. It was close for Hushin here, as it could have been a 4-man endgame 3-man escape. But with Mechanic not having borrowed time as well, I do believe probably for WBG, they just wanted to take the hit and allow our Archer to have as much items as possible, just in case something does go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Hushin has definitely done his best, right? Despite the circumstances that was presented to him, which was Persica, the queen of body blocking, with her mech bot, right? She failed to utilize the flywheel at the very end, but again, she utilized the 2 bots that was available to her to body block for the longest time, and that 3 ciphers kite was more than enough. Coupled with successful rescues from both sides, Puppeteer, and of course Hui as well, the first officer, that allowed for them to at least secure a tie. And 7-2 against
it's a huge lead.
AR. Yeah, on AR's map selection, that's a really huge deal, Kuro. Because up next, that's going to be WBG's map selection pick.
Yes, and you can see here as well with Mechanic solo containment time. Yes, even though she did drop down early prematurely, she still manages to contain 90 seconds, which up against Aquas as well, who's known to be very fast, especially after inertia speed boost. However, from the side of Mechanic, being able to drop down dots in between pallets where there weren't any pallets like there to use and provide that extra area for a Mechanic main, that's quite a hard thing to do, especially when you're a mid chase up against a speedy quest.
That's insane as well. The way she seamlessly dropped her bot and just keep going, you almost saw it as if she never stopped. It was just like, it's as if she's just dropping the bot as she was driving away. That kind of level of seamlessness. So that just speaks volumes to how much they practice and the proficiency that they have for certain characters as well. That's definitely something that a professional team that has definitely spent countless hours training. And in this case, no exception. They're going all out. And round one goes to WBG, Weibo Gaming.
Yes.
Yellow hearts right there. So Kuro, right now, the best character, the best map selection for Team AR has already been foiled. What can we do right now? We're gonna figure that out after this highlight.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, just after the highlight there as well, especially during those VC comms too. Seems like they didn't want to look for harass in that area, just wanting to get Hishin to waste off his items for endgame. But once again, though, could have definitely been a 4-man endgame. However, with Mechanic not having borrowed time, I do think teams went wary. However, Flywheel also was not used by Mechanic as well, so I do believe even from the side of our Mechanic too, probably could have been a bit more confident when it comes to solo containment, and if we did have borrowed time, that game could have been very different.
Could have been very different, but at least they got what they came for, right? Which is a victory. Might not be the overwhelming difference in points they were hoping for. A 3-man escape can definitely make the points margin wider, right? But it's still a win, so I would say maybe not focus so much on that one little misstep, because they still did amazing. It's still a W, so just take it, right? But things might not be so might not be the same for AR, because right now they are struggling and it's a 5 points difference. And going into game number 2, you can see Hishin usually getting that 3k, 4k in the BO1, BO2. Right now he's being reduced to a draw hunter. So what this means is, when Hishin is put on a stalemate lock right there, it really is up to AR survivors to step up and give him that leeway. You know what I mean? Because if you get 4k every single time, the mentality of the hunter will crumble. Like, what do you expect me to do? Am I supposed to get 4k every single time against WBG? You know what I mean? That's the pressure that AR has to handle and overcome.
Yes, and not only that as well, I do think for round 2, possibly speaking for WBG, they want to pick Red Church, which does give Inye more chance with his Opera or Ivy as well, as it does seem like Darkwood was banned by AR, with the Hunter of WBG coming out first once again, as AR chose that their survivors might have a better chance up against the Hunter round 1, as Hishin is probably really tired from that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, probably rest up a little bit, you know, set the pace, but again, like what I mentioned, I stand true to it. AR survivors need to step up. they need to step up and focus. And I just have to say, if you cannot work together as a unit, there is no absolute way that you can beat NIE, WBG. Don't mention beat. You can't even think of a possibility of manifesting a one-man escape. That's even going to be impossible at this point. So the way I see it, everyone needs to play their part really well. The positioning, like what you mentioned, that's going to be an issue. They got to fix that from the very start. Maybe get the coach to help something to at least provide insights where the team is tunneled in. Provide insights. And of course, Jokra, I'm sorry to say this, she has a lot of fans, but she needs to play a role that can contribute more to the team. I think...
Well, yes,
yeah.
but also at the same time, I guess it is still up against WBG. So I do believe for AR Survivor Team Comp, look, they still have Puppeteer available. They still do have Gravekeeper available. In this map as well, Escapologist is chosen quite a lot, especially for tie game. And we know that Aeroplane is good here too. So realistically speaking, a small map like this is very beneficial for the side of AR. They have tanky characters. Garden is very good on this map as well, up against Ivy and Opera Singer. And knowing that Goma was already used round 1 by WB just means AR can pick and choose between either one that they want to get rid of. But still, the pressure is immense by AR. But it's not impossible for them to get a tie game on a small map where you can have audience effect. You can, you still do have a lot of meta characters available to use. Especially when we've seen before, right? This map is exclusively used just for anti-Korean as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is their maiden appearance, right? For a lot of the people here, especially on Team AR. Honestly speaking, if you really want to be specific, it's only Yuki, Hershen, and Miao Pai that's really been on this stage multiple times. PP might have been the second time, I think. But other than that, everyone else is pretty much, this is their first appearance, right? So, not to be too harsh, but ultimately, this is a competition where you are playing to prove yourselves, and you are representing the best of your division, right? You got this far based off your effort, best of your skills, best of your performance. So up here on the global stage, of course, you want to grow as well. So I think the purpose here is make sure that every single time you play better than your previous one. And that's how you grow, right? That's how you grow. No way to sugarcoat it. You play against someone better. How do you grow? You play against someone that's way better than you. You get thrashed, and then you get better.
Well, maybe not. I think trash is a bit too hard, to be honest. We live and learn.
That's how I play. That's how I play, Kuro. Kuro, that's how I play. I was an elk when I started playing. When I was an elk, I challenged Evil Dragon. That was the highest that time. I challenged the hunter to 1v1s to make sure I improve.
Yes.
I got trashed a lot.
Yeah, but it is still group stages at the end of the day, right? And these are up against really strong players overall. So I would say it's more of learning curve. And just trying to build off what mistakes we made and try best to not make it happen again. But still, once again though, between these two teams, it's not like they have bad blood against each other. It's all just, once again, even though it is tourney, still fun on games at the same time. And of course, from the side of our chat too, we would like to keep this a safe space as much as possible. So let's just support the players and the team that we like the most on a respectable level as well. But even so, we will move on towards the ban pick phase soon here as well, right? And with that, just talking from the side of AR, they do still have a lot of available characters to use, and it is a decent small map where, let's say, because QS was used round 1, that just means when WBG chose this map, they won't be able to see QS again. So it gives them more leeway, and it takes down more of what the available hunters available for Hessian.
Yeah, I mean, Hessian still has Peddler to work with here if he disregards what happened in the previous game. But Peddler overall is still a very strong character to play with, although he got a 3-man escape playing Peddler, but that was in Hospital, right? So in Red Church, things can be very, very different. And although the results wasn't as good, I still love Grandma. I still love Grandma Peddler simply because you make openings at places where it's supposed to be a strong kiting area for the survivors. Unless, of course, someone decides to body block that entrance, right? But other than that, she's still really, really strong to play up against. But right now, Kuro, Nie, being banned, the QS, and having banned, being used up, Goatman as well. What do you think Nie can play all right here against AR to make it another hard game for AR?
I think it's hard to say. It just depends on what AR Survivor here chooses, right? We're just waiting for the first two picks here as COAⅨ auto locks in as our first character pick alongside with Acrobat is not bad. It's just more now about, distance pulling and seeing what their persona can do afterwards. As our third ban here, I do believe probably aiming towards another rescuer. Even though COA⅓ has been picked, she is not considered a rescue main, but if you want to, Arrow can be out of the equation, and that's what Nene wants to do.
Yeah, Nene is already up to banning all these characters that he feels like it's going to disrupt him. Lantanis is already out of the equation regardless. Even if he's not playing QS, Lantanis is still very annoying to play against. And we see Meow Pai as well, right? Playing Lantanis. He did an amazing job as well. So right here, they're going with a very staple character composition. And that's the thing. Because you miss out on certain characters that are very, very, very useful in disrupting hunters. For example, Archer. Right? Archer is... I feel like at this meta, at the current meta, don't you agree, Kuro? Archer is indispensable at some point. And, well, they're going for the Novelist, and that's the last pick. So I feel like a lot of people in the chat might be very happy with Novelist. And guys, please do give your love and support for both teams again, because these are the players and teams that we are supporting, the ones that are putting in effort. Obviously, there are other issues at hand, but again, this is not about something else. This is about the players and teams. So let's not take the limelight away from them, right? Let's focus on the matches in front of us.
Yes,
so,
and sorry, now just once again from the chat side as well, let's keep things as respectful as possible and towards the game as well, please. Currently, there has already been notice being made, so there is no need really to put it here anymore, as we do have viewers still trying to enjoy tournaments and a safe and friendly chat. Even if you do put it here, it will not make any difference as of now, as it has already being made on other social medias too. So once again, let's not forget, this is the game between AR and WBG. Let's respect both teams as much as we can and just focus on their games first.
Yeah, I agree with Sasabella as well. AR needs Crazy Kite for this. I mean, it can happen. It can happen. We've seen Crazy Kites before when people are pushed towards the corner and they gotta fight back, right? So right now though, Nie is gonna be playing opera singer, and you know what happens when there's an opera singer and coordinator? We kinda might have to anticipate. We gotta anticipate if the shot's gonna land or if the shot's gonna hit the wall. That's what.
But like with the air selection mode, yeah, with air selection mode, it does seem like COA⅓ could be a real huge potential first chase as well. And with how fast Opera Singer is, that gun dodge might actually be very possible too. But we see here as well, right, two harassers on the team, COA⅓ and Novelist. It does enable our Opera Singer to bring excitement, because with two of them being so close to each other as well, it's quite easily a pick and ban. But with this spawn selection, it is way better compared to last game as well, as we can see these two coaches going off. And now following with the personas, Knee-Jerk Reflex on Coordinator, Flywheel Knee-Jerk Reflex Novelist, Tie Turner Mercenary with Tie Turner Knee-Jerk Reflex on our Acrobat as well. Everyone having audience effect except for Novelist, with Nene bringing Trumpet Attention alongside with Rage, Destructiveness and Blink. This is going to be AR versus WBG here, Game 2, first half in Red Church, with the professional commentators being brought to you by Kuro and Nello.
All right, Nie on the Sangria, trying to find his first target. You can see the players on AR side already rotating away, saying, you know what, I don't want any piece of this. But Yuki's might be that first chase. Oh my god, Yuki will be that first chase in the graveyard. It's a strong area for any players in the graveyard though, right? Kuro, a lot of house here and long walls.
Definitely Gone comes out early here first though. It's not bad from Yuki as we want to prevent that excitement pop just in case Nini has it. But no, he doesn't. And the recovery is actually so fast here as well. We probably have triple stacks of rage in order to cancel that gun stun. But Showdown's here currently ready on hand to use as well. Yuki having to be a bit more careful here. It's just about on time as we did manage to get the hit just around 50 seconds.
Yeah, let's see if she'll be able to continue that kite on. I mean, she has no flywheel, unfortunately. But again, it's not even a minute, and Yuki really needs to make use of that long wall. But there's already a blink available.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Nini did really well there, mind-gaming Yuki into vaulting the pallet first and then forcing her knee-jerk reflex to go into cooldown and expiration. You can see here Joker very early into the rescue as Acrobat. But with this Acrobat, we have to be very careful with the Red Ball. There's a huge chance to cancel attack animation if we don't do this correctly. Joker on hand to use as well, very far away from the chair. Nini trying to look for it here. We didn't cancel attack animation at least, and no Shadow Dance available to use as our skills are nullified.
Yeah, Joker will be able to make that rescue, however, so as an acrobat, yeah, no worries. At least you'll be able to have that mobility to close the distance in an instant. But Yuki has already been injured. She's gonna go down anytime soon now. You just gotta make sure that she does not fall anywhere near her teammate Cypher. I think that's very important right here. Although Kuro, 3 Cyphers are barely done at the point.
But at least there are 3 ciphers, right? Audience effect will not take into effect anymore as it's cumulatively speaking 3 cipher machines done here by survivors. Our mercenary just finishing off the cipher machine is a bit bad because we know the location of Merc. So this means Mercenary might have to expend way more elbow pads than usual just to get towards the chair and to get out as well. So first elbow pad here currently being used in here, still on his way in here once again. The hit will land on towards Merc, but then does he need to elbow pad out is the second question. If we're going to try body block, that's not the greatest idea. We might not be missing that much Cypher machines, but Mercenary double down is not good. We're still missing 1 full Cypher machine here, and if Merc does indeed go down, that only means teleport ready on the hands of Renania to use. And it's not an issue as well for COAⅨ.
Wow. Good timing on dropping the palace, knowing that he's gonna go down anytime soon now. But Yuki does not have enough time to run. Yeah, so I definitely agree with you. Like, Yuki does not have flywheel. Yuki does not have any items. It's not as if PP brought an extra item. You know, like bringing an extra item while rescuing Yuki. So right now, it seems like this decision making, yes, might buy a little bit more time, but it's already a free down, a free chair.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, not only that as well, Acrobat can't rescue, right? So all one Nini has to do here is to wait until we see which Cypher machine is shaking by. The Acrobat instantly teleport towards him, and then you need to open a completely new Cypher machine. Novelist here being stopped outside as well. Meowpie just left here by himself. No one here has borrowed time on the Shadow Dance here, and the missed flywheel is just a salt on the injury. Once again, Joker can't touch the Cypher machine because we do know there is a teleport ready, but with Meowpie going down here, we can just teleport straight from the inside, and that's what he's going to do right now. Here comes Joker. Final containment time from here side as well. But with this Acrobat, there's only 1 pallet there left to use with Shadow Dance ready in 5 seconds.
Yes, but Acrobat can still kite pretty well, right? Because he has that bomb and the windows to work with as well. So as long as you make that distance away, put down the pallets preemptively, don't bother mind gaming.
Oh no, we didn't win the pallet mind game. It's a slow vault.
She just went out.
Yeah, it's still Opera. It is still Opera at the end of the day. We see Novelist opening a new Cypher machine here as well, but that's a completely new Cypher. Mercenary coming in from the back of Shack, trying to make in for the rescue, but it is GWBG's Hunter here we're talking about. The survivor location here seems like we're going to go straight towards Graveyard first instead of Shack. With no Tinnitus here, it's most likely a Shadow Dance back and then going towards back of Shack to see whether or not we can find this Merc. And Merc is already so close as well with Tinnitus now popping and seeing where our blood trails are.
Wow, Nie not spotting out, so PP's patience really did pay off at this point. I think at this point, right, I don't think you can buy more time. It's definitely going to be an after half rescue. The matter is just whether or not PP can make it. I don't know. I don't know.
His pass pallet doesn't go through there just yet. We're still waiting around. If we can force the rescue here, it's a guaranteed 3-man elimination no matter what. Teleport is ready soon, and that's the hit right over the pallet. Now then, Acrobat by himself. We have to pop open the side material, but whoa. We didn't pallet stun there. We're just waiting to see whether or not, but the Showdown's coming back, who went towards the wrong side of the pallet there, unfortunately, for Opera Singer. And AOR managed to land a 3-man endgame.
Wow, what a play right here from AR. So it seems like their persistence, they're finally locked in. Right here, 3-man endgame like what you mentioned, but the danger is not out yet. Don't forget, Nie still has a teleport to work with.
Oh, we missed the Shadow Dance there, unfortunately speaking. We need the Shadow Dance back, looking for Acrobat here once again. But do we want to teleport straight towards Milpai is the real question here on hand as well. No Pala here left on hand, so using it kind of stuck in between a hard place as well. As now, Joker being able to vault over that Pala as well. He's buying so much time as the Acrobat here for Mercenary to open up that gate endgame. Acrobat, nice hit past Pala, but the teleport should be coming through from Mercenary. And there we go, Mercenary teleport over. No Pala left on the hands to use as well. Mercenary with no items left on hands to use. We do manage to get the vault over, but PB playing mind games here with our Opera Singer. One last pallet, one last stream, and it won't be enough. As Milpai going back towards Acrobat now, looking for that rescue, but the heal here might just not be enough on time as Opera Singer is just so fast. Mercenary took 3 hits, let's not forget, during that body block scenario. Here comes Acrobat once again with that red ball, but the red ball needs to cancel out that speed boost, but it just doesn't seem like it's enough as there's a short pallet here by Joker to use, and it's an instant hit past the pallet with Milpai being forced back towards Shackage as it's only at 68%.
Insane! It was supposed to be a 2-man escape right there, but how did he manage to turn this into a 4K at the very end, a potential 4K at the very end? Nie is just going back. He knows. He knows. He's just gonna take this 3K. He's gonna allow Milpai to go, right? Ultimately, you do not want to play with fire too much and get over greedy, so to speak, right? So getting a 3K here is definitely better than getting a draw right here. But Kuro, AR fighting for their lives here. It's just very unfortunate that Nie, with his precise decision-making and chasing, manages to get a 3K instead of a tie.
Yeah, I do believe for AR survivors, it was probably the fact that they were opening the Shack gate, which led to this kind of bad end. Well, their endgame was good, but it was just that mini decision by Mercenary to open the gate, which led them to the 3-man elimination. Merc having no items left after using the last elbow pad when Nie was initially chasing him. And then when we shadow dance back to Joker carried it beautifully. That was the best you can do up against Opera Singer endgame, right? But really, it was just teleport being ready and Mercenary, who should have rotated towards Red Carpet Gate, but instead wanting to open Shack Gate.
I would say, I would give praise where it's due. Joker definitely locked in right there. I feel like the Acrobat play right there finally served a lot of value in terms of in terms of decoding, in terms of rescuing, in terms of buying so much time containing Nie as well. So props to Joker and props to AR for actually putting up such an amazing fight. It's just very unfortunate at the very end, like what you pointed out. The mind games, the decision making, Mercenary opening the back gate, and I would say Nie's mind game is just really good at that point. He saw exactly what happened. He knew that the team would resort to a play like this, which is why he was very comfortable going for the Merc, downing him first, going back. He knows that Merc will not get up that soon, at the very least. Goes back to chair Joker, and that's it. That's the 3K.
Yeah. Like you see here as well with the containment time overall, like Yuki did good containment early game with 88 seconds. However, the biggest issue was that body block by Mercenary. We shouldn't really try look for a body block from Merc, especially when you take 2 hits and when you landed additional more hits, as we saw during that endgame scenario where Merc couldn't pick himself up. That's where it did go wrong as well. It's because we shouldn't be body blocking up against an Opera Singer where there's still 3 Cypher machines remaining. She's so fast, there's no items on the coordinator to use as well, and even if you do pre-drop that pallet, it doesn't matter. It's a max battle breaking Opera Singer with max presence stashes.
That's true, but it's already an upgrade. I would consider this AR's moral victory, you know what I mean? Hey, we almost got a draw, right? We almost got a draw, and at the end of the day, we still got a 1-man escape, and that's against Nie we're talking about. So good job for AR. They definitely locked in for the second game. But now here comes the biggest issue. If Hershan fails to get a 3-man right here, that's it. We are not going to see a BO3. It's going to be a 2-0 sweep for WBG.
Yeah.
Hershan's minimum is a 3-man elimination, and that is still highly stressful for any hunter.
Exactly. And also at the same time too, now for Hershan, at least you don't need a 4-man elimination. It's now only a 3. It might not be as better as a tie, in which what we definitely could have gotten him. But for WBG Survivor, tying is their specialty. They still can play in Bomber. They still have Gorka's Fire Lady, which he plays beautifully on this map as well. And we've known before WBG almost has gotten a 4-man escape on this map before too. So they know well how to play on this map.
Yeah, I mean, it's their map choice after all, right? WBG.
Yes.
So, I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing Persica play again. I have to admit, Kuro, the mechanic play has definitely impressed me. I mean, it's not the first time we see this, but it definitely left a very strong impression as well. So right now, WBG tasked with getting a draw at the very minimum in order to ensure WBG gets a 2 net win points from this match against AR. So WBG, everyone in glasses, everyone locked in, the coach also as well. I mean, I'm not too worried about what WBG is going up against, but Hershan, I'm kind of worried for Hershan because again, it's not easy. It's not easy to be the sound. It's not easy to be put in this position. 3K, that's the minimum.
Exactly. And like this map as well, WBG does not have to ban Goldman. We have anti-current still available to use. You still have Puppeteer as well. Even worst case scenario, right? If you really need to do so, you can also run Novelist on this map, given 2 Persica to play. So like with everyone's specialty being able to be utilized on this map of the hugest extent, you also have Cotting's Meteorologist, in which he plays very proficiently, and you just need one Gravekeeper or Mercenary on this map up against the Goldman with so many pallets around. I think for WBG, maybe our main priority might shift towards banning Opera or maybe even banning Ivy, depending on if Gorka wants to play his Fire Lady or not.
Well, at this point, you just gotta be... You can just play anything comfortable, I would say. I think getting a draw here should be something that they're comfortable doing, especially if they can maintain their stride, you know, like a comfortable 3-man kite at the very beginning, successful consecutive rescues at the very end, and if you have someone to harass at the very end to ensure a 3 or 4-man end game, I think that will all work in favor of WBG. Whereas for Hershan, if he wants to win in this game, he needs to... A few things needs to happen. WBG needs to make mistakes, which is kind of unlikely, right? Which means failed rescues, which means double down. And that might work in his favor. Maybe bring Abnormal. That might be an option, but your chase will be significantly weaker. But it's a small map. It's a small map, so maybe that can work.
Yeah.
But Kuro, what do you think though?
To be honest, the real question here comes with, you know, we've seen WBG and their antiques quite a lot already. They love running double decoding teams. We've seen We've seen Fire Lady Prisoner being played together a lot, just aside first game 3, and that's apparent their tie kind of process for WBG. If not, they want to go for maybe a more supporter team building on the side of their kind of mid games as well, because like in this map as well, Fire Investigator is still very doable. But for Hershan, I do believe, in his opinion, it's just whether or not there is a possibility of finding mistakes from WBG and what characters that WBG here bans. Depending on what hunter gets banned, I believe Hershan can appropriately ban survivors after his first 2.
Yeah. It really comes down to the ban picks as well, right? Especially seeing what they are really comfortable playing. And what Hershan really doesn't want to play against. At this point, I don't think harass is a big issue for Hershan. Because in the end, it was the individual kiting and the body blocks of the mechanic bot that was giving him so much problem downing a survivor fast. The archer did buy some time, but he wasn't exactly harassed out of ballooning. So I would say that he's not really worried about that. Maybe some way to shut down the kiters, especially Persica. If you can shut down kiters, like maybe a Lanternist again. I feel like Lanternist is you should ban Lanternist even if you're not playing the Cures. I think it's just a really troublesome character to play against.
Yeah, but we're eyeing on towards Meteor first, which is Cutting's best character that he has to use, and then next given towards Mercenary, as Goldman was banned, so Mercenary is the next best option, if not Gravekeeper.
Yeah, not using Gravekeeper here. Is there a plan right here? Using the Mercenary's elbow pads?
I think it's okay for Sable for round 3, especially when the potential of Opera Ivy is still available on the table. Aeroplanist here is banned by Hushin, as Lantern is, as you said, Nello, is alright, being picked up by WBG. We need to ban one additional character here, but it needs to be a tank, a harass, and it's Goku's Antiquarian. In that case, the chance of Pharaoh Lady, Fire Investigator, or Enchantress could pop up right now. If not, Goku still has a batter. And there it is.
A batter. Is he really going to use a batter? No, that's a Fire Investigator.
It's Fire,
Florian. Let's go, Florian. I mean, Florian is still a really, really good character, right? Especially in blocking routes. So I feel like WBG's plan right here is I'm going to stop you with body blocks again. This time with a big balloon right there. And of course, Lanternist as well with the image projection that helps you to maintain your kite and invisibility. That can definitely help as well. So Hushin, yes, no Antiquarian. Yes, there's no Coordinator or Archer available to be used as well. But it's still going to be a very hard team to chase in this sense.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how well our Fire Investigator can provide support here for our nearby teammates, but at least it is 2 meta characters on the side to use, with our Mercenary and Fire Investigator on hand as well. Decoding speed might be a tiny bit slower compared to the usual if our Meteorologist ends up as first chase. But overall though, being able to just block off entrances of Church and of Graveyard is already a huge asset for the side of WBG, especially when Fire Investigate thrives on a map like this and Arms Factory.
Exactly. So again, guys, right now is do or die for Team AR as Hushin picks up Hullabaloo. If you're all for Team AR, spam the green hearts right here. Overcome all adversities with your support. Spam the green hearts. And if you're for Team WBG, spam the yellow hearts. Remember, this is all about the players right here. So let's lock in as much as the players are locking in, because this is the last do or die situation for Team AR versus WBG. So guys, make some noise in the chat with your emote spams, your yellow hearts, your green hearts, as we go into location spawns.
Fire Investigator in middle, alongside with Red Carpet giving towards Meteor. Then you see Mercenary at Dilapidated Runes and Box Runes for Lanterns. Our Hullabaloo is going to be spawning at the South Dilapidated Runes for Cypher Machines, as some of us will like to call it. And in this case, it's once again up to Persica with this containment time early game. Cypher Machine decoding progress early game will be slow, but that's only if you can knock this Meteor down in 60 seconds.
Exactly, 60 seconds. The timer is there right now. And yeah, of course, you can spam the Florian emojis as well, as long as it's for the team. Please do show your support for the team. Let's focus on what is in front of us right now, and that's the match point, the potential match point right here. WBG Survivors, a triple tide turners up against Hushin, who has 3-9 build actually, trump card and Insolence Keepers right here. Of course, there's only 3, only Coating does not have borrowed time. Wow, this is gonna be the game right here and right now. Game number 2, second half. That's Kuro and I'm Nello. We're commentating the potential match point right here.
Oh, Hui could be a potential first chase as our meteorologist is now rotating towards Graveyard. Seems like it's currently locked on towards this meteor as full pallet resources to use, and the rotation of this side of the map is given for this meteor to use as well.
Yeah. Persica again gonna be that first chase. Ooh. I mean, dodging by her hair's breath right there.
Again?
And the second time again. What is going on, Persica? The queen of dodging right there. And Hushan has no more double surprise to work with. Very, very unfortunate for Team AR, but very fortunate for Persica. WBG right here. Peeper might not even matter just as much right here. Persica still trying to circle around. Finally gonna get that one mark onto her.
That's 3 double surprise missed and only 1 landed from the side of Hushan right now. Those side stabs are actually crazy. We flywheel here on the ready on the high side. Sorry, hands to use for our meteorologist here once again. No pallet in between as we did manage to perfectly dodge that next scale pushback. One ball here finally landing and still waiting to see whether or not this double surprise will land, but will be countered by another dodge just on the side as well. But this wind, not even a wind, this cloud will be able to allow us to go over the walls, but it's still Peepers on this side of the map. Let's not forget. So the vault will still be a bit slower compared to the usual. Persica here being forced to rotate out. Spin move is ready on the side of Hushan to use as well, but he knows he can't place it down here just yet. Double surprise ready on hand. Nicely done there by Hushan. Double stack just on time as well, as now just waiting for that snowball to land, but unfortunately speaking will miss as we're now corner kiting.
Oh my god, Persica. This is raw kiting Kuro, like dodging all the double surprises and only using that concoction as soon as it's needed. Look at this kiting, insane. 2 minutes and it's almost a full free Cypher's kite by Persica without support.
Oh, here comes our meteor here comes the lantern at the same time too. We did use our living frame just to get towards the chair, but here we can play around for a tiny bit longer before taking the first hit as well. It is knee-jerk reflex here, however, at the same time, as we're just missing one last red zone for this rescue. That's going to be instant no damage rescue there, and we're trying to land any hits on towards Cotton here as much as we can, but our meteor just wants to get towards Graveyard. I would say this is just getting as far away from the Cypher machines as possible, especially with 3 Titaners as well, and Lantern is now pushing her own Cypher machine, which finally that mercenary popping open Lantern is Cypher as well. This should be enough when it comes to decoding progress, as by the time we get on towards the chair, Lantern Cypher machine already 20% plus.
Again, don't forget, a draw is the minimum requirement for WBG to win this in a 2-0 sweep. Hushan needs a 3-man elimination to draw this game out. So whether or not Hushan will be able to make it, well, only time will tell as the clock is ticking. The ciphers are being completed. The 4th cipher is about to be done. Kuro, the last cipher, is already at 50%.
Oh, we can get Hui to actually body block here for us. That's elbow pad coming in for the rescue here. No hit there on ready just yet. That's going to be body block number 1 as we decide that Persica might just be better off on her own. Still having flywheel ready on hand to use. So with this sort of flywheel will not come through as we were in our fire zone. But now with teleport ready on hand, 2 survivors are injured. It's going to be Lanterners and Mercenary healing each other at the same time. Or maybe not, as Mercenary decides to open a new Cypher machine here first. But once again though, no detention on Hullabaloo to use as he changed the trump card. And with this information from Survivor side, they know that they can play this game as long as they need to.
Exactly. This is why they don't really force that last cipher instantly. They stop and heal. They know exactly what's going on. And if you guys missed that, Persica actually tried to flywheel as soon before she went down. Too bad that mechanic doesn't work, right? If only you can flywheel a last effort damage, that would be insane. But yeah, that would right be now,
pretty OP.
That would be insane, right? This would be pretty OP. Like, wait, what's going on?
Walker hiding. He's hiding so well here. Wow, just behind that one pallet. Hushan might get pallet. Hushan. Didn't manage to win the mind game, but that's okay. At least we managed to find that fire investigator, and we didn't land any more additional stacks here on towards him as well. A beautiful mind game there by Goka as we were able to airbag away straight towards the next pallet. And yes, the snowball may land, but cooldown from airbag is ready here once again. The pushback will be enough for us to just dodge the red bomb just on time.
Wow, that double surprise land this time. So Hushan trying to get Walker down as fast as possible. He's gonna finally get it. The 6th cipher is already at 60%, right? So right now, kinda no worries for them. Hui is still going in. because, well, the one with borrowed time, so it only makes sense. Only has one elbow pad left though, so kind of worrying. Hersha needs to control this well. I think it's very much in his grasp. I think he can go for that 3K. But wait a minute, he's changing targets. No, that might not be it.
Instant rescue, back to rescue, no detention, living frame available, ladies and gentlemen. Now just missing that snowball here as it does land on time, but still 3 stacks here, just trying to only land that snowball on time and then needing to get it out of the way. Lanterns does not have long to live, but it doesn't matter as the palace still came through on time. Blink teleport already in 6 seconds, but the game's already at 70%. We have Dungeon nearby. We're gonna run straight towards Dungeon right now. Quanti is making the run for at the same time here too, and we definitely could make it at the same time. Let's see here whether or not we can dodge this fireball. Oh my god, the fireball was able to be dodged, but it's not enough. Was a little surprise there, being able to give Hishin the edge, but the tie game was all what WBG needed, and they took the game home in 2. That's so unfortunate for Hishin. It was so close for it to be a 3-man elimination. If only we had the tension.
If only we have the sanction. But again, it's a high risk, high reward maneuver, you know what I mean? Because he was settling, he was aiming for that early aggression to mid dominance, right? But at the end of the day, Weibo Gaming know what's up. They know he has insolence. And when he changed into teleport, did he change to teleport? I don't think he changed his skills, right? But he knows that when they know that he doesn't have detention, well, they gotta push for it. They know that they're safe. They know that they're safe. They know that they can head towards the back gate without any trouble. And obviously, Lanternist is also kinda... he was still gunning for the dungeon, but ultimately Hershan stopped him. Well, the peace sign, the team, the Magane
just
team.
about enough.
Kuro.
Yeah, it was just about enough there as well. It was good containment there from Perska early game as well, being able to get 3 Cypher machines done freely by the side of WBG when all of them had decoding debuffs. And then it was Golka during that endgame scenario where he was able to hide it out by a lot of time for Cypher machine decoding progress to go towards 50% with 2 survivors decoding. And then finally, double airbag played there just to rotate around an area where Perska has fully consumed all the pallets, and still being able to kite for such a long time is really impressive from his side.
Yeah. In all honesty though, you still gotta give props to AR right there, simply because it's not any team that they're up against. It's WBG after all, a Chinese mainland powerhouse team. And again, the factor, the PF, sorry, my bad, Persica factor right there. 105 seconds from the very beginning. You can see that it was really the raw kiting skills by Persica that made it happen. And the only time she used the skill was when she knows that, you know what, I gotta use it right now to expand my kite. And it bought her so much time, even with peepers, Kuro, with peepers, slowing down her interaction. And she didn't lose her composure. And I think that contributed so hard towards how WBG was able to maintain and get a 2-man out in the end. So 7-2, 5-3. That's a 2-0 sweep from a WBG. Wow.
And like, it's not only that too. You know what hurt it the most that game was our meteorologist able to dodge the first double surprise. Not a single one landed on towards that meteorologist, and then only being able to land one after the second cast, which it was only the fireball during the wind pushback that meteor was trying to provide towards that Hullabaloo as well. So like, as we can see here too, Hullabaloo is kind of really skill dependent when it comes to landing those skills, but you also need to make sure that you don't spend too much time trying to aim them as well. But with that, let's move on towards the highlight, and we'll be back.
Kuro.
We're back.
2-0. WBG. We're back. Yeah,
exactly.
WBG.
And I would say it's very dominant from the side of WBG, and in another sense as well, I do think we kind of expected it, especially coming from the fact that they did have a good showing enough in their own group stages. However, I would say probably one of the more surprising factors is how fast they've improved over the 2 weeks of us not being able to see them, as they were like the second last team to actually qualify for group stages.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like the situation where you put in a really tough spot where you gotta really grow and really improve in such a short time, and you can see the fruit of their labors as well. Definitely a step up from Joker in that last game. Step up, and Hershen I would say he held his own against WBG. I mean, a draw in a lot of cases is actually really, really good. As compared to previous tournament experiences as well. It's definitely a very respectable effort coming in from AR. Too bad the scores doesn't really do justice to what both teams have put in. But ultimately, I would still say, don't chase Persica first. Don't chase Persica first. Not twice in a row, because she's gonna 3-cypher kite you. But yeah, a lot of love going to the chat as well as we are waiting for the interviews to happen. Thank you so much for spending your time as well watching, joining us for WBG versus AR. But right now, MVP Kuro, that's Nie, the boss of WBG.
Yeah, straight towards Nie. He's done beautifully there, especially I do believe this when this MVP was given to him due to his Game 2 Approximate and gameplay. A beautiful 3-man elimination, even though it was meant to be a tie, and you can see here as well, average knockdowns is 7.5, eliminations 3.5, pallet destroy 3.5, and this is now his second best deduction.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt, right? That was a dominant performance by him. Definitely getting that 4K, that 3K. And yeah, just proving that, you know what, no matter the opponents, no matter the teams, no matter where they are from, professional, non-professional, he's gonna go all out. And that's exactly what everyone needs to do in this leg of the race, right? Leave no expenses, spare no expenses, full on respect. And how do you give respect? Go all out. No such thing as being too overpowered. No such thing as being too try hard. This is all fighting for glory, fighting for this achievement. That's what WBG did.
And I would say as well, like WBG now with so much prospects on their hands and a lot of improvements too, they kind of who did they went up against first? They went up against DFM first, in which they secured a game the win in a best of 3, and now going up against AR, their second win as of our group stages, meaning that they have at least guaranteed a spot winning the top 3. Still having to go up against Orsi and TE might be a huge hurdle for them, but we do look forward to their performances as well, moving on as the days go by.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely still some time left for some teams. Some teams you can pretty much see the light already, right? Going into the playoffs. So right now, WBG, I kinda want to see Persica being part of that interview panel, right? But right now, that's Xiao Xiao.
大家好，我是 WBG 的捏捏。
大家好，我是 WBG 的空调。
欢迎两位！哇，今天这个2比0非常的漂亮。首先第一个问题就是刚才看到你们在后台，就是立刻2个人开始进行了非常激烈的沟通，小嘴巴巴的。你们在复盘啥呢？怎么一下台就复盘这么激烈呀？
就是最后一把打喧嚣有一点危险嘛。
哦，空调细说。
秘密。
机密不能说，不讲。
机密不讲。但是他们2个人刚才在后台就是你一言我一语，就可能还是中间的一些运营的阶段会有一点小小的思路上的出入嘛。但是我觉得今天这个2比0还是非常的，我觉得对于整个赛程来说是很重要的。所以今天第2场比赛的胜利，包括2个净胜也收入囊中，会不会对你们接下来的这个赛程来说还是一个比较优势的一个表现和信号呢？你总结一下。
其实主要还是备战后面2场 T 和 RC 吧，这2个队都有点撼人。
2场职业队还在后面等着，压力还是有点大的。那空调呢？你有没有觉得第2场打完，相比于第1场的话，整个队伍的磨合会更加好一点？
相比上一场来说是好非常多。
能够看到今天这个2-0，大家的发挥都是不错的。然后包括今天捏捏的第一局很行云流水的一个4抓，开局的节奏，包括续节奏的这个能力都非常的棒。所以想问一下，就是如何把这个雪球滚起来，把这个4抓牢牢握在手里？
无脑黄龙。
好，哪一波操作最满意？无脑回答我。
右手点击那个国家的龙之剑，秀啊！
还是思考了一下的对于这个操作。那因为今天能够看到第一局这个7比2还是一个很大的一个领先，因为下半场我们求生者也是保下了一个平局嘛。空调细细的描述一下自己的那波救人，因为我感觉那波救人还是很多细节的，求教程。
就是没贴到椅子之前就一直不变路易，然后如果打黑球就变个路易，用失去去顶掉他的那个黑球就行了，防止自己不要被吸。
是的，
然后到最后贴到椅子的时候再变路易逃就行了，因为这样至少一定能救下来。
所以就是有2波细节还是要注意一下，因为每一波的伏笔有可能都会在最后有一个不一样的一个体现嘛。而且我能看到你们确实是经常选到机械师去面对台球手，那今天整场节奏对你们来说那个平局是不是也是在意料之中的一个运营呢？
差不多。
那到了第2局的时候，还是想问一下捏，那个前期的节奏也很好，刚才听到你在后面复盘，有没有感觉前期哪个时间点是真的觉得哇塞，优势在我？
尤明其实那波扛完刀，我知道场间机差好多好多，那波应该不怪尤明杰是传的，也传大概率是有4的。然后晚传也行，但是得直接逼佣兵，但是前面没注意到妲己没心，然后把一个稳的4变成了吓人的3。
吓人的3，想想有没有就是有一点捶胸顿足嘛？那你觉得还有哪一波节奏你觉得是比较关键的，或者你觉得感觉好像还是有点可惜呢？会有吗？
就那波传送时间没把握好，然后摊了一波上挂，然后小说家救人那波有点迟疑，我在想要不要传，我感觉传了有可能他救不下来，但是还是没传，因为这个传比较重要。
对，还是有一点犹豫，但是最后保住这个3抓也很关键了，因为下半场的时候求生者也是成功终结掉了比赛。那这个平局对于你们来说，空调会觉得，因为毕竟也是上半场有3抓嘛，那这个平局会有一点压力吗？还是你们本来就想要去打这个平局，就正常的2-0结束掉这场的？
就正常打2-0就行，就是打个平局嘛。但是就是因为能真就看能不能真，真不到就算了。
那你们在运营到后面的时候，刚才有说有一点觉得小危险，你们会在场上有哪一个时间点会觉得，稍微好像需要再仔细的沟通一下，会有这个节奏点吗？没有就是所有其实都是很正常的一个运营，其实都还好，就是正常的打下来这个2-0。那其实对于你们今天来说的话，我能看到你们的沟通配合都非常的棒。那拿下这个2个净胜和1个胜场之后，刚才您也说后面的2场比赛还是很关键的。那大家接下来的一个目标、调整的方向或者努力的一个重心会是在哪里呢？
因为要下一场是第1秒，然后RC 是最后一天的第1场。就是先把第1打好了，然后如果后面就是看RC 的胜场数，然后再看RC那场重不重要，还是先打赢第1最准。
刚才捏捏在后台神机妙算，我们要先打这个，再打这个，万一他的就是那个，然后空调在后台，是这样吗？那空调，你还说一下接下来你的这个，你觉得求生者今天打完第2场之后，接下来大家的一个重点会在哪里？你今天刚才就说2场是正常打的，那不行，接下来不能再正常的回答了，好好想一想这个总结。
没有
什么要总结的了，是不是？就正常打就可以了。你很有自信嘛？捏捏，你看他是不是平常就是很有自信？
我们英配神游。
好的，没问题。是感谢2位来到3场，再次恭喜北京 WBG 拿下今天的比赛的胜利。接下来将进行的是我们今天第2场比赛，让把画面交还给解说席。
白鹿很强，但我们也会全力以赴，希望可以学习到很多东西。
能不能不要当我的接师？我想在比赛里面用接师一直修密码机。哦，对了，上了比赛也不要抓我，抓我的队友下下就好了。
新的冒险即将开始，让我们一起期待故事拉开序幕。让我们有请中国港澳台赛区 FPX 战队。欢迎吉渊、不可爱、Allen、克莱。让我们有请中国大陆赛区 FPX 战队。欢迎笑笑、花子、奈奈、小迪、白鹿、小陈、可可。期待两支战队为我们带来的精彩对决。
Man, oh man, we are in for a treat. MRC versus LX, and what a game we're gonna be witnessing soon. And yes, Xiaodi is being very real right there. Chase Xiao Xiao, don't chase me. That's what I will usually tell the hunter in ranked games as well. But all jokes aside, welcome back to day number 4 of the COA group stages. I'm Nello, that's Kuroshiro Gaming. We will be your commentators again for today, second matchup, and hope you guys are still tuned in. Kuro, what are you expecting for this game?
Alex choosing FPX in town today, right? Alongside with Mura Park here being banned alongside with Chinatown by MRC. So it's going to be the hunter of Alex first up against MRC survivors.
True. So we're going to a really famous map again, Ever Sleeping Town. Maybe a QS play incoming again, who knows? But again, Goatman is also really prevalent here. Honestly, this is one of the nicest maps for Hunter, favoring Hunters a little bit. And you know, if you pray hard enough to the RNG tram, you can recruit the tram to your team as well. So too bad we didn't make any predictions of tram hits today, right? I feel like
there was one.
I feel like
there was
one.
There
should be. Yeah, there should be
no,
one.
This
game as well.
There was almost one. That QS game, early game, there was almost one. That was quite close if it wasn't for inertia.
Yeah.
But
you think we're gonna have one here as well?
Yeah. Hopefully not, to be honest with you. But
one, at least one. Give us one.
Let's just see how many times this map will be chosen, shall we? But the question here, right, is from the side of LX, as we will see them later on too, they have been bringing out like different meta. They brought out basically South Korea meta from last year, with the Knight being chosen quite a lot from their side too. So I do wonder now going in towards this matchup where they did go, I think their first matchup was against Zeda, in which they played Knight and Pharaoh Lady, if I'm not wrong, in that matchup up against Peter's Hullabaloo. And for them to picking Ever Sleeping Town once again, I wonder, are we going to redo what we couldn't achieve the last time?
Maybe that's a possibility. We can get to see that alternate route, right? So definitely looking forward to seeing how MRC will be playing up against LX this time. But again, just saying hi to everyone in the chat. Just a girl is driving the tram. That's why she's not here yet. She's probably working, but shouts to her if she's ever here. If you need a GPS shot caller, here you go. But yes, we're supposed to be in bed, but Koa comes first. And if you can't tell, I'm actually lying down on my bed while doing this. Can you tell?
No. You know what? If you are,
I'm just kidding.
Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely
but, home team,
yeah.
sorry, will be LX, and then the away team is MRC, as we already have known based on the map selection pick as well, with Ziyuan, Cool, Q, Alan, Kurai on the side of LX's roster. And then from MRC, Xiao Xiao, Huazi, Nanako, Xiaodi, Bailu, Xiaochen, and Coco for MRC's full roster.
Yeah, chase Xiao Xiao. Don't take it from us. Take it from Xiaodi. He's the one selling out his teammates.
And
but
hopefully, Kurai
yeah.
here won't ban mechanic, because Xiaodi did request that he wants to play his mech. And finally, we can see Xiaodi's stats here.
Yeah, I mean, the lucky guy main out there, you can see that he really favors that pick, has a meteorologist as well. A very charismatic captain, I would say, and this is exactly the qualities we want, right? Rigid, but not too strict. Gentle, but not a pushover, right? And that's the guy that you want to have as well.
Definitely. Well, I mean, on his gentle side, being first in escaping 100% and average containment time, having over 2 minutes for first containment is crazy. Yeah, that statistics need to be brought down today by LX, no matter what.
Yeah, shouts to Sorbet as well, as we say hi to Nanako. That's the harass utilitarian role player right there. Can't wait to see his Archer in action, honestly. A good Archer play always adds value and layers of entertainment as well. And it can be a difference between a 3-man escape or a draw as well. So let's see if Nanako will be able to pull that off. I mean, stats speak a lot, but in real time, real life, decision-making is really crucial to adapt to any situations. And up next, that's Xiao Xiao. Xiao Di sellout.
Well, I mean, if you look at it, it makes so much more sense. Both Xiao Di and Xiao Xiao has 100% escape rate here, even though Xiao Xiao's average containment time before first knockdown is third. But I do believe, depending on what happens today, that first place has to be taken by either one.
My goodness, 100% escape rate. At this point, you might as well say, yes, no matter what, self-preservation is super important for me. And that speaks volumes, right? Number one, you want to be the one escaping through the gate or the dungeon. Okay.
But
one more!
But there's one more. Why is Watson not catching on these strays here? Whoa, there's something different. But I guess, in a sense as well, maybe Watson should be first chase, because he was never chased at all. As you can see here, average containment time only being 7 seconds and 0 seconds overall of just containment, I guess, first containment. So hunters aren't willing to go after Watson today. So maybe today is a time between the three, which one can maintain their first place.
Exactly, 100%. Wow, that's a tall order to maintain, right? But who knows? After today, Alex might be the one to take them down a notch. Maybe. But you know, there's always this possibility, right? We enjoy a good back and forth, honestly. But for MRC versus LX, this is another mountain that LX needs to climb. LX needs to climb over, and that's MRC. Miracle Crown. That's Xiao Di. Insane, right? So right here, Kurai, I don't know about you, bro, but Ever Sleeping Town up against MRC.
To be honest, he is currently the rank 1 hunter Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau. I checked last time, he was around 300 plus stars. And with him being, like, you know, so high up in the rankings and the proficiencies with his hunters, as we have seen before, being able to tie against a team like ZQ, I'd say for him, this is just another big hurdle in the sense of prepping to go up against B4U and RT.
That's true. Well, this time Alex is the one qualifying. Usually we see RD with Team Captain Chen Kai, but this time Alex is the one that's representing Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan division right there. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe this team can pull off something out of their hat, like a magician pulling out a rabbit out of the hat, right? So expect the unexpected. But one thing's for sure, Miracle Crown, Xiao Di is definitely going to sell out Xiao Xiao and make sure he's the only one at 100% rate. Hopefully that doesn't come to that. But again, this is a very strong team.
Yes.
A very veteran team, right? Yes. Going up against Alex. And I have to say, you gotta start strong. You gotta start strong, play confidently, comfortably, set the pace. Miracle Crown needs to set the pace here and show what they're made of. Whereas for Alex, they gotta push way beyond their limits right here if they want to have a decent result against MRC.
Yes, and you can see He and Xiao Di here currently talking to each other as well, probably discussing whether or not we can lock in mechanic immediately. And Birdska also got a shine in earlier on as well, right? So on the same map as well, where our prominent bands are usually Seer Anti-Kuro or Seer Doctor, let's see what Kurai opts out here first.
Exactly. Let's see. Let's see if the mechanic is gonna be picked or will Kurai finally ban it. But no, it's gonna be the usual suspects. Seer and Doctor gone from the pick list right here. So let's see, Kuro. Let's see if the mechanic's gonna be up yours. Ooh, I'm so excited.
I don't think they need to hesitate. I do not think they need to hesitate to lock in the mechanics. Yeah, they requested. He did request it, but no, it's gonna be his lucky guy pocket pick.
Oh.
We're not gonna see mech, unfortunately, if that's the case.
Maybe third or fourth pick. You know what I mean? Maybe. Yeah. I mean, there's gotta be a reason why they're picking the rescuer as part of the first two picks, right? I mean, they're still first officer, but he's like, yeah, let's just lock in Gravekeeper first. So maybe potentially countering a Goatman, potentially countering a QoS right here. But even the first officer can do the same thing. So maybe just very confident in the Gravekeeper pick here.
Yes.
Third pick though. Oh.
Not bad. Arrow does provide more decoding progress, but if that's the case, I don't think MRC is looking for that mechanic anymore. In this case, then, we can get rid of either... we're not going to get rid of Archer, but Enchantress here is good because that is Kudai's Ivy that is worried about Enchantress the most. So if we want the Ench can go here for Kudai, because Archer isn't an issue when it comes to playing Ivy. And if we have kind of secured this Enchantress spawn, we can probably see from the side of Nanako. We could potentially go with what Kazuneko did last time with Painter, but no, it seems like they just want to lock in the Archer, but up against an Ivy might be tough.
Might be tough, but who knows? There might not be a situation where they desperately need an Archer to harass at the late game, right? Because again, we've seen 3 Cypher's Kite from the teams that played before this, right? Namely WBG. So I think MRC, if they can pull off a 3 Cypher's Kite as well, coupled with a successful consecutive rescues, I think it's very safe to conclude that they could at least get a tie at worst. And best case scenario, get more survivors out, 3 survivors out. So, Kurai, right here. You think he's really gonna stick with the Ivy right here?
I think it might be best choice here. I think we want Nanako to take the first chase here instead. To be honest with you, Nanako's the only one on this team without 100% escape rate. So MRC might just opt it out to be like, yeah, get that Ivy out. Sure, like, go after Nanako first. We'll just see what happens towards the late game.
Yeah, full kite build, right? Full kite build. Maybe that's why Nanako will definitely not make it on the top list of the escape rates, right? But yeah, Kurai is still considering, right? Yeah, maybe Ivy here would be the best case scenario. And of course, saving the Goatman and the QS for a later round when, you know, where he actually feels more confident. But it's all about setting the pace here, right? It's all about setting the pace. MRC feels like they can set the pace with this lineup. So as you mentioned, Kurai locking in the Ivy. Best chase,
to be honest,
Nanako
this is a
first,
no.
right?
Best chase Archer. No questions asked. No. Best chase Archer. We're sacrificing Nanako. Back to base when you go. It's out. Nanako's main job on this team, especially as the new one, even though he's been in this team for such a long time, is unfortunately speaking still a sandbag. In a jokingly way, still a sandbag. Bro is gonna have to take the first chase no matter what. And the rest of these 3 survivors, 100% escape rate. Let's maintain this for as long as we can.
Exactly. And just giving a shout out to the team as well. Who are you for against? If you're for Team LX, please spam the blue hearts. And if you're for Team MRC, spam the yellow hearts or the crown. Because that's Miracle Crown right there. Guys, show your support right now. Put the emotes up. And shout out to everyone who's still here. And thank God, the comments are clean, finally. At last.
Well, let's move on towards the area selection mode as Gravekeeper in middle aeroplane is at School Gate. Alongside we're looking guy here at Balcony and of course Archer at Geishas, which could I here playing Ivy. It's gonna allow Lucky Guy to rotate towards Graveyard to look for an additional chest item. Meanwhile, she is spawned right next to where Tramp initially spawned at Shrine or Corner House Gate.
Yeah, well, let's see. Let's see if Ivy is gonna go straight for the Archer, but it's most likely that he's just gonna go through the middle, set up some Ostracons before really pursuing his real target, right? Classic Ivy move right there. But right now, as you can see, the walk the lonely walk by the coach out of it. Reminds me of
well, I mean, yeah, that's true. Alex doesn't really have a coach as of now today, but we're going to be able to see Tide Turner, Injured Reflex, Aeroplane as Flywheel, Lucky Guy, Tide Turner, Gravekeeper, and Flywheel, Injured Reflex for Archer, the Sacrificial Lamb. Instant Attention, Max Hunt, Claustrophobia, Blink for Kudai, as this will be match 2 game 1 first half between Alex versus MRC.
All right, let's go. The Shadow pursuing the first target as expected, bringing the main body closer towards the middle, sending the Ethereal form, and Xiao would be in vicinity. Maybe that's why. Oh, a little bit stuck right there. Kurai, but it doesn't really matter. The teleport's gonna go in, but minimal hunt, minimal feel. 90% only.
Oh, I think we screamed there a little bit early from the side of Xiao, especially with the fact that we could potentially cancel out the shovel during mid-animation with that scream too. But with our Gravekeeper right now, who's currently on the outer edge, probably wanting to walk up towards GK and then scream at him for 99 to see if we can get a double lock in here first. But with that pallet drop down, it's a successful early game containment as we're eyeing to 50 seconds.
Yeah, well, he's not going for the Archer, that's one thing for sure. And Xiaodi's getting his wish granted because Xiao has already wasted 1 shovel. No injuries yet so far. Only 59% on the Fear Presence. But again, the second shovel will... Wait, another shovel. The shovel will be continue being used, making sure that he does not give Kurai any chance at all, even if it means hitting him out of the shovel, right?
Yes, I think for Xiao here, our main goal, didn't get the 63 stacks unfortunately, but our main goal is to try and get our shovels towards around 40% range, just so then we can use it to body block during our second chase after rebound. But right now it's kind of just waiting around, and it does seem like Xiao wants to look at the eyes of Ivy here for as long as we can. In that case then, as you can see with the Cypher Machine decoding progress, the survivors are doing a really good job. Blink over here instantly as well, and we won't be able to get the 100 stack force as Kudai looked backwards.
Yeah, 3 seconds cooldown, and he will be able to use whatever's left of his whatever's left of his shovel, right? It's already at 100%, however, and that's gonna be it. Xiao's gonna be that first person down, but at what cost, though, Kuro? Because it's 3 full ciphers almost being completed. 2, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, and the funny thing here is it's either Xiaodi lost the gun 50% or he didn't want the gun as well, because he definitely was nearby ready for support if necessary. But the doll here will go down first as we are now finding max presence. Oh no, we were max presence already because it was Gravekeeper triple hit. But right now with Xiaodi coming to the rescue and Aeroplane is on the same side trying to be the base. I don't think Gravekeeper can really go anywhere anymore, especially with that Revelation scream just on time.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate, but hey, at least he's the only one that's going down. Everyone else is still healthy, right? So that's a good thing for Miracle Crown. But for LX, sure, there's only 3 ciphers being completed. But as time runs out, you really gotta be careful, especially gearing up towards the late game. COAⅨ already at 100%, it doesn't really matter. He's not close enough near anyway, as the survivors is being picked up. One more Tide Turner to work with though. Sorry, no more Tide Turners to be worked with.
Yeah.
That's the only one. Yeah, Xiao's the only one with it.
And not only that as well, Kudai is actually doing a really good job here as well, right? Up against MRC in a game state where you can eliminate Gravekeeper when 3 Cypher Machines are about to be done. It's a really good state to be in. We are currently max presence, but we want to try body block here as Watsu becoming the choice. That hit came true, but it's still okay because the stun was for such a long time as well. And Gravekeeper have nowhere else left to go as 100 stack does come true on time as well. Archer is currently nearby for that potential support, but if you look at the Cypher Machine decoding progress here, it's all about to be done. And Arrow was already leashed as well, so chasing after Arrow here will just waste too much time for Ivy.
That's true. You can see that 3 ciphers are almost done. Might be a false alarm for LX, but Kurai really is not aware. Probably aware, but not aware that it's so close for MRC at this point. However, it is 3v1 left right here, so let's see if Kurai will be able to get one more. His blink is going to be up very soon, but we'll see. Xiaodi will be that next kiter. It's up to Xiaodi to bring the hunter away. and make sure his teammates complete the decoding.
And it's also the Cypher machine here at Graveyard where Xiaodi is currently kiting is the one at 91%. Thankfully here we did have a pocket watch to use, but for Kudai right now, he knows as long as he contains or just traps these Cypher machines as much as he can, then there is no need to really worry as much when it comes to that end game scenario. We're going to try to chase after the arrow here who does not have any borrowed time to use, and with the Cypher machine they're being done by Xiaodi, the only one that can rescue is himself as well. As the blink forced open might not be the best idea, because it's still best to save it for endgame as Hover's still on hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's the decision that he came to, right? He's like, better to use it now than waste time, and then I can go back to Cypher controlling. But honestly, it's really just 91% remaining. Nanako! He's gonna take that one hit from Kurai. Kurai making sure that everyone's injured. Xiaodi has no more items. Sure, he has Flywheel, but no more items on the lucky guy. And this is really scary because Xiaodi managing to rescue, but no one's actually there to prime that last Cypher. Nanako though needs to be very careful. Laceration about to hit 100%. There's a tram there though, Kuro, if he wants to take it.
Yes, but I don't think tram is a viable option here. Teleport straight towards our lucky guy. Did not get the revelation cancellation on that window. So if we're lucky here with Flywheel ready, we should be able to Flywheel 100 stack just on time, and we're out on the other side once again. Aeroplane is forcing the Cypher machine to be open alongside with Archer right behind his tail. But if we're really this focused on the Cypher machine as well, let's not forget two of us do not have borrowed time.
Yeah, that was very precise as well from Xiaodi to Flywheel that 100% right. But right now they're not out of trouble. A lot of Cyphers have a lot of progress, but right now Nanako! And that's the basement right here! Is this the place? Is this the place where Kurai can actually get a 3-man right here?
We probably have to force pop open the Cypher machine. I don't think there's a possibility to actually play this in the long run. Lucky guy looking for a gun here in which it will be guaranteed, but chest opening time are now so long. But knowing said, looking for that elbow pad on the other hand. If that's the case, Lucky Guy's rescue should be before half, as Archer can go and prime the Cypher machine towards corner house yet again. But let's not forget, Kurai's main job here is to wait until Blink is ready, and they're doing a really good job at stalling right now.
Well, it's a good thing he used it earlier, because right now it's about to be ready to be used the second time. So just tunneling COAⅨ at the moment, forcing him away. And if he gets COAⅨ right here, things would be really, really bad for MRC, because they are nowhere near the last Cypher yet. Just taking so much distance to cover so much ground as well. Kuro, like, if only they could reach that last Cypher and pop.
Yeah,
but COAⅅ doesn't have more time too. That's hard.
Yeah, but I felt like Kurai should have dropped that dropped that Survivor near towards S-Palette instead, because you'll be closer towards one of the gate and put the nice teleport over. Archer being able to barely escape, but 100 stack here once again. The good news here is it was before half rescue. Cypher machine is prime, but MRC cannot stall this for any longer. COAⅅ just has to look for an opportunity, to look for that pop. But with no max rotation of transference here, Blink ready on hand to use. Potential teleport coming out straight towards COAⅅ as he does jetpack out, but unfortunately speaking will not get the cancellation on the hover. We barely survived this one, but now it's currently on Silver's Grace. We're putting MRC at such a bad spot now, which Kudai is very surprising to see, especially after his game up against Zeta. And now with this, it's going to be Nanako here just by the gate, as long as Xiaodi can pop open the Cypher machine. It's just on time for that 3-man endgame.
Kurai is definitely living up to his reputation, right? He's not making this easy for MRC at all. And as a matter of fact, he's actually giving so much pressure, putting out so much pressure. But the blink, look, oh my god! Kurai making so much plays going around, and yet still maintaining his presence. Look, just dropping and going for Nanako as well. No one's touched the gate. Nanako's the only one left. COAⅅ's on the ground, has self-heal, but honestly, it really is up to Nanako, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's really up to her, but honestly, she gets countered by Ivy, so it's bad. But once she chairs, she can go back and chair COAⅅ. So does Xiaodi just wants a single escape? Do you think they should...
You know what? let's maintain the 100% win rate. I think we should maintain the 100% win rate, but it seems
He's
like
going
it's
for
like an
Hwasi, though.
arrow going straight towards the heal. I don't think healing is a good idea here, especially with the fact that we do have items to use, but we don't have crochet transference. Oh, wait a second, that's a bit more different. But that's fair shot, as we wanted to go for the vault speed boost out. Oh, well, I mean, good news here is Lucky Guy is still 100% escape rate. Xiaodi did manage to
Xiaodi's
maintain
happy.
his first place.
First
There we
place
go,
for
ladies
sure,
and gentlemen.
But guys, I think we've been sleeping. We've been sleeping over Kurai, man. This guy is no joke. Definitely living up to his #1 title in Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan leaderboard as well as the Asia leaderboard, right? So, man, this guy is definitely putting the pressure on, setting the pace. We talk about setting the pace, right? And he set the pace with the 3K against Miracle Crown. Did you expect this? Like, did anyone expect this?
I think most of us were expecting Entire, considering how well he's done up against Zeta as well, right? But
yeah,
with this as well, as we do come into the conclusion, as we see match stats right now, COAⅨ did kite pretty well towards the end game after getting Hover to, dodge the revelation. And then you see Xiaoxia as well, early game containment of 110 seconds as well. But Kurai, on the other hand, that mid to end game map control with Basement being nearby helped him out so much when it came to trying to get these survivors eliminated.
That's very true. And Fioni, you're right. You are very right. Sacrificing, right? Sacrificing. And Xiaodi maintains the 100% escape rate, right? But what a start for LX, because right now the survivors, if they can get a draw, that would be a miracle win. I wouldn't say a miracle win. It would be a really favorable position for them to win round #1. Yes. But of course, you gotta ask the big boss of MRC. You gotta ask the Hunter if he allows it, right? Exactly, because up next,
it's hard to say here because in comparison to Alex's Hunter, Alex's Survivor side was a little bit ropey during the early days. Well, I guess up against Zeta, it's very understandable, but you're now up against MRC, so this simply just means how much kind of pressure can we allow ourselves to take, and we also need to make sure, right, a tie game here is necessary, but it's still up against Bailu. So with them having Knight available on their hands to use, countering Goman, I think is a really good opportunity for them to try bring out that Knight once again, and then potentially go with a second rescuer like Aeroplanes as the MRC team has done here as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a very good start. Of course, it's only working if LX survivors also perform, because if they get 3K or 4K, what Kurai did might not have helped them much in the end, right? So right now, LX survivors, Kurai's done his job. He was amazing.
Yeah.
He did amazing. Got a 3K.
Definitely. I'd say he's done the most he can, especially up against a team
More
like
than
MRC. Yeah, definitely. And like with Q here, right? Enchanters and Puppeteer prefer character picks. As you can see here, the overall stats here has been lowered down, especially up when going up against Zeta. It's just, I'd say LX is, very tough bracket here well, maybe not in comparison to Group B, but still tough enough for them to make a 2 top 3.
Yeah. I mean, that's the goal, right? Making it to top 3, making it to the playoffs. And of course, I see you, Kira. Shout outs to you as well. And shout outs to everyone who's been here since the beginning, keeping it positive. Up next is going to be cool. Well, she does look very cool. That's going to be the rescuer for LX team right there. And I love the fact that she uses Knight. I love some Junken probability plays right there. And yeah, Mystical Maniac as well. Answering your question, why is it Nello Mello and not Nello Jello? If you follow me from very long ago, well, I like drinking Milo, so Nello, Milo. And just to make it rhyme, it became Mellow, so Mello Mello. Yep. I like Milo, by the way. Yeah,
There's a lore drop. There's indeed a lore drop.
Lore drop.
But of course, Alan here as our next character or survivor. Our preferred character is the meteorologist and of course a lanternist, which I'd say overall he's actually done really well up against Seda. He did manage to rebound up against Peter with his lanternist as well. So I do believe for our Bailu from the side of MRC that lanternist can be prior banned alongside with Seer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love the 0% escape rate, but I think that stood out so much, especially because you look at MRC. It was 100% win rate for 3 of their members, and now 2 of them have been taken down a notch. So that's insane. But yeah, finally, let's have a look at Ziyuan right here, and that's going to be the Doctor and Gardener. Honestly, I hope that for the Doctor's sake, right? For the viewers' entertainment, I hope that the Doctor can be released from jail at some point. But again, it's impossible, I think, right, Kuro? Because it's just so strong right now.
Yeah.
But
I think up against Goldman's very doable right now, though. But I do wonder from the side of Bailu, because we don't have to pull out the Goldman. Goldman is an option; it's not a necessity anymore. So
true.
So for Alex here, having to counter so much of Bailu's character pool. Now he does need a 3-man elimination in which we will not be able to see his Bloody Queen coming out, unfortunately. But his stats that will come up soon, it's quite insane.
It's super impressive. Number 1 in a lot of criteria: average deductions, average elimination rate. Let's see if he'll be able to replicate that and carry on his 100% win rate with this game, right? Because this is an important moment, not just for MRC, but it's an important moment for LX. Will they be able to capitalize on what Kurai did with the 3K earlier on, right? And yes, I do drink Milo. It's not who is Milo, it's what is Milo. If Kuro knows what's Milo,
I do not. But for the underage
you do not?
kids
Are you serious?
I don't drink. For the underage kids in our chat here, please drink appropriately. Don't drink if you're underage. And
Milo's not alcoholic.
Oh, okay.
Kuro, it's not alcohol.
Okay.
My God, guys, clip that. Kuro thinks
That's
Milo's alcohol. It's actually okay. Think about it this way: it's a chocolate malt drink. Okay.
I only drink milk. I only drink milk, like chocolate milkshake, banana milkshakes. That's all what I drink. That's all what I drink.
You don't drink vodka, are you sure?
No. Whoa.
Kids, too strong.
To the kids and respectable young adults, we advertise to drink responsibly. But back to the game, Mello. Back to the game.
I don't drink. So I'm fine.
Exactly. the two role models here in from our caster side. Well, maybe all 5 of us are role models, but we'll talk about that another day. As moving back in towards this phase as well. I would say, right, for Alex's team here, I think they have to kind of get ready to go up against Opera. I believe Bailu might decide to go for Opera here, even though you don't see him practicing Opera right now, as we're more or less in tune in towards the ban pick phase. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 3-1 for Alex right now, who has the advantage up against MRC, which is rare to see against such a powerhouse like this.
That is very true. And welcome to Identity 5, Call of the Abyss 9 as well. Sandy Driver 4705, as a little bit of shout outs to you. Does this game have role like ADC, Jungler, or Mage? You're thinking about a different game, but here we do have roles. Kiters, Decoders. Kiters are the ones that are containing hunters. Decoders, fixing ciphers to make sure you can escape through the gate. That's the objective of the game. And of course, you have rescuers, rescuing, the name speaks for itself, and harassers. Yes, so very basic game. I hope that you will like it. It's a 4v1 genre. I hope you can pick it up, give it a try, maybe play with some games. We have a healthy community here playing, enjoying. So hope that explains it to you. And Kuro, back to the bad picks.
Well, it's Dr. Seer alongside with the first Officer Lantern is already being picked up. Then Enchantress Band with Puppeteer alongside with Magician Band, and then finally Anti-Current being picked up by LX as well. The good thing about LX here is having all 4 meta characters available to play is everyone can counter the current top 4, being Color Blue, Goldman, Ivy, and Opera. So now, from Bailu's point of view, with a team comp like this, and then with Anti-Current in the team, best option is hard to say, depending on who we want to play. But if you only need a tie game, this is the best team comp LX could have ever asked for.
That is very true. It's a very strong team comp, right? You have invisibility, you have the hypnotism in form of the first officer, you have the tankiness, you have the anti-quarren, the harass, and you have Hanako with eating Milo while drinking Milo. At my place, we call that Milo Dinosaur. Basically a Milo drink, and you sprinkle the powder on top of it as well. So Dinosaur Milo Dinosaur. Yeah. Kuro, you should Google it.
I think Posh might send me the information later on.
Yeah,
but
there's a slogan for it, Kuro. There's a slogan for it. The drinks for champions. Drinks for champions.
But of course, for today's champions will be between these two as well, in which the champion is Bailu. And Bailu will decide to go out with Goldman here.
Wow.
And of course, from the side of Goldman, it is quite tough to begin with, but I think for him, it might be Blink opening set of Excitement.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of Excitement too, honestly, because how much of a harassment you can handle with Excitement, and if you use it, you might not even get the hit sometimes, or make it matter, or make the full use out of it. Honestly, I would, if you really want to play aggressive, right, I would rather you take a abnormal if you want to do a little bit of cypher control. But ultimately, I think a peeper should work the best right here, just to slow down the interaction speed. But like what you said, Alex has the best possible lineup right here, and it's up against the Goatman. And Bailu, remember guys, that's the guy with 100% elimination win rate. Number 1 currently. So whether or not he can keep it, we'll see in this game.
It's currently Anti-Current in the middle, alongside with First Officer at Schoolgate, with Puppeteer at Balcony, and of course Lanterners at the entrance to Graveyard. Bailu decided to actually spawn here just inside of Graveyard, meaning either First Officer Cypher will be locked, or it's that corner house Cypher machine. But this does allow him to have free roam early game, in which it forces all survivors to rotate. So that means early game Cypher machine decoding progress is going to be slow as our Goatman stacks their sentiment.
Yeah. I mean, resentment is built, especially when you're not touching ciphers, right? But ultimately, we'll see how it happens right here as we go into the game. Before this, the Persona builds as well. It seems like Bailu is going to go with that standard 3-6 peepers, whereas the survivors right here, there's going to be a double, make that a triple tide turner build. Everyone has borrowed time, so I guess everyone wants to live to see another day. This is game number 1, second half. That's Kuro and I'm Nello. We'll be commentating this game for you guys.
Bailu, okay, it seems like the main target is looking towards Lanterners, as she already utilizes that living frame to get in towards corner house.
Yeah, I mean, what?
Free hit?
What? What's going on? He did not change out in time. He did not remove it in time.
Why we're decoding for some reason. If Bailu used Cage, there would have been really bad. But he did manage to fall down there in time. It is Peepers here once again. Can we no hit pass? That's okay. We just have to wait here until living frame is over, then drop down the Cage.
Wow. That was very risky as well, right? Trying to go back for that stun. Fortunately, that did not hit. The hit did not register. But so far, Alan still has 2 hits left to make a difference. Lantern is...
My game is pretty good, but it should register. It should register.
Yeah, it should. Yeah, now with or without the Cage, Alan should be going down. But with the help of the Cage, Alan went down almost instantly. And that's the one guy. That's one of the guys with Tide Turner as well. So, Kuro, I did not expect the Lanternist to go down quite soon.
Yeah, I do think because we do have Tide Turner here, it makes it worse. However, wanted order on Puppeteer as Anti-Korean with Tide Turner as well coming in to rescue. We see Anti's current location. It's currently in the middle of nowhere here as well, so no fluke there can be used for disarm. And another 15-meter radius cage is currently on hand to use. Anti is just way too far away here for anything. So Bailu backstep here just about on time. But if that's the case, it's an after half rescue. Q wants to make their way in, but with another stack of resentment, they just decide to back off instead.
Whoa-oh. Whoa-oh. And this is the criteria that Bailu can fulfill.
Oi!
Right? Oh my god! Oh my god! The double back!
Wow, what a
it
base. You see Q here
is
on
so
the wing
hard.
here to rescue once again as well, but that's non-Tide Turner. However, 2 living frames on the hand to use here for Alan. The question here is, can Alan contain, or will we just target hit down Huge instead to get rid of that little Lewis usage? Hold on a second, can we get anything here? And it's straight towards Alan. Guess what? Straight to Anti-Korean we go. Pick her up, drop her down, and then in that case, try to force little Lewis out from Huge. Seems like it will not work, but Anti will have to expend self-heal with wanted order on her as well.
This is really hard. This is really, really hard. Especially when you're playing with one less character right now. This arm finally is going to be happening. Zien though, he's trying to remove the peepers while this is happening. Not really sure what's the game plan because there are 2 peepers at the same time. Bailu though, the mind game, knows exactly when to swing. And with that second entrance, that swing, she goes down again. Sorry, the Antiquarian went down again without self-heal this time, Kuro.
Whoa! Instant finding on the first officer. He was sitting so well there as well as Bailu here once again double back here, ready on time to use. We did already get a hit during pocket watchbone, so no more 5-second Tide Turner time available for first officer to use. We're kind of waiting around here to see if the swing does land, but we have another cage here ready on hand to use, and that gets the first officer down. What was that prediction from this gold man?
And that's why he's number 1, Kuro. That's why Bailu is number 1 in win rate for eliminations right here. Insane. Bailu's gonna put him down, you know? Like, I know you have self-heal, but the peeper's gonna stop you a little bit more. Let's wait until the unit's going off. And honestly, Cute has nothing else left that he can do except waiting for the first officer to probably bleed out. But we've seen this situation before, Kuro.
Yes.
Bailu is just taking his time to look for the puppeteer.
But I would say, like, from the side of Alex right now, final deduction has finally been procced. First officer just needs to car around and force Bailu to chase after him when he's 80% hit. But for Bailu here as well, he knows as long as he just goes in towards this area to scout for Tinnitus range, with Puppeteer being on the inner depths of Graveyard as well, Tinnitus will proc here instantly. And first officer's bleeding time is not that much as well, as little Lewis here quite early on, which is fine. But there's just so much cages left on the hands to use here for our Goatman as well. As here, as you can see, it's just multi-teleportation, and finally, that's the last little Lewis available for the hands of Puppeteer.
Bailu is one scary Goatman, right? He's just waiting for time. He doesn't really matter if he wastes the cages because resentment points are going up so fast because no one's decoding, right? So Cole's just gonna take some time off to cool down on the ground. Doesn't necessarily have to stand up just yet because she wants to keep that self-heal first in case Cute goes down. So that can be a strategy as well, but honestly, this is just buying time for the inevitable, which is a 4K by Bailu.
Bailu thinking Puppeteer might be on the inner side, but no, I think we've known that he's actually on the outer side, so that's going to be cage number 1 as Blood Trail is currently being showcased, and then once again Cute towards this one pallet, but dropped it on the round side. However, we did get the vault over on time because this Goatman was nerfed as well. That 10% vaulting debuff will not come true anymore, and now Cute, just left by themselves, will be taking the hit down. Officer still yet to be seen. We know where Dungeon is, but if we can't find this officer within the next 2 minutes, then he has the best chance of getting a woman escape for LX.
That's true. That's definitely the only thing right now that they can gamble on and hope for. Because if they get a one-man escape in this kind of situation, that would be a blow to MRC right here, right? So I think he's gonna be able to scout and find Cool pretty soon. He knows what's up. He knows what's up.
We see the stars aligned. The star has aligned. The stars has indeed aligned. 4K that was promised to us 2,000 years ago are finally gonna come true here once again as teleportation straight towards Schoolgate. And knowing where Puppeteer is as well, whose self-heal is not ready just yet as he healed slow. Oh no, never mind. It is ready as they were quadding away. But Bullet Trail here once again being showcased. Bailu with 110 stacks of resentment. This was way too prominent for a Goatman being able to spot out first officer from such a long range.
Oh my god, 3 cages at the same time. Oh my god. The decision making, the decisiveness of Bailu. And that's gonna be it. 4K denying LX an opportunity. Not just to win, not just to equalize, but now taking even that away from them.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be round 1 win to MRC.
Yes.
Just like that.
And like, he was just farming a bit more points towards endgame there, but my lord, LX there wanting to go for a triple tie turner on the survivor side, thinking that Puppeteer will end up as first chase, but instead, no, it was going straight towards Alan, who was playing the Lanternist, in which, yes, Living Frame was used earlier on, but we still gave the free chip hitch, in which it allowed Bailu to play more conservatively, so that means you don't need to use that additional cage after the first hit has landed with that cage as well.
But perfection though. Perfection, the way Bailu played it. But of course, coupled with the positioning of the survivors as well. I'm honestly at this point, right? I don't know who's the scariest hunter of them all. Like like Jin. He also has an amazing Goatman, right?
Yes.
And Pei as well, amazing hunter as well. And then now, just looking at all these amazing hunters, honestly, all these crazy hunter, and now Bailu with that 4K continuing his 100% 4 elimination streak.
Yes, definitely. And it was also Bailu was able to scout out the Antiquarian during the time she wanted to come in for the rescue. Anti was there early. Anti was ready to go in as well. However, during the time when he came out to drop down the peepers, Anti has realized this and was forced to go in exchange. But yet again, let's not forget, with a Goldman having that much stacks and our Lanterns not being able to force more than, 3 cages to be used by the Goldman, especially as a Lanternist, has kind of showcased now why, it probably in that scenario was better just to have everyone maybe on knee-jerk reflex alongside with tie turner or flywheel to get towards his chair at a much more safer and stable condition.
Yeah, I agree. Not having that knee-jerk reflex definitely did play a little bit more impact that they did not expect at that point, right? Especially for the Lanternist, because you can see the Lanternist did not kite the longest time. Sure, it was still okay, better than a 5-second kite or a Terror Shock, but it's nowhere near enough. And couple that with so many cages that blocks the way and stopping the Antiquarian from coming in for the rescue, I think that was also very important, right? And that bought so much time for Bailu to capitalize. And basically, when the real help comes in, Bailu was just farming off Antiquarian. Goodbye. And was it the Antiquarian or the Lanternist? Sorry.
Lanternist,
just farming off Lanternist.
Definitely, yeah. I just felt like we put too much pressure on towards not Goldman, Puppeteer, but let's go on towards the highlight before coming back for game 2.
我私家残你，飞出新的就进入。控蛇，再控手这石头上。残了。二级残一。我能摸箱子吗？我能。80了，他要死了，他要死了。躲一个1森好就能压好了。哎呦，我能压好小金。又要走一个吧。
好救！在追母武士啊！
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going straight towards game 2 between LX versus MRC, excuse me. And as you can see there as well from the side of Bailu, right? It was anti-current disarm dodging alongside with 2 field rescues from the side of LX, in which Bailu has successfully stopped them from such a long range away from the chair.
True. I mean, you saw Bailu just now, right? With the 4K gesture just now. His bro is not messing around, right? He's definitely in it to win it. And with that performance just now continuing his 4K 100% elimination rate, that's definitely very impressive. So the question beckons, right? What can Alex do in the next game? Because I feel like, yes, it's a 4K by Bailu, but at least the score difference isn't too far out of reach. Right? So I feel like in game 2, if they can strategize properly, maybe break Bailu's streak.
Yeah.
Well, seems really hard.
Yeah, and like it's MRC choosing the map here as well. As you can see, Lakeside Villager being chosen by MRC, Member Park banned by LX. LX deciding that their hunter will come out here first, once again up against MRC survivors.
Yeah, having the survivors go up first is definitely good because they trust. I think they just trust that whatever results that the survivor team gets, Bailu is there to cover for them. So I feel like, you know what? It's okay. But at the same time, from the side of LX, it's like, you know what? COAⅨ, you did amazing 3K. Go first. We don't want to give you the stress of going later based on our results. We want you to go first, perform your best like what you did in round 1. And hopefully with that, COA⅓ can continue his streak and maybe even get better results this time because what he did in round 1 proves that MRC is not unbreakable.
Definitely. And like not only that as well, this does once again prepare LX really well to go up against RT and B4EU, in which I do believe in that case it's Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau up against NAEU and Southeast Asia. So like it's the third place spot. Like we know first and second place is going to be Zeta and MRC. It's just depending on who comes up on top between those two. However, third place spot is more intriguing to watch, especially from 3 different regions fighting for that final place in top 12. But then once again though, as we can see from MRC Survivor side, last game they did just get 3-man eliminated. However, moving on towards second half, I believe they are fully ready to rebound what COA⅓ has done to them during game 1 first half.
Yeah, I believe I can fly. That's what MRC is saying. But honestly, I wish they'd say that. But I think they'll just stick to Xiaodi saying, chase Xiao Xiao again. And number 2, I want to play mech. So play the mech, right? So maybe that's more of their mantra at this point, right? I think you can see like they're honestly not too bothered about what happened. Because again, Bailu's there to cover for them in the second half. So honestly, what they really need to do right now, COA⅓, I feel like they just need to not get 4K. That's about it. And it's rare that we have to say something like this because it's up against COA⅓, it's up against a non-IGL IBL team. It's not against this team, and it's weird to say this when it's MRC we're talking about. But it did happen.
Definitely. But I do wonder if Pocket Pixel here will come out for game 2. Because like Painter is Nanako's specialty, and then you have Xiaodi as well with the odd sometimes having a mechanic coming out. You also do see Xiao playing forward quite a lot that suits with Painter, and then Huazi is kind of a wild character. He can play a lot of characters meta or non-meta. So it would be nice to see, depending on, who they want to ban next, even though, yes, Ivy was initially used, which is probably going to be Goldman banned, what they want to give and try out. Because like seeing from IVL, right, up against Opera Singer, we've always, there's been teams that play Painter just to go up against Opera to guarantee ties. So it's not hard for IVL as they're so familiar with the scene.
Yeah. At this point, it really is hard to maintain this aggression, especially against a veteran team. But they've done it before. Alex has done it before in round number 1. I think they can do it again in round number 2. I guess it's just a matter of the ban picks at this point, right? Like, what do you really not want to see from MRC. I mean, they did have an archer to harass, but there's Ivy to counter. But now that there's no more Ivy, and it's a lakeside village, what exactly can you play? They still have Antiquarian available. They still have Meteorologist, was it? I think it's available too.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so there are quite a number of few characters that Showdown can draft for the team. I mean, decide for the team with the coach.
Definitely. We just have to see here, I guess, because it is the map that MRC has chosen. And I do believe, depending on how MRC plays this game out in Game 2, right? If this ends up as a 3-man escape, we're going to be able to see Baidu play Bloody Queen. If it ends up as a tie, I think Baidu will be forced to go meta. So, a lot from the fan side, a lot of pressure is on MRC survivors now for that 3-man escape, but they don't need to 3-man. As long as they tie here, it's also good enough result for Bailu to aim for 3k, 4k.
Yeah. Again, you can be sort of safe and feeling reassured because you know that there's someone covering for you in the second half. I think that's what the gist of it is, right? And I mean, MRC is a very established team after all. Although I can't say enough about COA⅓. Bro has definitely proven that he can compete with the best of the best. And let's see if he's able to repeat that success in game number 2. So right now off the bat, it's not going to be the Doctor being banned now. It's going to be the Antiquarian and Seer. So any luck? Although this map is really big though.
Yeah, probably looking for Opera picked here as Goldman is banned by MRC. In that case, I feel like for Opera Singer, you can just lock in all the meta characters available, such as the Lanterns and Patient here for Huatzi.
And now they're finally going to bring out the Lanternist. So I like this. It's a big map, but, well, they are planning on invisibility and mobility right here. So far, no team fight character just yet. I mean, as long as you can kite long enough, right? As long as you can kite long enough, and as long as Xiao Xiao is not the first chase again. Yeah, I mean, that would be insane, right? If he was the first chase again. But the Coordinator is going to be the choice this time. So I like it, actually. The flare gun can buy you a lot of time. Especially if you're the first kite and you can sit on the chair for quite a long time. That's a good thing too. But here begs the question, would you want to bring a Wildling out here? Or do you think a first officer here would be still okay?
I don't think we're picking a rescuer, I'll be honest. I don't think there's need for MRC to pick a rescuer here. They don't have to. They've already 2 rescuers on hand, Patient and Coordinator. So they want to, because meter is... Oh, we actually go rescue. It's a...
Wildling. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Maybe full kiting built on Coordinator. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You know, I'm just more surprised because from the side of MRC, the decoding speed is going to be really tough then on a map like this, running Wildling. Like, I don't understand it if you're trying to say, let's counter Opera Singer, but in that case, you might as well play...
First officer.
Yeah, you might as well should have locked in first officer instead of having Cordy being picked out that early.
That is true. But maybe the plan is for them to duke it out. But usually in this sense, right, guys, if you duke it out for a long time, the longer the game goes, the more favorable it is for the hunter for very simple reasons. Survivors run out of resources, that's it. But in the case of Wildling, maybe they're hoping for a late game harassment of sorts in case COA⅓ wants to go for, maybe not Opera Singer, maybe he wants to go for a QS. Maybe that's why he's there, sort of slash half blocking it. Half blocking it, like, you know what, you want to go this? Like, you want to go this or you want to go Opera? Like, so it's like reducing the confidence of what COA⅓ really should be picking. And don't forget, Alex has no coach. So all the decision making is on COA⅓ right here. Slow decoding. Duke it out.
Oh.
Wow, hullabaloo. Whoa.
This is really tough for Hullabaloo. We need to land those double surprises early game as much as we can, because if we don't, each of these survivors here have items to pull distance away or stun to buy time and waste until double surprise is over. At the same time too, I guess Hullabaloo is chosen to prevent wildling harass, but that shouldn't be your priority as well. This wildling's main focus is coming by board to get a no damage, well, preferably speaking, no damage rescue. But I guess for MRC, the worry here is all about the double down. Because wildling gets hit off for instantly when you get injured by Hullabaloo, right? The board doesn't tank the hit. So Xiao has to be the most careful one on this team comp. Because if we get double downs, those Cypher machines are not going to progress.
Hear me out. No borrowed time wildling. Kiting build plus tight turner.
Hard to say. I would say tough to say. That would be really tough, I think. Well, error selection mode, right, is wildling E at entrance to small bowl, coordinator at small bowl, middle for patient, and shot given towards lanternist.
Well, we'll see where he's gonna position himself. Probably at the top left, or maybe starting from the big boat just to block the ciphers on the very far end. Both can work, but I'm sure he wants more distance. He wants some distance closer towards the survivors. And I guess Patient will be the closest, but is that who you really want to chase? Because the Patient is going to use up all hooks if he needs to, just so that you don't get close enough to him.
Yes.
And land that marks.
The nice thing about this spawn for Hullabaloo is that Lantern Cypher Machine gets blocked at Shack, and then all survivors have to rotate to find the Cypher Machine. The only silver lining is Patient can rotate to Big Bull for free just by walking over and then potentially using hooks during the double surprise. But the persona will be Knee-Jerk Reflex, Audience Effect Patient, alongside with Knee-Jerk Reflex Coordinator, Tight Turner, Wildling, and Knee-Jerk Reflex for Lantern. There's no flywheel here at all, as we expected Opera or QS to be played. With Kurai going trump card, Insolence, No Detention with Destructiveness and Mischievous Warp. This is going to be Game 2, first half of LX versus MRC, with professional commentaries being brought to you by Nello and Kuro.
Hullabaloo definitely needs to make something happen from the early to mid games, because there's no detention for him in the end game. So looking for that first target. Patient is obviously in the vicinity, already moving towards the big boat, putting down the pallet. Doesn't really matter. Kurai looking at the ground because that's going to activate his Hunter's Instinct, giving him slight movement speed. Vaulting through the window, still continuing the chase. He still has hooks available to use. Double surprise! Actually connecting one black mark onto COAⅨ.
But it's still only just black balls, so didn't manage to get up the side planks there, so distance will be pulled away here by Huatzi once again. The drop down is nice, as we do have pallet in front of us to dodge and pull a tiny bit more distance, but instead decides to hook upstairs for a continuous loop.
Yeah, beautifully done. And once he used up his hooks, I mean, we already established that he's gonna use up everything, right? But now one more white mark, and that's gonna be the first injury onto COA⅓. Right now he has nothing to depend on except for raw kiting while barely missing it. But now with that window speed boost, he's gonna try and maintain that distance away from Kurai. Again, Kuro, 3 ciphers about to be done. COA⅓, one more final hook, and that's gonna buy so much time. Insane loop right here.
Yeah, for our patient mains as well, this is really good fundamentals, as we did manage to dodge the first snow bomb there as well. But like 3 Cypher Machine containment time just by utilizing that one side plank hook as you vault over the window. And the ball stack actually got cancelled on time because it was after the 30-second mark here, so we actually didn't land anything for 30 seconds. COA⅓ was able to contain for such a long time, as Kurai here, unfortunately speaking, will finally be able to land that hit, but you're still missing a lot here before you can get this patient down.
Exactly, and now with that pallet boost again, with the window vaults available, with those high walls, yes, you have trapeze, but how long can you buy time? COA⅓, look, that's a 3.5 ciphers close to it. Containment time right here without any support. Kuro. Without
And also,
any
there's
support.
no detention as well, right now. So now, in our case, only mobile here currently being landed. Hotza buying so much time as he finally does go down. Boiling already on board here too. Potentially speaking, he was ready to harass, but just maintaining on the board allows him to go in for the rescue. Even if it ends up as a double down situation, it does not matter, as COAⅨ still has a gun remaining on hand to use.
Exactly. No reason to go aggressive here, right? Because COAⅨ has already bought so much time. It's already the last two ciphers as well. Kurai has no abnormal, so no worries right there as well. Showdown needs to be very careful right here because that's going to be a target change. At this point, though, you got to wonder what Kurai's game plan is because he allows that free rescue. COA⅓ is free to get the heals. Doesn't really matter. As a matter of fact, he can just continue decoding. It doesn't even matter.
We kind of lost target there, COA⅓, a little bit. For some odd reason, we backed up. But COA⅓ will not go down here just yet. We're just playing around with Snowball here for a tiny bit longer. You can see as well, it's a completely new cipher machine decoded at Big Bow by our patient. But also at the same time, we changed targets for COA⅓, not only to map control, but also to bet that she does not have borrowed time. But in this case, she does.
Everyone does. Yeah, so this kind of messes up Kurai's plan a little bit for the late game because, mind you, we are the ones who know that he has no detention at the very end. And not to mention, they haven't seen what trait Kurai has. Okay, rescue is going to happen. Beautifully done. Maybe get some damage on to Xiao Xiao. And now Xiao Xiao's going to be the target. Oh my god, Xiao Xiao, wait, get off me. This is not according to script.
It doesn't matter as much, I think, because Lancerns can still come in for the rescue in case COA⅓ can, but COA⅓ might just hug this chair and go for the instant rescue when needed. But instead, it's going to be Nanako here. We're going to switch positions once again as COA⅓, back to rescue from COA⅓ just about on time here as Nanako wants to give the base. Coordinator manages to get the backdoor rescue on time, and we're going to try dash out from this area, but it doesn't really matter. While on board doesn't change much. You're just missing one more fireball. It didn't land it, unfortunately, but the speed boost came out just on time. Double surprise has to land here no matter what, and instant drop down. It is on time with Patterson, bought so much time. Wait a second, MRC has a huge chance for 4-man escape here. Where is Coordinator for the gun support? Where is Patient for the body block? We've Warp ready on hand to use those, as there is no detention, so Survivor should know here.
MRC playing like MRC, playing like champions right here. Xiao Xiao making a dash, but 3 survivors are away.
Wait,
like, you know what?
Dungeon?
I'm not even gonna give it the gun. Oh my god!
Hold on, there's Dungeon right in front of us. Alongside with 4 ready as well. Double stack on the side of Xiao Xiao once again, but it's still a fireball. Can we get onto it? Oh, we can't get on towards board because of Snowball here being ready. But the Coordinator gun just on time. We change towards Excitement here on time as well. No Patterson, unfortunately, but we should be able to make it out with a 3. Wow, that was so close. If it wasn't for Excitement there, that would have been a 4-man escape by MRC.
But they are still happy to take that 3 escape because because Bailu right now does not even need to get a 4K in order for them to win this 2-0. What a play, MRC! And can I just say, COA⅓'s patient. Make full use of the 3 hooks. Make full use of the loop. Make full use of the window speed, of the pilot vault speed. And Kurai couldn't find any answer on how he's gonna down COA⅓ as fast as possible. Do you think that it was a wise choice to go after the patient and invest in the patient in the big boat? Or do you think he would have had better success somewhere else?
I think we probably caught the bait that MRC wanted you to catch as well, right? MRC basically got Kurai on a hook there. In a nutshell, we also did see how Patient didn't do anything spectacular. As us casters and analysts, we're gonna see from Patient's point of view, he didn't do anything spectacular at all. It was a normal loop rotation in which you basically just get off the window and instant hook upstairs, which is so much distance there being pulled. And just because of that, a free 129-second containment time, with that best deduction given to Patient.
Missing that double surprise definitely helped him kite a little bit longer too, right? And as you pointed out, 129 seconds, best deduction right there because he contained so long. And in the end, even not dying, he's not even the one that got sacrificed. He still escaped through the gate. But again, Xiao Xiao, unfortunately, Xiao Xiao's going to be that victim at this time. And but I think MRC will gladly take it. Xiaodi, obviously, I think he's the happiest one right here because he maintained his 100% escape rate.
Yes. Priorities, we say. But now for the priorities of
Priorities.
Hunters, I do wonder, right, as we do pan the camera towards Bailu later, will there be talks for Bloody Queen? Because for his Bloody Queen tie game tying up against a Bloody Queen in such a big map where MRC has chosen is very possible. Unless Bailu wants to maintain his, 4-man elimination streak of statistics, then I guess it should be Opera here or Ivy being played. But his Bloody Queen, considered the best currently now in CN, can make a showcase in our COA group stages.
I would definitely love to see Mary. It's been so long since we've seen Bloody Mary in action, right? So the Bloody Queen right here would definitely add a sense of excitement, and maybe it can show us how a perfect Bloody Queen should be played with proper mirror placements. And we can even play a little bit of mini games predicting how many mirror hits is going to miss, for example, right? But nonetheless, he can take that route to secure a draw. But I feel like Bailu wants to maintain his 4K streak.
Yeah.
So maybe not. Maybe not.
Maybe not. Yeah,
But we'll
it's
see.
hard
We'll see.
to say, isn't it? It is.
He'll tell
really
you.
hard
He'll
to
tell
say.
you. I'll pick Mary and still get 4K. I'll pick Mary and still
We'll
get
have that
4K.
role play when the camera pans towards Bailu here. But for Alex right now, Hunter got 3-man escape last game. This game, they also need a 3-man escape or as well, or else it will be highly difficult for them to even progress.
I mean, 3-man escape. I mean, if MRC can do it, so can Alex. They have the potential to do it as long as they don't. As long as they have the proper lineups. As long as they have the proper lineups, right? But it is Bailu we're talking about. And if we don't sugarcoat it, Bailu is a 4K 100% hunter.
Yeah.
So here beckons the question: what can you do against a hunter who is so comfortable and who is so confident that he nails the 4K every time? And even Kurai has fallen right now, because right now the pressure is on the survivor side. What can you draft? What exactly can you draft? Do you want to draft a fast cipher decoding going against Bailu? Do you want to draft a balanced one? Because I don't think balance is going to work. He's prepared for it. So you got to do something aggressive, right? If it's you, Kuro, if you're the coach of Alex, would you want something hyper aggressive, like all in or nothing, fast decoding, or something that's a little bit more support heavy, or utility with the coffin? What do you think?
I'll be honest, that I don't know what Alex can do here, but I can see Bailu smiling right now. I can see him
Mary!
smiling
He wants Mary.
right now.
He wants Mary.
The chance is there. It seems like he is playing Opera here on draft mode. We can see here from the cosplay side as well. That's what Priestess True and Inference skin. And then you pan towards Mechanic there as well, right in front of the screen too. Honestly, they released 2 anniversary skins this year as well, right? There is one for Naya that is already sold out. And then we're also having Perfumer's Noble Sin coming out in approximately 2 days, if I'm not wrong as well.
Well, you're making me wonder what I'm missing out already. I used to be a very avid spender, right? Getting skins and everything. Yeah, can you imagine I spend all the way up to... what's the... I think 50,000 echoes within the first year of playing. Was it 50,000? Because I got those frames and stuff like that. Just in 3 months, I think. Yeah, and then I just stopped because I realized I had a really bad spending problem with IDD merch. But it's okay because Kuro's gonna continue supporting, right? I saw your collections. We saw your collections.
Oh, please. I also
maybe one of
stop
those
as well,
days.
No,
Maybe one of these days,
I
you
will
can
have
see.
to. I will have to stop as well. But moving on with the ban pick phase, if Bailu bans out Doctor Seer here first too, I think we can expect. Oh yes, this is blood. This is so bloody queenable.
It is. It is very bloody queen. Usual suspects, the Seer and Doctor will be banned, but wait a minute, they're bringing Kurt. Captain Kurt Beauty.
Lucky guy as well. This is so crispy for a bloody queen. The next man here has to be meteorologist because of the winds and the flying from the meter is really annoying with the support as well. But now we need to secure a rescuer. If we want to, we can try locking Knight here. If we lock in Knight, that's a guaranteed BQ. If we lock in Mercenary on the other hand, might be a bit tougher to say, but it seems like we want to try to go for Acrobat. And Acrobat might be used to counter a BQ and Ivy, which isn't bad, but if that's the case, you might as well should have chosen Arrow by that point.
True, that's very true. Even a Patient would be good as well, right? But either way, Gravekeeper has been banned, so I guess Bailu really does. Wait a minute!
Oh no. Oh no.
I think Bloody Queen is very, very doable right here as well. But with a forward, I mean, it's such an open space. What, are they gonna take this fight towards the front gate beach area?
Wow. Oh no, you have to hear me out. Forward can harass for Bloody Queen, but who's saying that this Bloody Queen, they're 100% talking. I think Hunkun doesn't want him to play BQ. I fully believe Hunkun doesn't want to play him to play BQ.
Yeah, they want to.
They want to maintain stats. Oh, this is tough.
Yeah. I mean, Cool wanting to play forward is definitely something nice to see. So it proves that Cool can be violent on the forward as well. So we definitely love to see some forward action. But Bailu, the question remains, is this the time to unleash the Bloody Queen? And he's really contemplating it, right, Kuro? Because this lineup is it's very doable for a Mary.
It's very doable, yes.
Ooh, I'm so excited to see this. If he's gonna bring it out, and if he brings it out and maintains his 4K, that would be absolutely insane. Oh no, he wants to go for the 4K. He wants to go for that maintain 100% win rate strategy.
Yeah, we've locked it in, but QS is surprising because I guess his main goal here, since he does have 2 Q balls to use, is to chase after Explorer first, so he can't get pages, in which it slows down the decoding progress a lot by survivors. But now we have to go protection on this Explorer then in that case. So seen from the spawn selection mode, Explorer as Shaq might not be the best. He can't even rotate out. He does not have any opportunity to do so, no matter where the Hunter spawns.
Well, he's gonna throw away his Explorer book and pick up some items and full kiting build. What am I talking about? Yeah, he's definitely in a pinch right there, but hey, at least QS is gonna be further away. So it does give Kurt, I almost called your name. It almost gave Kurt, it will definitely give Kurt some time to rotate away and find some treasure page somewhere else. But if you're QS right here, Acrobat is right in front of you. Are you going to commit to Acrobat or are you going to take a stroll in the park first?
It's tough here to say. It's really, really, really tough here to say. But there might still be a chance.
Is it good?
It could be. I think there's still a chance that Bailu would just go for Explorer, no questions asked. But you can see here too, Fly Tide Acrobat, Flywheel Lucky Guide. Also with Fly Tide on our forward as well. Then Knee-Jerk Reflex, Feather Walking, Forward Explorer with Instant Attention, and also with Disruption's Overwhelm Blink on QS. This will be the potential deciding matchup here between MRC versus LX for our COA group stages Day 4 Game 2 second half.
Alright, let's see if Marcus on Bailu's side right now will be able to find that target as soon as possible. Like what you mentioned, Kuro, he's making a B line for where the Explorer is. Oh my god! Will he be able wait a minute. Not the smoothest.
I think we might. Wait. Why is he running? Why is he running? Why is he running? He was hidden. Huh?
How does he know?
We're hiding. No, the footprints were shown. Oh no, the first was shown. Bailu knows.
Oh my god!
Bailu's looking. Bailu's not! Why are we using that skin? Why are we using that skin?
That's such an obvious skin. Oh my god. It's so shiny and sparkly. And it's saying chase me. And Explorer, oh my god, full kiting build though. Full kiting build. So let's see if you'll be able to kite. Let's see if that's going to be the case. But Suyen is caught in between a rock and a hard place. And Blink is available as well, Kuro.
Oh, but we don't even need it. Explorer has nothing to contain with, and that's a Terror Shock hit down as we're one hit away. Oh, we're one hit away. Why did we wear the skin? Why did we start running?
Why the skin? Exactly. It's such... it's such an... it's such...
It's so
sparkly
it's very shiny.
Skin. I know.
No.
I would expect the
know,
dirty.
This may be a fashion contest between the two on who has the better snow type skin, but this is not the way to go, especially when you need the 3-man escape. You can see here Cool being forced into rescue early on as well, but not even a blink was used here. Just means that it's impossible for Forward to even harass Forward. Being very it's a terror! Oh dear God, it's a terror shock. Wow.
Well, that's not cool. No pun intended, but unfortunately, it seems like this might be the beginning of the end, because who is going to come in for the rescue? Alan can come in, but he does not have Ty Turner. And even if he does manage to rescue, what can Kurt do? He does not have any kiting, rebound kite potential. So that's going to be annoying.
Hold on, gun, please, gun ready on hand to use as well. That's going to be gone out instantly. The rescue did come through, but Bailu still has Maxwell Demon here to use instantly as well. Lucky Guy just very close and nearby. We don't have cue balls here to use, but Blink is ready on hand, but we walked over towards the same later. Can't say go through, it didn't just yet, but it's going to be Blink down here instantly. And Alan able to get the forward picked up, but I don't think that matters as we have cue ball ready to deal with Forward's harass. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, it's a guaranteed elimination from the side of... Forward! Not able to do so as he meets his own damsel demise.
That's
Lucky
an
Guy
open
with no
area.
Items. Yes. Lucky Guy is nearby looking for items as well at chest. And if tonight is procs here, holy moly, Bailu can just go instantly look for him.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the person that's supposed to hide is too flashy, and a fashion contest. That really choked me up a little bit. But honestly, this is one of the instances where you're paying for a costume that actually makes you lose.
Yeah. I mean, Bailu did hit the chair there.
Hey, no rescue? Oh my god!
We hit the chair.
Oh, okay.
We hit the chair, so it's okay. So it's okay. Hey, that didn't hit the chair. I thought that was a terror shock again. I'll be honest. But Forward with still 3/4 of a ball left, flywheel ready. It's not too much of an issue. I think it's 3-man endgame. Can we make it is the real question. We're still missing 2.5 ciphers.
Fione's comments make me laugh as well. But Cole still trying to survive. No, the black hole again! The flywheel doesn't even matter at all. Cool is losing her cool at this point, and this is gonna be the second time on chair. Of course, no borrowed time, unfortunately, with one person injured. Lucky Guy being the only one healthy with a bot, but it doesn't really matter because there's no 5th cipher at all. Dungeon's gonna be revealed, but honestly, Kuro, at this point, Bailu's just taking his sweet time, dwindling all the resources.
We don't really have anything to use to help Forward here to rebound kite, but a lot of pressure on Alan here. Nice hit, nice rescue. Cypher Machine still a little bit low from their side as well, as we're going to make our way straight towards the Forward, in which the paddock here has yet to be destroyed, but it's max presence curious at the end of the day, so Maxwell Demon transformation is fast. Could have vaulted over if it wasn't for max presence, but now we see where Acrobat is. Hi.
Yeah, this is really hard. Forward's gonna be gone. It's gonna be a 2v1 situation. Both of them are injured. No one can heal. And honestly, this is just the beginning of the end, as mentioned as well. Bailu trying to find that person, although he spots Tinnitus, but he does not see where Alan is. He spots Alan! What? How do you know? How?
Gosh, Blink opens just like that. No, there's a wall in between. The confidence here from the side of Bailu is insane.
Wow.
Q currently located towards the side entrance of Big Boat as well. How is this possible?
it's possible. You know, after years of practice and experience, that's just ultra instinct at this point. Ultra instinct. And even Cute is just running towards the embrace of Marcus. Oh my god, Cute definitely still has some acrobat balls to use. Just gonna go down. Bailu already pre-dropping as well. So honestly, one black hole is gonna do it. Okay.
And there we go.
And yeah, that's gonna be a 4K. Unfortunately, Alex, they won't be able to do anything against Bailu for the second time. And Bailu must be very happy. Look, smiling. I still have that 100% for elimination win rate.
Yeah, and like I do see where Alex was coming from with that team comp play as well, wanting to hide the Explorer and being able to Cypher Rush up against a QS, which is very doable too. We definitely won area selection mode. That's 100% for sure. But the skin worn by Explorer did not blend well with the map, alongside with the fact that we started running for some reason when we were clearly perfectly hidden. If we wanted to move, it should have been walking and not running on that side. So we basically speaking given our location to the Hunter for free by this Explorer, in which Bailu was able to get the down in 20 seconds.
Honestly, Kuro, that's not even the brightest Kurt skin.
Yeah.
Well, it could go shinier. You could choose something brighter. But
you could, but a white skin on a green map, even wearing clothes would have been better in that case as well. So, like, it's meant to be miniature mode, right? But like, Explorer's main job is to hide. I guess maybe from the side, and they had a really good setup early game as well. They basically speaking won the area selection mode. They had a huge chance, even if you wanted to go look for the Explorer, that would take a lot of time. As you can see here too, 43-second containment time, but most of the containment time was thanks to the forward's rescue from that 20-second tighter. Well, not forward, but from the Lucky Guy's gun rescue for that additional 20-second containment time.
So I guess it's not impossible when I said that Kurt might as well just ditch his book and find something else and go full kiting build. Because hiding is definitely not out of the picture for him. And with that, it's going to be 6-3 in game number 1, 8-1 in game number 2, making it a total point of 14-4. MRC continuing their streak.
Yeah, it was so tough. I mean, that game was honestly speaking very tough for Alex, but I do feel like maybe it is stress that made them act a bit more impulsively than before. Their game 1 was better compared to their game 2, in which game 2 had a lot of kind of obvious mistakes in which the team definitely does have to improve on as well. But now knowing this as well, I would say it's probably just unfortunate. It was unfortunate our forward did get Terry Shock hit down.
It was very unfortunate. And honestly, Kuro, I'm kind of surprised that no one in the team thought of reminding him to change the Kurt skin. Right? Usually you would say like, hey, why are you wearing this skin into the game? You know what I mean? Like, I'm surprised no one picked up on that, because that was just an indicator of saying, hey, I'm here. But yes, after all has been said and done, it's needless to say, Bailu is still a force to be reckoned with or without the Kurt revealing himself with his flashy outfit, right? He's still a force to be reckoned with. And that's the risk of playing a character that's supposed to excel in hiding, but fail to hide, right? Definitely. So I guess even the forward pick was kinda couldn't really help much at all. But I guess we're gonna give you some time to watch the highlights again.
我准备不让他过海边，蛇当然下蛇。3秒啊，道具可以留的，道具开枪啊，反正。开，有一刀吗？没有。快走！这情况不行，走不了。接近城，走不了。
可以直接开枪救，如果他救不了先走。在干嘛？
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just finished up the first 2 matches of today as well, in which then, of course, next match is going to be FPX.ZQ versus Omni, in which we can stay tuned for that as well. However, now we do get to talk about MVP. And I do believe from both of our point of views, it's quite obvious who's going to be from MRC.
Of course, Kurt.
Well,
Kurt with his flashy outfit. Jokes aside, but Bailu is definitely the one that's very probable. As a matter of fact, the back-to-back 4Ks should put him on at the top of the spot, and thus making him one of the scariest hunter. You kind of have to wonder, right, Kuro? With Bailu on the team, with Hunter mains like Bailu on the team, with Hunter mains like Jin on the team, how can this team ever lose? Right? How can this team ever lose? I guess that's a story for another day. But as usual, salute. Okay, good job. My man right there, Bailu. The finger says it all. The gesture says it all. Max deduction points. That's going to be a 4K back-to-back right there with an average 12,000 average deduction points, 0.5 average Terra Shocks, average eliminations at 4. That's not going to change. Best deductions twice in a row as well. Pretty respectable pallet destroyed. I don't think he really needs to destroy pallets. It was all just on point, all on the survivors.
Yeah, a lot of Bailu's discipline was showcased as well throughout the matches, as we did see him not utilizing the cages too early until survivors were at a bad area, and then breaking pallets early before using cages instead of locking them to guarantee 4-man eliminations. As well with his mind games there throughout game 2 and pathfinding for that explorer in the early rounds, and then Terry shocking the forward mid game, and of course map control throughout the mid to end game, finding where the acrobat is, then locking in towards a blind blink open unlucky guy down. This guy once again has proven himself on why he is considered the best hunter currently in IVL, bringing MRC to the victory, and hopefully we can see more for him for co-op finals as well.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to see more of his actions as well. Back-to-back 4Ks hopefully being continued as well, along with his 100% 4K elimination rate. And you know what? Hear me out. I like XC, but boy, I'm glad that MRC, and I'm pretty sure MRC is glad that they picked up Bailu, because this guy has been elevating the level of the team itself. But right now, the interview, that's our call for a leave. Thank you for being with us. See you in the next one.
大家好，我是白鹿。
什么呀？什么乱码？中一中。
大家好，我是白鹿的老师花慈。
好，你们也是来了个 callback。刚才在后台的时候，他们就互相努力的为人师表，但是今天还是我觉得这个2-0非常的。很关键嘛，因为也是第2场胜利，然后拿下了迄今为止拿下了4个净胜。首先，请白鹿同学评价一下今天的这场比赛。
还是比较顺利的。
就照抄我刚才的这个问题呗，也是找到回答问题的方式了。那花慈呢？因为你们刚才赛前采访的时候，小迪老师有说他今天的目标就是玩机械师一直修，让他们都去追笑笑。你对今天大家这个互相牵制的这个环节能力和这个整个排序，你有什么自己的想法吗？
其实小迪想机械师被追的情况下，得给笑笑安排一个搏命的囚徒。
啊，你是魔鬼吗？那作为白鹿的老师啊，刚才也说了，白鹿很多操作你觉得是你教的，那你今天来评价一下白鹿今天这么多这么精彩的操作，哪个能给到一个夯？
比尔抬右手开局那个连线想家了，直接回家了。
白鹿如何评价他的这个夯？
就是看到冒险家之后，就是脑子里在想怎么找他，然后连线连麦就回去了。
也是小小的辩解了一下，但是不管怎么说，我觉得今天像是第1局的时候就有非常多，我个人感觉是惊为天人的操作，也非常的厉害，大副那几波。那你觉得第1局的时候，你自己有没有什么操作印象很深刻？你觉得也可以给到一个夯，自己的夯？
就是他们那个开局法罗呸，幻灯师不收分身，然后直接吃了一刀转到独栋2楼，然后让我晚抬笼子很久，感觉这个操作很新奇。
一个很新奇的操作，所以反而是这个操作给到了，我会以为你选大副哎。那花慈，你觉得他这个出其不意的这个夯的这个评价，能够给到一个什么呢？加
斯特搜吧，只能在拉中给到夯了。
你们也是分级 题非常的明确。那接下来还是非常想问一下那个大副，那个大副确实是在我心中可以给到行的，因为你2波都打到了，是没关还是？
运气比较好。
运气比较好。那自己打到的时候有没有觉得，这2刀你个人觉得哪一刀打到的时候真的是感觉哇塞，这刀能打到还是很惊喜的？
就是感觉都差不多，
都差不多。那后续你是怎么规划整个的一个4抓的节奏呢？因为那一把实在是优势很大。
就是那把比较顺嘛，就是拦截了很多波，就是尽量赶紧找到剩下的人，然后不要让他们在地上躺太久。
因为前期优势已经太大了，只要正常打就可以。那到了第2局的时候，能看到今天求生者发挥也是非常棒嘛，然后包括前期花瓷溜了也很久很久，而且你都没转点，也是温暖的家，然后就不舍得出去。
还是家太温暖了，不敢离开呀。
你当时牵制的时候你在说什么？当时
笔记本在这里，叮铃，还是这东西好用啊。
这是可以说的吗？所以今天你们就是打的就像开了天眼一样，就说明今天大家状态都非常好，对不对？但是白鹿，我看到你一直想要去补充，是不是有一个伏笔在这里等着你？
啊，我教他溜的，
对吧？花瓷，对于白鹿今天的这个指导，你有什么想说的？
我有这个师傅吗？
白鹿他拒绝认你。那接下来还是想问一下，因为确实今天花瓷牵制的很帅嘛，然后包括最后笑笑那几波也是非常的精彩。过去帮忙 OB 的时候，看到金身一亮，有没有觉得毫无想法？
放弃吧，别抢救了 ，ICU 就他住这儿吧。
本来还是想拼一拼的，看到金身的时候完全没有任何的欲望了。就不管怎么说，我觉得今天这个包括接下来白鹿完成的4抓也是非常厉害嘛。作为花瓷的老师，我觉得虽然他刚才拒不承认，但是我还是能看到你们的这个师生的情谊，非常的 good。第4把的时候有没有什么自己的一些想法？我看到你这个震慑也是骗出来了，很秀，传授一下我吧，老师。
OK， 就是捏着技能，然后假装要用，然后打一个出其不意嘛，然后震慑概率就高达50%。
50%就已经一半就已经是很高了，对吗？
对，因为只分震慑和不震慑。
震慑了就是100%，不震慑就是50%。好的，明白了。那不管怎么说，今天这个比赛我觉得反复复看也是非常的精彩。我们在这个赛后采访也是每个人都平均做了一下老师。2位老师还有什么最后的总结吗？花瓷老师，你对接下来这个监管者下一把可能要追的这个人选，有没有什么自己的计划和安排呢？
我上台就这样带上语气。小迪你就拿搏命纯搏戒师，然后奈奈就拿纯搏法罗，然后笑笑就拿纯搏囚徒。那我呢？那我只能双弹一人保你们了呀。
你这个安排下台之后，很会给到一个拉。然后白鹿呢？白鹿老师，已经4把4抓了。接下来对于自己的这个赛程有没有什么自己的计划和安排？
就是接下来2场，就希望能再加油努力，争取打好那2场。
好，白鹿老师这个回答就非常的乖巧，那也是感谢2位来到赛后采访，再次恭喜 MRC 拿下今天比赛胜利。接下来即将进行的是我们第3场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
I'm excited to face ZQ in our upcoming matchup. It's a team I've admired for such a long time now, so to finally be able to face them is really exciting, and I hope Dongjun can give us the best battle he can do. And we can really see how far our skill is compared to the mainland region, to such a good team like ZQ. I'm also excited to face San's prospector to see who's a better prospector, PPM or him. So I hope he goes prospector versus us.
既然你都这么说了，那我就让我们队的军少天来展示一下什么叫朱雀最强勘探员。
各位选手已经准备就绪，将在赛场上展现顶尖的竞技水平。首先，让我们有请中国大陆赛区 FPX.ZQ。欢迎一花、远、军少天、东玄、3岁、玉林。接下来，让我们有请欧美赛区 Omni。欢迎 KB、Problems、Pace-Topper、Paper Moon、One。他们将为我们带来怎样的表现？让我们拭目以待。
And we are back with more action here. My name is Jojo and joining me is FPX. We have our third match up out of the 4 that we have here today. Now we're seeing Group C fight it out here. And this is going to be a crucial matchup, Posh, because both teams have won at least once in their groupings. So kind of like balanced out in some sense here. We did see kind of Omni topping their own groupings right now in their rankings. So what can we expect here from both teams? And of course, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling excited. We're almost halfway through the group stage. Holy smokes, right? It's day number 4. And like you said, they're starting to shape up to having some leaders, right? It's actually the battle of the second placer versus the third placer in that standing. So it's still anyone's game. Omni just a little bit ahead because of the net wins, while FPX.ZQ, we actually saw that was the first match that went overtime. FPX.ZQ versus ACT. It seems like we will have our first matchup being in Ever Sleeping Town. FPX.ZQ is gonna hunt first. I think after that match, it was really Dongshen's highlight, right? His opera singer in game number 4. Again, rewind the clock and watch that, guys. It's kind of insane. So I'm excited to see how Omni is going to fare up against FPX.ZQ that is fully warmed up. Omni, on the other hand, non-professional team, and now they will be tested by Mr. President himself.
Yeah, and Mr. President-wise, I feel like he's been doing a very consistent play throughout. It's just a lot of the times that we saw in AC's matchup was that Sarasa was slipping up quite a little bit here and there, and Dongshen being Dongshen, capitalizing on all of that, getting that into his own advantage, and we saw how that really progressed for him. But one thing for sure, there's a lot of unexpected things that we'll see here. We did see how Pitts kind of challenged Sansui's prospector. We'll see who have the better prospector here, PPM or Sansui. So that's something that we can look forward to.
I'm kind of scared. Like that's you're asking that. I think PPM didn't even want that kind of like that kind of smoke. But hey, we saw that Sans was like, all right, I'll meet you in the middle and let's see who has the better prospector. Maybe in game number 2, game number 1. I think it's all business because now is not the time for experimentation. Now is the time for you have to get your best foot forward because the group stage standings they're kind of going by really fast. And the first 2 matches that happened, I think there are some really good victors, but then you can kind of see that other people are there to play spoilers. So hopefully we'll have a good match between these two. Also, big shout outs to each and every one of you that's joining us. I'll give you shout outs later because we have to shout out FPX.ZQ right now. Yihua, Juan, STN, and the rest because you know their names. It's really fast. And you got Omni, KB, Problems, Pit, PPM, and Juan.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Omni, right, we have their new survivor here, or like Hunter Transition survivor KB. And we thought that, you know what, maybe it's going to be a liability here, maybe not going to be an asset, but he proved us wrong when they went up against PRR, the South Korea team there. impressive kites coming from KB for both BO1 and 2. So expected to see him perform here once again. Previously with the 150 seconds of containment time with that Magician, I wonder if it's going to be any different here today. As we see our first player introduction, we have none other than Juan.
Juan being the main rescuer, escape rate at 100% because he was the one to be able to escape in that intense matchup against PRR. It was Paul and Juan being the last two survivors up against, I believe it was the Ivy of Trap in PRR. So again, a non-professional team versus non-professional team. All right, they have passed that test. Now they will be measured by FPX.ZQ's Dongshen, and that was Juan, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, as we move on to their later on player, from one side we didn't see a lot of major performance because really it was KB that was carrying a lot of those matches, and we've seen the pattern coming in from Omni as well. The moment there is a good kite at the start, we're seeing that there's going to be a smooth flow along the way. It's going to be a smooth sailing journey for them. As we look into the containment time here, total of 116 average containment time. Yeah, a lot of the not really maxed out, but we do see some rankings on his stats here. So yeah, other than the 150 seconds of containment time with the Magician, we also saw the 116 seconds of containment time with the Seer against the Peddler, Vuitton's Peddler as well. So definitely a key player that we can look forward to. And we'll see how KB will be chased here once again. As we see, none other than B4U's ex-member here, we have our none other problems here.
Yeah, Paul Blems, no stranger to the Call of the Abyss stage, but now he is repping the Omni team. He had an amazing kite up against that performance against the Ivy of PRR. Excited to see him back on the stage. Amazing stats all throughout, but once again, going up against FPX.ZQ. These stats can change. You're going up against a franchise team, one of IVL's best teams, and hopefully they'll be able to pass this test.
Yeah, as we move on to the player that can play the Prospector, we do see PPM here in the mix, also showing us a little bit of that Prospector plush that he has there. Really adorable. I'm not too sure what the four hanging... Oh, is it the hands? Could be the hands and the legs there.
I think so.
Yeah, as we look at his stats here, an average containment time before first knockdown at 73 seconds, ranked 7th among all other survivors in this tournament. Yeah, also the Prospector and the Antiquarian as his priority picks here, potentially. Yeah, we also do know that he brought out a Lanternist and Meteorologist in the qualifiers, did amazing kites, 3 sucker kites, and also clutch kites that helped change the game.
Yeah, I'm excited to see PPM, and also, as Pitt said at the start, they want to see who has the better Prospector, and will they actually bring it out in round number 1 is a question, because in the previous game, there's a reason why utility or that type of meta isn't used as much anymore. So I'm not sure if Prospector is going to make his way in, but we have to make way for Dongshen himself, Mr. President, having the Anne in round 3 and the Opera Singer in round 4 to get the victory. Again, he had to face a bit of adversity, you know, it's kind of going for ties and conservative performances, but when push comes to shove, we got to really open our minds to the picks and bans, because we saw how FPX.ZQ kind of plays 4D chess with how they leave hunters on the table for Dongshen to carry towards the next games.
Yeah, and the thing about Mr. President here, he's able to get those instant downs, major breakthroughs in the games. And we also remember the Ever Slipping Town where the terror shot that happened, because actually that matchup, he was supposed to tie that game. We saw how strong the first kite was coming in from the Archer, but that one moment at the rescue, and there we have it, that Q-ist in BO1. But we'll see if he's able to if Dongshen is gonna pick up the Q-ist here once again at Ever Slipping Town map as we head towards the ban pick phase really soon.
Yeah, and you pointed it out when we were watching, right? We still have yet to see an MVP survivor. It's all been Hunter MVP performances. I don't know if there should be like, maybe, yeah, you can't, because there always has to be a Hunter MVP than the Survivor MVP. It's just really tough with how the meta is kind of shifted, because these Hunters in round 1, round 2 are so strong that the stats really stand out. But you got to give it up to, like you said, KB having an amazing kite, Paul also having an amazing kite. In the previous performance, again, STN having a great kite, as well as Sands. So, yeah, can't wait to highlight the Survivor performances as well, since most of the games, if not all, we always highlight the Hunters.
Yeah, hopefully we do see that though. And considering before you Survivor's performance, before you Omni Survivor's performance, in the first round we will potentially see a slight struggle coming in from Omni. But as mentioned already, they need to have a stable first kite, which means that their kind of team comp got to be kind of tanky. We should be seeing the Puppeteer, potentially the Lanternist coming through, Meteorologist, Aeroplanist as well into the mix. So a lot of possibilities for Omni survivors here. Question is whether they are geared up for Dongxuan. This is talking about a non-professional team versus a professional team.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure after his previous performance, he's gonna want to go guns blazing. And the fact that Terror Shock, he labeled that chair Dongxuan's chair. Do not sit in his throne because you have to pay the price of a Terror Shock if you want to be able to rescue off that chair. So there's also Ever Sleeping Town, a map that he has a lot of success in. I'd say we have to favor Dongxuan because he does have the mileage, but Omni survivors, they can surprise us here as we start out with the picks and bans, taking out the Seer and Doctor. Standard fanfare here for these two characters not making their way in round one, but we're gonna just reserve a rescuer to start out with and a mechanic.
Yeah, we do see a lot of priorities coming in for a rescuer first officer, but the thing is that today we kind of didn't see many successful first officer rescues. Somehow missed timing as well coming in with those mini Titana rescues.
Yeah.
So really unfortunate here. So hopefully today we'll see Omni potentially turning the tides here with a good first officer rescue, even with that mini Titana. As you see the Archer getting banned out here, don't really want to deal with that laceration and the stun. As you see Antiquarian as a response to banning out one of the harassers.
Yeah, this leaves open one more. I was going to say Puppeteer, but that gets banned out. You have Aeroplanist, you have other support characters that you can lock in. Fire Investigator also has been making priorities, but we're going to go with the Magician. So no OB, no stuns, just two invisible characters here. One main decoder and one harasser in the name of Antiquarian. So kind of going with how they went with their previous lineup in their BO1 up against PRR. I'm excited. We highlighted the performance of KB and actually all of them, right? PPM having great stuns, Paul Blem's having amazing kite time, and Huaman having clutch rescues. So I like this. Omni is at their comfort zone, but now Dongxuan is going to take them out of that comfort zone as he's going to decide which hunter to choose.
Yeah, I also do feel that the fact that Omni has picked up the mechanic, they are potentially wanting to get all those Cypher rush, pop all those Cyphers, trying to get at least a 1 escape, because against Dongxuan it's going to be an uphill battle for them. As long as they don't get a 4K game here for Dongxuan, things should still be redeemable because pit stoppers will be coming in from Omni. As we see problems as well with this mechanic, he could be gaining inspiration from Kosaka's mechanic that we saw at Aristotle round just now.
Wow, that was a long... I mean, those two games of Prosecco is just like chef's kisses, right? Her her mechanic and her meteorologist just really took Hushan to that limit. So hopefully we'll see a bit of mechanic highlights, but flipping the switch over to Dongxuan, like you said, he did bring out the Qist in the first game up against ACT. He also has a good opera singer, but it will be the Qist. He's going to try to relive that same type of magic he did up against ACT, up against the survivors of Team Omni.
Yeah, and the thing about Dongxuan here, though the chase at the start might be slow, but his contact points are something to be reckoned with. I hope that Omni survivors did bring enough flywheel to counter those contact points and extend those kites. As we look into the spawn locations here, let's see where the mechanic will be spawned, as that is the potential first chase here for Dongxuan.
Okay, to the right side, next to the graveyard area, Antiquarian right at the center. First officer, just in case, may have to rotate, try to finish the Cypher and rotate towards the mechanic, who possibly making her way towards the graveyard or corner house. They need to pop open the center Cypher just to open things up. And like you said, they want to just have Cypher Rush on the board, because up against the Qist, if you let him cook, it's going to be really hard. And I like the positioning of Dongxuan here. It's going to cut off the mechanic way towards that area where you cannot run towards the graveyard or the corner house. So it's going to be a tough start for Paul Blems.
Yeah, I think a lot in general as well. I think it's going to force a lot of rotations coming in from survivors. So we most likely won't be seeing a early decoding position coming in from Omni. Omni might struggle a little bit with that for the first few ciphers to be decoded. We'll see how much time the first Kaita brings into the table here as we look into the personas and Insolence, Detention, as well as a Bling, an aggressive build coming in from Dongxuan, but a standard one as well. Omni survivors, they have brought in 3 borrowed time, 2 tide turners, and a full kiting build onto our dear mechanic here. So let's see if Problem can kite it out here in game 1, first up at AbyssⅨ Town, between Omni survivors versus FPX.ZQ's Hunter Dongxuan, and live commentary will be brought to you by Chocho and Poch.
Dongxuan on to the queuest ever sleeping town, making the rotation to try and catch the mechanic. Mechanic has already made her way towards the second story here, possibly not dropping the bot down, already did. However, we don't have sight of where the bot has been dropped. He's gonna leave it at the corner, and Dongxuan's gonna check and found Mechanic's bot. That's gonna be one less body to worry about. Mechanic has full range to go towards the graveyard side, but checklist done on Dongxuan's side. He's gonna try to make some contact points here to try to control the center cipher.
Yeah, and seems like he will not want to waste his time onto the mechanic because half a doll wouldn't help her decode the entire cipher. So maybe that's the game plan here coming in from Dongxuan. Change targets here, hopefully get the early down onto PPM. But we see that the anti-current, we can use the float to gain more speed, movement speed, as we see Dongxuan has the first skill on. Let's see if the contact points here set up here will absorb PPM. As we see a perfect stun, double stun. So this Omni the Hunter here, the EM, Dongxuan still captures it with the contact points and will still get that first hit.
Yeah, it's totally fine, the exchange of that, but man, that's the beauty of bringing Insolence. PPM, though, has fallen towards the alleyway side. Let's see if he will farm off a hit off PPM. Has dropped the pallet, so it's still all good. But Juan, unfortunately, Cypher's going to get disrupted, and that's a blink down on PPM. Great start for Dongxuan. Now mini abnormaling these Cyphers. Like you said, already got rid of half the mechanic bot, and Paul Blems, unfortunately, as the injuries stack up, won't be as good in decoding, and that mechanic's bot is less than 1/4 way done.
Yeah, and potentially forcing an early rescue as well. Now, luckily enough for Omni's side, Hunter do missed out on that hit. So Juan will buy as much time as possible, but I don't think he will buy out enough time for that exactly before half. So we'll come in for that slightly early rescue onto PPM. Let's see if he's able to kite away as we see the contact point being placed here. Perfect capture coming in from Dongxuan once again.
Yeah, when you're out in the open like that, right? I think Dongxuan kind of made it a checkmate scenario for PPM as he was trying to transition towards this 11 area, but it was just really tough, and with that black hole just absorbs so much AoE. So Dongxuan gonna pick up where he left off here, gonna put PPM at this corner chair. Cyphers looking good, but they're really distributed. And that's the thing, once Dongxuan starts to put those contact points, mini abnormals really disrupt the flow of the survivors. It's really hard, and considering they still have one tide turner on the Magician's side, KB's already in the vicinity.
Yeah, coming in for that rescue does have a tight turner. Question is whether this rescue would be safe or not. Alright, seems like it will be a stable rescue coming in. PPM still has to work with for another disarm. Seems like he will go through for one. The second one missing out, unfortunately, and the hit registers right after the disarms ends. As we see the Cypher progress. Still have 4 Cyphers remaining, but the next one just popped, and I believe the third one soon after as well. But the 5th Cypher in Posh, still untouched.
Yeah, so Dongxuan, slowly but steadily getting the foothold on this matchup, and I believe they are already healing up because they want to prepare for who will get chased next. It was the first officer to get healed up first, and when you have center Cypher control, yeah, it's going to be really hard to deal with all these contact points. They're still healing up here, really forcing the case here. At least the first officer did body block. They're really forcing the heal here and just trading back and forth, but they're just gonna farm off a hit off the first officer.
Was it worth it though? 2 free hits just like that. just to heal the Magician. I'm not too sure whether that was a correct play coming in from Omni survivors, because this just allows Dongshan to snowball. And the fact that the thing about Q is those mini abnormals. Ciphers are not enough. And then now one person's coming for the rescue, one person's decoding, then the abnormal is still happening. So we might not be seeing this 5th Cypher pop. It's going to be a very difficult game here. But I guess the saving grace here is that Juan does have a watch to work with, so he could still kite after this.
You can, already rocking that pocket watch, and now they continue on to try and decode the Cypher, but the black hole is preventing them from trying to go for a flywheel, and Paul Blems, unfortunate there. Good bait out on the side of Dongshan, and we're gonna get a Terror Shock as well, just for good measure. And now this is where it gets tough. That's why opening up the center Cypher is main priority, and Dongshan made sure, all right, you know, I'll give a little bit of rotations to you guys, but as long as I get rid of the mechanic bot and I take control of the map, it should be fine towards endgame. And right now, the main rescuer, the first officer's injured, no items. It has to be a Magician to come for this rescue.
Yeah. It will be we'll see how much KB can buy out here, but the thing is Dongshan is just going to force an early rescue as much as possible here. As we see the Magician won, that's the last item, that's still not the last item unfortunately, but the mechanic hit.
Kidnap.
Yeah, and the kidnap as well. Dongshan just on top of his game here, but KB will survive for another day here, so luckily enough, KB can still come in for a rescue.
Yeah, that's true. And he's really persisting on the center Cypher and at least did not get injured, right? But Juan has to be very careful, needs to stay away from line of sight. Magician not going for an early rescue just yet. Gonna try to make a rotation around, but Dongshan, if you're stuck in this area, he's still gonna just maintain his presence here, and now really forcing the last couple of seconds here. KV has to make haste here if he wants to be able to get this mechanic off the chair, but no tide turner is gonna be a little tough.
A little close as well, as you see KB coming in the mind game as well. Who will win it ultimately? Seems like KB's patience did pay off there, as you see a very safe rescue onto the mechanic. Now all of them are injured. Last Cypher is at 72%. Dongshan understands he needs to pressure this Cypher here. Also tries to net it out as well.
Yeah, so, but we also saw they were trying to force a heal there. And when they were forcing the heal right in the open, it was definitely in Dongshan's favor. So yeah, need to pull distance away from the center just for the first officer to try and pop that Cypher. But now, just in this area, we get a body block from KB because Paul Blems is on his death chair. We're gonna pressure here to try and go pull the mechanic towards this side of the map for that rescue, but it's gonna be a little tough. We're still stuck at 60%, Chocho.
Yeah, very tough. Especially Dongshan with this cue ball will come in and see the mechanic.
Wow.
So closing in the distance as well. Mechanic will be seeing her downfall here, unable to pull out the flywheel as well. So Magician twice, he will be stuck on the chair. Mechanic will be thrown back to the mana, but it seems like Dongshan wants to get the 4K as stably as possible.
Yeah,
so
just to make sure. Pretty sure we're gonna use self heals. We're gonna go for the blink, and now you can kind of just go back and forth and slug it out. But yeah, clean performance on Dongshan's side, catching the survivors off guard, forcing out abilities, and yeah, just a picture perfect performance on his Qist.
Yeah, definitely. The kill pressure coming in from Dongshan was clearly too much for Omni to handle here. But we also can't forget there was certain decision making from Omni's side that was a little bit interesting. We have to talk about it because why were the survivors healing in the open? That's question one. And why force the heal?
Yeah, they could have scrambled already once they got hit. I understand they tried to at least, yeah, they forced the body block and the first officer was down, right? And I think the Magician had full wands to work with, so he didn't necessarily need that heal, I believe. I mean, I know maybe the heat of the moment, a little overextension, but yeah, just out in the open too, not near pallets, not changing elevation. So if you're going to do stuff like that, Dongshan will definitely capitalize.
Yeah, and also other than that, Dongshan also kept forcing early rescues. We don't see like a very timely halfway mark kind of rescue. So all of this minute details, Omni was unable to decode those ciphers. There's both additional ciphers. We saw that ciphers were not enough as well. And yeah, ultimately Dongshan was just on condition today was just perfect. And also from PPM's side, actually did a good job as the Antiquarian was able to do a double disarm onto the Hunter. We can see the containment time here from the Antiquarian is 70 seconds. And Yeah, overall, did a good job kiting. It's just that downing at the Cypher, forcing an early rescue of the first officer, everything just kind of stacked and snowballed to Dongshen's favor, which ultimately led to this 4K here. So not the best start for Omni survivors for sure.
Yeah, Dongshen being hell on wheels, how he was able to just snowball his momentum there. Little overextensions here and there. It's fine. There's still a round number 2, but it's a 5-0, and that definitely those points will haunt you as the games progress. And a lot of pressure now will be on the side of Pit Stoppers for him to be able to try and keep up with the kill pressure that Dongshen did bring to the table.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to keep up though. For now, we're seeing that Pit Stoppers, he got the MVP for his as the representing Omni against PRR MVP. He brought out the Goatman, got a 3K. His IV brought out was 4K, and the Paddler was 4K. So for now, all of his matches are in like a winning position. So I'm not too sure how Pit Stoppers gonna perform against a Chinese professional team like FPX.ZQ.
It's going to be tough because I think ACT is going to come in with extra fire today, because in their match against ACT, it was Dongshen to kind of pull the points. He got the 3K and he also got the 4K in overtime. If you think about it, FPX.ZQ survivors just kept tying up against Jinjinjo. And I think now they kind of want to prove something to the group stage, and they want to pull their weight as well in terms of points, just so that they'll be on a better standing in the overall finals, or at least in the playoffs. So unfortunately, we at the expense of Pit, but we just have to wait and see, because he's the one that wanted that smoke. He was asking, yo, Sans, bring out that prospector. So be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, be careful what you wish for, because the prospector is a harassment character. So it's on the hunter side. Is he really asking for it? We did see Sansui's prospector the other day at Secret Hospital. Did manage to get certain stuns off at the statue area when the mechanic was gonna get chat. But other than that, wasn't very, very impressive, I must say.
Yeah.
So maybe this time around we'll see a different side of Sansui's prospector if he does bring it out. But overall, for the
go for it. I was actually gonna say Sans, if he's gonna bring out the prospector, maybe in game number 2. Let's establish like a common ground here, or at least make sure that Dongshen is able to get or at least we're able to respect the victory that Dongshen gave before we go a little too risky with the prospector, because prospector unfortunately did fall off. Here you have it, forward Enchantress, but also in the qualifiers has brought out other stunners. I mean, has also a magician, has a journalist, has an antiquarian, and coordinator.
Yeah, a lot of things coming in from Sansui. And Sansui is also antiquarian kite. Very stable kite against Ninja's Peddler. You already mentioned that he was able to capitalize on not being bind captured by the Peddler, able to stun him in his vulnerable moments, and kind of made Ninja misstep a little bit with that warp panic trait that was used. Yeah, it was a key play. But of course, we can't forget, here we have Yuan in the mix here. We don't see an impressive play just yet from Yuan. So maybe this time around against Pit Stoppers, if he's the first kiter, I think it will be his moment to shine.
Yeah, stable performance as of now. Again, this is their second match here in the group stage. Over in the qualifiers as well, they did go into a bit of a rough patch in terms of they had to qualify in the later days and not as fast as GR did or ACT. But they were able to rectify that victory over ACT. But now STN had an amazing performance up against Jinjinjo, but again, it just amounted to a tie. So that's why it doesn't necessarily reflect in his deduction points or decoding progress and whatnot. But look out for this guy, because he is a very slippery survivor.
Very slippery indeed, because in BO3 overtime against ACT Jinjinjo, STN was actually on the prospector and he kited 110 seconds against the Wax Artist. So coming from this guy, I feel like the stats is not really representing him exactly what we saw the other day.
Yeah, true.
So this is going to be an interesting one. We'll see. Actually, maybe we might not be seeing Sunset Prospector, but instead STNs.
And Lin with the 100% escape rate first in his group, because technically I think Juan has already diminished that 100% already. Again, he was the one consistent survivor that kept escaping Jinjinjo's wrath. Again, they just kept consistently tying, and coming from that qualifiers and coming from IVL, I think they really did their homework to try and defend and force that round 4 or like that OT best of 3 game to come out. So there you have it, folks. FPX.ZQ Survivors.
Yeah, FPX.ZQ Survivors. We can talk more about them later on, but we have to talk about our NAE representative hunter. We have none other than Pit Stoppers. We're seeing the stats here quite maxed out in some ways. We have 67% on 4 elimination rate, 3.67 on the average elimination, which is placed 3rd among all hunters, and average deduction points placed 5th. So this is very impressive stat coming in from Pits. We're seeing the favorite hunters here to be the Ivy as well as the Goatman, but we can't forget he also has a Dreamish up his arsenal and also the Peddler.
Excited to see that because he did get a 4K with his Peddler in Arms Factory up against PRR. Once again, impressive stats, but now you're going up against the franchise team. Let's see if those stats match up to the performance. He does have priority in terms of hunter picks at the start. I don't know. He usually goes Goatman start, right? I wonder if he's going to try going Qist or he's going to try anything different. But what brought him to this position was his amazing Goatman performance in the qualifiers and also in the match against PRR.
Yeah, a lot of impressive plays from there. But yeah, for now, both sides are actually pretty evened out, I must say. Whoever wins this one is going to be on top of the other in the rankings. So it's a very important matchup that they have here. But of course, other than this matchup that they have, they still have 2 other teams they have to compete against. So actually, even if they lose this one, there is still opportunities for them to come back.
Yes, I would say if the math is right, it depends on if they fall, how much is the difference? Because again, we have to compare net wins. So if they do fall, but they lose in best of 3, I think that still gives them a lot of leeway. But if you lose in a BO2, that's really hard to come back from it. I think you need to be able to win in a BO2 just to be able to break even in the group stage. It's pretty unforgiving. I know that there's a lot of days, but man, some teams also might not even make it out of especially in Group B. I wonder how that's going to shake out because it is a scary group to be in.
Yeah, you should definitely don't want to sit yourself in between the Group B teams that we saw. But of course, for the side of our dear FPX.ZQ survivors here, overall for the side of FPX.ZQ, they do have excellent decision making when it comes into the game, especially when it comes to the mid to the late game. The execution is where they really shine. We don't see them panicking. There's no free hits that's been given here. So coming in for Pits here, I'm feeling for Pits a lot because going to the mid game later after the first survivor is sent back to the mana. I feel like the snowball is not gonna happen for him.
That's true. Could be tough. And I don't know, just you know what? We talk about Dongshen being one of the established hunters out there. He's won a COA. He's won a lot of accolades as a hunter, and being a survivor team that's with Dongshen puts a lot of pressure on you as well. Good kind and also bad kind, because you're expected to rise above the occasion, and in this occasion they are the expected team to win. So I don't know if a Pit or Omni could use that against them, use that pressure against them, and maybe they'll potentially have an upset. And for an upset to happen, it's basically if Pit gets a 4K up against FPX.ZQ. So it's a tall task.
Tall task, but definitely possible, because we've seen, I mean, other than Pit Stoppers, of course, we've seen Sprinzer from Before You doing miracle works with his hunter. Really, when it comes to comparing Sprinzer playing against Chinese mainland team survivors, he sometimes do excel very well. And I think this all comes from experience that Pits, I believe, also has.
Yeah. I'm excited to see how he's going to fare up against this team. He was looking forward to... He was also shouting out FPX.ZQ since the qualifiers. Is the team he really looks up to, specifically the hunter as well. So it's gonna be an interesting one for sure. And while we're still waiting for the picks and bans, just giving shout outs and a what's up to everyone that's still joining us. I see Just the Girls is here. I see Fioni. I see Chihaya. I see Snooty. I see Horton Hines. Hopefully you're staying hydrated here. Any shout outs you want to give out, Chocho, before we talk about the picks and bans?
Snorty, Fioni, let me see. Crazy Boy Rodka. I like to see. Actually, I'm seeing a lot of new faces here today. Zen loves Patty.
Heck yeah.
Okay. As well.
Okay.
Yeah, all of you guys that's keeping the chat positive, thank you guys so much. Unfortunately, no Agil coming in from us. We are Agil-less. So, not yet. And not soon.
We'll see. Wait, actually, picks and bans are starting. It's going to be Antiquarian and Doctor eliminated from the mix, but we get a Harasser and the Enchantress and also a Kiter and Puppeteer. So Gravekeeper is going to get taken out of the equation as well. Any thoughts so far on this picks and bans, Chocho?
It feels like they are trying to counter the potential Goatman in BO1, especially with these two picks here, and now another invisible person coming in. They still have a Magician that they're still available for pickup here. I hope Prainus is available. So too many good choices from the FPX.ZQ survivors. We'll see which one they ultimately go for in the end. But yeah, bending out the mechanic here, so Pitts doesn't want them to tie the game here. So as expected, the Magician is being picked up here, 2 out of 4 invisibility, and a Puppeteer that will take multiple Little Lewis to be down.
Yeah, so just a bit of a shakeup here, not having the Antiquarian, but in exchange it will be an Enchantress. No mechanic, but you do have a Puppeteer, so this lineup is looking very much sustainable, and they will have to rely on rotations and rock hiding instead of having an extra body on the map to add pressure to Pit. So I wonder if he's going to go QS or if he's going to go Goatman, but I just want to say shout outs to Miriel Strope, mga kababayan sa Pinas. Hello. Also, saying what's up to Dragon. I see Scrambled Ice. I see Kaluzi. I see Just A's. Shout out to each and every one of you. We have a bit of a delay in chat, so we're just keeping you guys company. Thank you so much. If you've been here since day one, we appreciate you. And yeah, the chat's catching up now, Chocho. If you want to say what's up to anyone else, go for it.
Norakini7872, I do remember you. Saw you yesterday. And Horton, as usual, reminding everyone to be hydrated. Yeah, that's right. Drink. And do eat if you're hungry as well. We do have nom-nomming, but Pit Stoppers bring in the big
nom-nomming, but bon-bonning here on Pit Stoppers. The bon-bon? Really? Huh.
He's trying to pull a Kakiri.
Yeah. What? Wow. Huh. In a big map as well. How did... Remind me again, Kakiri brought it out in GG's match, right? Was it? Yeah, it was... But it was a 3-man escape.
It was so bad, but because the map was big, but this is also quite big. But it's not as big as Moonlight River Park.
It is, yeah, but wow, a Bon... He must have thought about this, right? A Bon. After the performance that Dongshen had, this is the answer for the 4-man elimination, a Bon. We just gotta let Pit cook here and trust that this will happen. You can actually insta-down some of these guys. I mean, like, instead of just assuming where they're at, you can keep spamming the bombs to try and find the first officer, the Magician. Enchantress, yeah, she can stack up really fast, but you can down her instantly. They could just go for a tie.
They could, but I just feel that this is more of a high-risk, high-reward situation. Imagine against an invisible team call, you keep spamming your bombs, but if you don't get any, you're left with no bombs that regenerates in a rather stable pace, but it's not like super fast. And against the Enchantress here, the 1 bombs is 1 stack. Imagine the Enchantress, if she's able to kite it out, she gains stacks. You bomb her, she gets a stack. So most likely you won't be seeing an Enchantress chase here.
Unless you insta-down, I don't know. You're right. This is okay. Yeah. We just gotta let him cook. He needs insolence. He needs to get those. He needs that remote control bomb. He needs full presence right away. So looking at it, yes, insolent trump card. No detention, by the way. We have warp and wanted order. On the survivor side, you have 1 flywheel. You got 2 tide turners, actually 3 tide turners. So they want to go for some rescues, but unfortunately, this is up against the Bon. So not quite sure what is going to happen here, but I'm all for it. FPX.ZQ versus Omni, second half of first round. That's Chocho and Potch Spice for your commentators for this match.
nom nom bon bon, whatever it is. As we see pit stoppers heading into this match here, I really don't encourage an enchantress chase at all. As we see pit stoppers, a little bit of the U-turn, trying to chase potentially Puppeteer that we saw that was spawned in this area here. Let's see. Seems like he's still unable to find the first survivor. Yuan is hiding out at the S pallet area, guys. Hide and seek strat against the bot. It has been effective against Kakiri, but against Pits, will it though?
Oh, he found him! Okay, he had to move out of the way, and you're able to get a hit off the Magician, gain a little bit of that presence, chasing out Yuan. So now Yuan's going to try to make a beeline towards the corner area there, but no, he's actually going to make a hard left because he's going to run into someone here. Probably for some support. Drop down a pallet. Let's see if we're going to make any rotations. Good avoidance is the bomb. So far, so good on the side of FPX.ZQ. They got to try to Cypher Rush. Pit trying to see if he was going to drop down. Going to wait for it just a little bit. Nice blockade of the Magician's doll there. The Magician's... Oh, warp down below. Okay, we don't take the window. We go for the warp.
All right, Pits. Doesn't bomb out Yuan as the Magician. Magician still has a flywheel to work with. If he wants to, he could potentially negate a free hit here. No, drop down hit as well! My goodness! Remember? Wu Chang drop down hit, exactly the same location.
In this map, yeah, exactly, right? So just the unconventional hunters that kind of get you. I thought he was going to try to flywheel away, but Cyphers are actually looking quite good on Pit Stopper's side. Estian is up here though, so you're gonna try to force some activity from Pit. But again, Bonbon with the changes can put a bomb onto the chair. We're gonna eat a lot of hits here, but able to get the rescue. Yuan has to move on away from the center side, has to be forced to eat this hit, and also attack recovery is going to be forced out. 2 Cyphers have already popped, Chocho.
Yeah, Yuan actually just trying to die away from all the Cyphers here. That is the best he can do, especially with such a bad start into the matchup here. FPX.ZQ, they only have one goal here, which is to pop the Cyphers and get at least an escape. As we see the Cyphers, 5th one is still on a stagnant position here, as we see one of them coming in for the rescue. A little bit of that hide and seek trap that we see from the first officer. Missing on a time bomb, big time.
Whoa. Yeah, true. So this kind of forces Lin to make a rotation away and really force out that really last minute rescue. I'd say, yeah, it was a bit of bravery on Yuan's side to just hide instead of actually build distance away from Bonbon in that corner Cypher area. And now it just seems like Lin is going to be out of position to go for this rescue, and it's unfortunate because the wanted order is on this first officer. He's also going to run into Estian, who can't even pop this center 2-story Cypher.
Yeah, and Bonbon's not really known for that 4K as well. It should be a very tireable game for them, as we see Little Lewis coming into the play here. Keep getting those bomb hits, eating them like a mukbang as usual. As we see Estian, let's see if he's able to kite out here now. Little Lewis being popped in as well. A lot of pressure coming in from Pits as we see continuous bombs.
Wow. Yeah.
Time bomb here, important.
Wow, he avoided it! And he's just gonna go to the corner. Good stuff on Estian's side. Really maximized his kite time here. And I'm looking at the Cyphers. Their last Cypher is at 86. They're pushing one that's at 50. Maybe it's a good thing that first officer did save that Tide Turner and he still has a pocket watch to work with. But this is the danger of... Oh, actually, it's Lin that's on... Uh-oh. We teleport, but Sand's not even at the Cypher. So this is actually going to give an opening for Lin to make the rotation for the save.
Is it an opening though? Because it seems like Pits, he understands where first officer would be potentially coming from. It seems like he does not. Yeah, he does not.
It's a split push.
Lin will be able to come in for the rescue.
Okay.
Doesn't have a Tide Turner to work with. This distance is enough for a safe rescue, but it will be an over half one. So we'll see how much time it needs for Sansui to chop up that 4th Cypher and then hit towards the 5th Cypher and decode that 67% Cypher.
Yeah, true. Lin does have a pocket watch to work with. Might have to pop it soon just so he has a little bit of effect. And also the Tide Turner's there. Can't afford a bomb and a regular hit. Good avoidance so far. Uh-oh, has to rescue. Last effort on the first officer. They have borrowed time. So now Cypher's moving, gone along.
It is. Seems like it might be just nice. After this bolting on the window, the Cypher should pop for Lin, and then we'll see an endgame situation. And once again, Bonbon, very tieable hunter. So bringing it into BO1 seems to be killing Pits here, unfortunately, as we see Lin trying to buy out as much time as possible with no items. Time bomb is not yet ready. It seems like it will be in the balance time as we see it accurately hitting the first officer. Now going on to the tram here.
Ticket to ride. He doesn't have bombs, or I thought he was actually going to go for like a bomb hit to get him out of it. Sands is in the vicinity. They're not even opening up an exit gate just yet. STN, they know the discipline here. It's quite scary, and Lin might have to be the sacrificial lamb. And it's actually all right because he still has a rocket chair. I mean, he hasn't sat on the rocket chair just yet. STN really forcing the case here.
But teleport is available for Pit, so if he wants to, he could potentially. Another time bomb is ready as well.
Wow.
And this time, not feeling it, not unfortunately for the FPX.ZQ survivors. As we see STN also being pressured at the gate. They don't want to settle for the tie, it seems.
Wow, and look at that. Just going to sit once again in the tram. The exit gate is already open in Sans' side of the map. Already used up that teleport, so he's gonna have to walk and waddle all his way to the other side of that map to try and get more survivors. Let's see what FPX.ZQ is gonna do.
Dungeon. He wants to go for the dungeon. I guess for those extra points, it should be fine. But it seems like, no, STN doesn't really want to go for the dungeon. They really want to come in for the rescue, but there isn't any more tight turner though, so I'm afraid that this might bite FPX.ZQ in the back. They just need a one escape to get the win in
I think Pit's a bit overextended here, STN. Oh, actually the Enchantress also. I think they're going to try to prioritize the gate and the rescue here. They want to go for the 3-man escape.
Points over the win. So let's see if FPX.ZQ can make a fighting chance here. Enchantress only has one stack though.
Slowly building it up. Again, no detention, so it's totally fine. And Lin on the other side, he's going to try to keep the attention of Bonbon here. Let's see if Lin can avoid these bombs. Doing a great job so far. 2 bombs is all Pitts needs, while everyone is running for the back gate. It's only Lin and Pit Stoppers that are here, and it seems like it is uncontested, and Lin out at the exit. It's going to be a 3-person escape.
Just a beeline for the gate, and that was enough. We only saw a 1-stack stun by the Enchantress. Sunsui on it, and it was more than enough for him, it seems.
Yeah, and oh man, I know the Wu Chang of Xteam did, I believe he got a tie, right, in that type of performance, but
yeah,
they just seemed so ready for Bonbon, and I'm pretty sure if you're teammates with Dongshen, they practiced that matchup. They were so good at just avoiding all the bombs. Everyone had their moment in the sun there when it came to kiting. It's just the Enchantress, like you said, don't want to see the Enchantress, only saw him at the end game, but Puppeteer had a great kite. Also, not the Enchantress, but the first officer as well had to be forced to go for that early rescue. Just, I mean, they were ready, and they did not hold back at all.
Yeah, like one thing you mentioned as well, the overextension coming in from Pitts was just very uncharacteristic of him, right? The person is on the chair there right at the other side of the corner, but he was walking through the center area rather than towards the other side. So Enchantress had the opening to come in for the rescue. So great stuff coming in from FPX.ZQ service, though, a great awareness of mine. But we really thought that Pit Stoppers might have a chance here, especially with the Magician hiding at the S-Pellet area.
It was a good start. You pointed it out. The Magician getting caught out in the start with the hiding. Yuan kind of playing with fire there, and it was quite unfortunate he got found out right away. But he was able to rebound kite really well for him to be, and he understand the assignment that he had to like die in corner and make sure that he doesn't disrupt the Cypher Rush. And yeah, I guess also maybe Pitts wanted to get a little more than just a tie, because he could have just sat on that chair and just made sure I'm going to keep spamming bombs here and not have anyone just come in. But yeah, the overextension allowed the first officer to get the rescue and really push for that end game. So Dems are the breaks, folks. We're putting a cap on game number 1, and FPX.ZQ leading the charge here 8-1 up against Omni.
Yeah, the kill pressure was a little bit too little coming in from Pitts, and yeah, just other than that, it's a pretty fair matchup, I believe, for the side of FPX.ZQ. This is something that they expected coming into this matchup against Omni, and since Omni is falling quite short in terms of points as well.
I'm just wondering also, okay, because I am a fan of how good Goatman is in round 1, or Sable Hunters, right? if you risk saving that for game 2 or 3, it's not like Dongshen, because Dongshen brought out the An in game 3. But first, let's look at the highlights before we talk more about this matchup, folks.
Here. Got one pocket watch on me.
Heal me.
Yeah. Go. Not bad. 20.
Like.
这边下去。哎呦。2楼。
对，2楼。
不急。我这边20秒压好，搏命 go。好就。哎。
And with those highlights and those VCs, it seems like we kind of understood the situation that really went down in BO1, right? With KB actually was the one that wanted the forced heal onto him, which kind of resulted in that kind of situation. So decision making was coming in from Omni survivors. We do hope that it will improve coming into BO2, but also from the side of FPX.ZQ survivors, a very calculated end game. As we look into their game 2 map, it will be Lakeside Village by Omni.
Lakeside Village, a good map to have usually to settle the score here, and they've had good record against PRR. And the thought I was bringing up earlier is that, okay, if we compare it to like Dongshen saving his opera singer in the overtime, that's fine. You bring out the An and just your tie with it. But I think maybe having the Bon, I think the risk didn't outweigh the reward, because known for ties, right? And unfortunately it didn't work out quite well on the side of of Pit, and it's a big point differential. So now they really have this urgency to come back from this, because if not, FPX.ZQ just shoots up in terms of the leaderboards.
Yeah, they will. Seems like. Yeah, speaking about how this matchup really went down, we'll see if Omni survivors is geared up for this one, because we're seeing Omni survivors up for BO2 first half against Dongshen. And Dongshen looks like Village. Have we seen him there in the group stages? Seems like we did. We saw his opera singer getting 4K.
This was the map they settled the 4K in. The overtime in. And Jin Tinjo brought out the wax artist. This was the iconic basement hide and seek that happened against ACT, where Dongshen was like, what's happening down here in the basement?
Yeah, it was a very impressive play coming in from Dongshen. The wax artist getting 4K in around 8 minutes time. So overall, I think that maybe if FPX.ZQ, if the survivor team coming in from Omni is ideal, maybe the wax artist could come in again. But if not, there is still other characters that is in Dongshen's arsenal, such as the Ivy. Hopefully we don't see the end. But the Ivy, that is actually quite aggressive, still an S tier hunter.
Yeah. Ivy, opera singer, that's what I'm expecting to see from Dongshen if they allow it to come out. Actually 3. Ivy, opera singer, Goatman on Dongshen's side. QS is out, so they have to pick between those 3, or at least pick one of the 3 to ban out, and you have to kind of counter target ban or target pick characters to go up against one or the other. So
or we could see a Dream Witch here by Dongshen.
Wow. Okay.
Something
over
that
Ivy
Dongshen could consider here if it's his calling, But for now, of course, Ivy, Goatman, opera singer is still those S tier hunters that we should be expecting. And even if Bond is banned out, there's still 2 out of the 3 that's still available. Question is, which hunter do you think Omni survivors should ban among Ivy, Goatman, and opera singer?
Jesus. I think you might want to... how do you do this? His opera singer is too crazy. I can't think, dude. Maybe ban out the Ivy? Or no, Ivy's also pretty good. I'm just assuming if they scrim a lot with Pit, they're more comfy with Pit's hunters. So maybe they're more comfy on the Goatman meta. So force out a Goatman to come out, ban out either the Ivy or Opera Singer or whatever you're not comfortable with, and see how that goes. But that's just me. Do you have any insight on how you think they can approach this match?
Okay, Opera Singer is really aggressive coming in from Dongquan.
Yes.
But I feel like the Ivy has the surprise element, the unpredictability, as well as the end game potential that is way stronger, I feel, compared to the Opera Singer and the Goatman. So I think them banning out the Ivy should most likely to be the case here. And you mentioned already, if they've been screaming a lot with Pit Stoppers as the person they've been training with a lot, their own hunter, then yeah, let out the Goatman, let out the Opera Singer, and if really there's an incident situation, let's just focus on a lot of the decoding, and hopefully we don't give any of those free hits.
True. And considering, right, they don't have access to the Mechanic, Antiquarian, Magician, and First Officer. You still have Lanternist, you still have First Fire Investigator, you still have, they don't have Magician, right? You could bring out Prisoner if Paul Blems wants to use Prisoner just for the decoding. But yeah, Cypher Rush, I think the goal here is to at least tie. Don't go for a win, we just go for 2. Safe 2s, guys. Don't shoot for the 3s, shoot for safe 2-pointers. That's it. Heck, even get a free throw, get 1. That's fine. Up against Dongshan, I think that's a win.
Yeah, maybe also from the side of Omni Survivors, they could also pick up the Meteorologist. It's still available for them.
Yeah.
And from the qualifiers, you also know that PPM does have a Meteorologist as one of his picks. So that is possible. We could also potentially see if they want long range support. Problems with the Priestess is
in a big map,
definitely
that could work.
A viable option. Yeah, Perfumer as well, with the recent buffs, not really recent anymore, but with those buffs that she has now, with those perfumes, and if not hit the perfumes and having the granting the shield, so many possibilities that they could go for. So hopefully from the side of Omni, we do see a smart BP this time round against Dongquan. But we need to remember there's no coach.
True, it's among themselves, right? And you got TY here, just helping Dongshan and also the survivors like really decide which is the most optimal team or optimal lineup to go for up against the other team. And also this is Lakeside. This was the map that Omni chose, so hopefully they have something prepared. I wonder what of the evils are they going to choose? Is it Ivy, is it Goatman, or is it Opera Singer? Because those are 3 very deadly hunters in Dongshan's hand, let alone in Lakeside Village as well.
The comms between Omni as well we need to have someone that's more because usually in a team survivors there is someone that leads the team in terms of being the commander. Is that the word, commander?
In-game leader, IGL.
Yeah, in-game leader. So for now it seems like they might not have one, because from what we heard in the BCs and the highlights for Omni's team, seems like they're making individual calls rather than like one person that is making the decision for them. And that's I feel like in cases like this, there's gonna be a lot of divided opinions on what should be done, what shouldn't be done. And I feel like that's where the team really do fall quite short here for Omni survivors.
True. I think that's super important for a team to have an in-game leader, a main shot caller, just to make sure that everyone is, even if it's a tough decision, the leader is there to kind of make that call, and no one's just running around doing their own thing and having their own like, oh, heal me, but no, we need to prioritize this. No, but we need to do that. So just having a singular voice. Hopefully they're able to kind of put that together. Again, a non-pro team might not have the time to be able to find or fine-tune their I'd say their coordination, but heck, you know, Omni's here for a reason, and they're gonna give their all here up against Dongshan.
Yeah, as we see the Seer and Doctor being banned out here. On the side of Omni Survivors, surprisingly, they are not too confident to go up against Dongshan's Goatman, as rather face an Ivy or an Opera Singer. As we see a response from them as well. Mercenary as a rescuer here, able to go in for these long-range rescues will be excellent, especially in a big map like this, as we see a Lanternist as well. Very strong Kaita as well as a Decoder. Full value add team here, as we see the Puppeteer getting banned out.
Yeah. Oh, you pointed out Meteorologist is still available, but they go Embalmer here, so it seems like they want to go for a defensive strategy. Man, going up against Dongshen and you're kind of showing that you want to play a little passively, he's going to just just going to ban out Meteorologist right away and make sure that you're going to have to just kite individually with no support.
Yeah, maybe an Aeroplanist coming in would be alright. I would hope to see a support corrector coming in though.
Yeah.
Rather, but Aeroplanist is also very good. Oh, seems like it will be a support corrector, harassment corrector with the Archer.
Okay, you asked for support, you got it in Archer. Again, Aeroplanist is really cool. Kind of, you know, Aeroplanist Meteorologist can kind of take to the sky. You saw how amazing, the amazing time that they can have in the big boat area. I was also considering maybe Toy Merchant, but Archer here works. But the vastness of this map is going to be felt by the survivors because they don't have that much mobility.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. And also just to add on, I don't really like the Archer pick here because the fact that Ivy is still open. Dongshen has an Ivy. He could play into the Archer. Archer, he can't look back and aim at the heart because the moment you look back and aim at the heart, which you need time, you can't instant lock down that.
Also,
Dongshen,
I just noticed that I also noticed that they banned out Goatman. So they're kind of walking into, they're walking into this one. And I double down, your sentiments that he could just play into this and just go Ivy. We know how terrifying his Ivy could be. Also, his Opera Singer could do really well here because the hits can last. He just closes the distance so fast, and his hunter instincts are just really good at trying to find out where the Lanternist is at. So, yeah, interesting choice here for Omni. Let's see what Dongshen's going to decide as the hunter.
But even if Dongshen picks an Opera Singer here, it's still fine because, like I said, Archer needs some time to aim at the heart for that 100% laceration. As we see, Dongshen seems like he doesn't really want to go for that Ivy with Ingen potential. He wants to go for the Opera Singer here. Seems like he wants to go for more aggression right from the start.
I think he wants to duplicate that same type of OT performance he did in that overtime against ACT. He was really terrifying in that matchup. If you guys haven't seen it, head on over to day 2 of the VODs. Me and Chocho really... was it 5 hours of commentary, and that was the last match we ended with. It was really insane. So, seems like Opera Singer is the matchup here up against the Embalmer, Mercenary, Lanternist, and Archer. Archer having Big Boat, quite interesting here, because I thought you were going to give the Embalmer Big Boat, keep his coffin up there, and just try and decode, but it seems like they're giving priority to the Embalmer, maybe wanting that first chase.
Yeah, which is very interesting. I don't really like this pawn, especially because Archer is not the weak character here. I feel like maybe the Embalmer with just a single coffin as your kite, as your saving grace if he downs.
Yeah, I would understand if it was Ivy, if this was the spawn, but it's Opera Singer, so I guess maybe they trust in. Is it Paul that's on the Embalmer? Maybe it is. Maybe it's the main kiter. But yeah, Archer being left alone is going to be a little. It's kind of tough. But we have borrowed times. We have 3 borrowed times. KB actually with a full kiting build, and we have 1 tide turner on Juan. Meanwhile, their aggressive start with Blink, Trump card, and detention on Dongshen's side. His Opera Singer was a menace in OT up against ACT. He's going to try to duplicate that same type of performance up against Omni. That's Chocho. I'm FPX.ZQ for your commentators for round 2, second half.
Seems like them bringing in a tight turner, just a single tight turner here, seems like they want Embalmer to be chased here first. Then afterwards, the coffin also acts like a mini tight turner afterwards. So I guess that is where their double, quote-unquote, double tight turner really comes in here. As we see, as expected here, KB prepared for this kite here. Already placed his coffin down, so let's see how far he can kite away as we see the first teleport over. Missing on the swing, unfortunately, but KB kiting back towards his coffin here. I'm not too sure if this is the best kiting route for him as well.
Yeah, I know Shaq is very strong, but he dropped his coffin here. I thought he was going to make his way towards shore or like the big boat area. Dongshan slowly but surely gaining distance here and close through the window. We get the hit, unlock first presence. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be able to use that coffin, but he could definitely chair in this area. And great start for Dongshan. Omni is going to have to look to get ciphers on the board here.
Yeah, Flywheel wasn't even ready when the down happened. Added the ciphers together, right? Maybe it's just one full cipher. So this is extremely fast now for Dongshan here. Very snowballable, if that's a word, game for him here. As we see Chuan also coming in for the rescue, coming from the back door. Hopefully it doesn't get spotted out by Dongshan, but with this Hunter's game sense, it's a hard to miss as we see a hit through a pallet.
Okay, moving the coffin a little closer to the cornfield here, but the last effort's going to get popped. He needs to be able to provide enough distance here just so that he can self-resurrect. But yeah, that's their one and only tide turner. The rest is going to have to just go on them with how to go for some rescues. So KB here, a small boat area, is going to just go in the corner.
Yeah, forcing a chairing as well. Dongshan knows exactly where the coffin is. I guess the game plan here with the coffin being placed at the cornfield now is for Dongshan to, at least if he gets KB, he's not even close to the center area.
True.
Initially, the coffin, yeah, it was nearer towards the shack area, but nearer to center as well. As we see, KB will receive this mini tide turner effect. Does have Flywheel to work with, so let's see if he's able to extend this kite slightly further.
Okay, dropping down the pallet here, forcing Dongshan to break it. Tide Turner is about to run out here. Just tries to go for the swing to the corner, and that's going to be a down. It's still the midway point of the game. Cypher progress is looking kind of okay, but I'm just really concerned about Mercenary being injured. We haven't seen the Lanternist and Archer yet, but it's all good. But we know how aggressive Dongshan can be when he is locked onto one target.
Yeah, throughout the entire almost 3-minute game as of now, we've yet to see the blink here. So survivors, they're still wondering what trait did Dongshan bring to the game here. Is it abnormal or is it something else? Maybe a warp? So they're all being very careful here. They don't want to decode those ciphers, except the brave one at the big boat area, since that is double story. As we finally see the blink being forced here, Juan will be helping Dongshan to snowball here.
Yeah, and are immediately going to trump card already, switching to that teleport. So now the main rescuer is on the rocket chair. Itemization is still all good on the survivors. They have a lot of utility, and they do have their last cipher. Next two ciphers are close to popping at 84. Well, one already popped. The next one is at 84%. So Dongshan could kind of hold on to this lead, but he can't give them a little too much slack here as PPM. Oh, and that's actually Paul Blems that's going to make his way for this rescue.
Yeah, preemptively using this 2 living image here. Problems is it's quite difficult for him to get close towards the chair as well. He won't be able to get this hit here, but I think it's gonna be an over half rescue, or if not a clutch one, if not Terror Shot.
Hang on, here we go. Just go for the chair hit. And now excellent stuff on Paul Blems. Veteran experience and veteran grit paying off there, allowing Juan to just survive a little bit longer as we have our last cipher, Chocho. They're doing great.
Yeah, expending Juan's last 2 elbow pads in an instant as well. Dongshan is really doing his best. They're trying to catch up onto Juan. Stay put, I'm coming. For what? What are you coming for? As we see, Juan is he's on this all alone, right? There is nobody that can come in for the spot except for the Archer. But it seems like Archer also wants to focus the laceration coming through. This is support we're hoping to see here as we see a back leap as well. Dongshan doesn't even want the laceration to be 100%. We're seeing that stun. Juan doing a good job kiting as of now. And a body block coming in clutch by PPM.
And now 100%, really just pouring all the damage into Dongshan. But now the Archer has fallen, it is fine because the Mercenary can still tank 1 hit. We keep on going though. 100, it's at the laceration, just buying a little bit more time before they push for this end game to happen. But maybe they're switching on over. No, Mercenary is actually going to go for this, positioning himself for this rescue.
Yeah, the transition between the 2 survivors would have made the cipher not enough and potentially rejected of this rescue by Dongshan. So as we see Juan coming in close, doesn't have Tide Turner anymore, but this rescue would be enough. I think Dongshan can just focus his attention onto the Mercenary, especially with Mercenary being the last chair already. He's able to get this instant down situation. It will be a 2-survivor endgame instead. As we see the cipher pop, Juan unable to kite down here, no pellets to work with, missing out the first swing, and the hit still registers. Now Posh, nobody is on the gates and teleport is ready.
This is going to be a little tough. They push for the end game, but Dongshen has the detention and the teleport to work with here to turn the tides. And I think, yeah, they're not touching the exit just yet. So no instant teleport. The discipline on Dongshen to just make sure that he's going to get more than just the tide. He's going to survey around the area. PPM has to hide for his life as Dongshen tries to monitor. We go for the teleport, but Paul Blems ain't here. Go back now.
I'm not too sure. Yeah, as we see PPM will be receiving this kite here. At least PPM is not near the dungeon, so Dongshen shouldn't be too worried about it. We did see him preemptively check that area to see the dungeon is there. Back will be able to open, so this at least guarantees a one escape for Omni survivors.
True,
as we see PPM will see his demise here.
Yeah, so at least they got that one survivor escape. I think, again, moral victory, right? Just for them to get one out. But yeah, I'd say that their first chase going for the Embalmer at the start, and then Paul Blems, for me, highlight of the game here, survivor highlight, was him being able to force out a chair hit and him going for that rescue. Even though it was after half, it was still pretty good and quite clutch for him to be able to get that.
Yeah, definitely. I think the MVP of this game here for the survivor side definitely have to be PPM. Without PPM's support with those lacerations, I don't think Quan would be able to survive the kite any longer. We saw that he really used up his 2 elbow pads right after he was rescued from the chair, and there was really nothing he could work around with. Pellets already down as well. It was a risky situation for him. So great stuff coming in from PPM, coming in for the support, and also decoding perfectly done by Problems.
Yeah, it's really interesting because we were concerned, right? He picked Archer when we thought the Ivy matchup was gonna be in play, because you cannot play like that against Ivy. That over support, yeah, you're gonna get the scare is gonna build up, and you're gonna be just in that zone of terror. So again, I think it was quite interesting that Dongshen went with the Opera Singer. Again, it's 3-1. I thought he'd go for the Ivy, but he's still gonna hold on to that lead. But this is where the point of concern happens. Hit needs to get at least 3 to keep this game going. We can't even tie. If we tie, game's over. So that's a lot of pressure on his side.
Yeah, somehow he needs to pick out a hunter that can 3k here, and yeah, I think now that we kind of look back into BO1, maybe the Bonbon was really not the best fit there for him. And maybe with other hunters he could have at least maybe gotten a tie? Maybe?
Hear me out. So now it's kind of that same situation where we had Dongshen in overtime, right? Bonbon instant ban. They can only ban out one other hunter. So technically, maybe ban out the Goatman, I think, because that's one of his most effective hunters. Maybe also the Ivy. But you still have COAⅨ. You still have Opera Singer. You still have Peddler. So maybe that's the big brain strategy here, that he knew that round 1 wasn't going to go his way and tried to go for a stable tie, but unfortunately that couldn't happen. So he has to go for the meta now.
He definitely has to. This is no chance. This is no chance. You don't really want to end things up in a 2-0 fashion, because round wins is so important. We saw the containment time onto Embalmer here, 57 seconds only, but luckily enough, ciphers were being rushed right, and support came through. So thankfully from the side of Omni survivors, they didn't pick up an Aeroplanes for their last pick. They picked up the Archer, which worked out perfectly for them here to get those one escape.
So I'm thinking now, okay, wow, that's a big point differential. But so far, if they 3-1 it, it's still all good. FPX.ZQ survivors, they don't have access to the Enchantress. They don't have access to First Officer, Magician, and Puppeteer. Those aren't necessarily needed in Lakeside. Like you said, Aeroplane is still available. You got Meteorologist that's still available. Toy Merchant is still there, just in case. They have Antiquarian. They have Archer also if they need it. So it's FPX.ZQ survivors still have a lot of survivors to play around with.
Yeah, so many things to work around with, and yeah, we can just wait and see what is going to be here for the Benfix phase, because FPX.ZQ, the survivor side, the fact that in BO1 they already got a 3 escape, I don't see why they can't replicate this same behavior. We saw from MRC's matchup today, remember? That Lakeside Village matchup where they almost got a 4 escape, the coordinator's gun coming in, and it was a wilding. So yeah, it was so close for escape. So at this point in time, maybe Lakeside Village is really Chinese mainland map, and Omni kind of picked into their opponent's map selection.
That's a scary thought to have, because Pitt is going to have a hard time here if that is the case, because if they're at their home territory here, if they're at their map of choice, it's going to be a lot harder for him to navigate around. Again, the saving grace is that he has still access to the meta hunters, quite similar to Dongshen, but at least they can only ban out one meta hunter coming into this matchup.
Yeah, only ban one out of the many hunters that Pit Stoppers have. Honestly, for the set of Pit Stoppers, I feel that the way he's doing his BP, of course, is by himself, right? There's no coach.
Yeah.
The Bonbon was a very interesting one. I'm not too sure what the mindset was coming in with that Bonbon, because I felt like it was against him, rather.
Yeah.
So this is quite interesting. We'll see how it's gonna be here, because the fact he's so unpredictable, maybe that is the, like I like to call this the element of surprise.
Yeah.
For FPX.ZQ.
Hopefully. Hopefully it'll be controlled unpredictability, not too unpredictable, like Evil Reptilian or Wu Chang. If we keep it in the wheelhouse of the metas, I think we should be safe, because, yeah, again, no coach. I think maybe also, like, that's a lot of pressure on himself, and I think he was just up there by himself. I don't know if the team was talking to him via comms, but yeah, I think it's a lot of decision making for one person, especially with the stakes are this high. So let's see what Pitt is going to decide on as we start out the picks and bans. Seer Doctor, most likely, and it's Seer Antiquarian.
So this opens up Doctor for FPX.ZQ to pick up. You've already mentioned a lot of the characters that can be picked here. Meteorologist can be picked, Aeroplanist, Archer also still in the mix here, as we see the Goldman being banned.
We start out with Meteorologist and Coordinator. Two kiters, two supporters, one sitting on the rocket chair for a long time. Meteorologist being able to get a lot of good jump spots or cloud spots in this map. So good pickups on the side of FPX.ZQ. We return it back to Pitt on what he's going to ban out next.
Bans out the Lucky Guy. So I guess he doesn't really want the kiting also coming in from Lucky Guy, as well as the bot coming through, because having the bot really does increases this help the coding progress a lot faster. So with Mercenary being picked up here, it seems like they don't really want to be threatened here with any of the bans coming in from Pits in the later part of it. So Mercenary being picked here in a big map like this will be able to get those very good rescues, especially so in the basement, if that's the case.
So last ban out here on the Lanternist, allowing the Aeroplanist, so the two survivors that we were calling out, Chocho, Meteorologist and Aeroplanist in a map like this. So much mobility, and you got two main rescuers. Coding's not going to be the fastest, but it's still all good because they have a lot of kite ability here. So how do you ground these survivors that take to the sky and sit in the rocket chairs for really long if you're Pit Stoppers?
If they fly, what should we pick here, right? We still have the Ivy, we still have the Qist. If they're gonna play mobility, especially with those levitations, maybe this can return the favor and play mobility as well. Opera Singer or the Qist here could be his potential picks.
True. I like that. I like those ideas. Just match their speed, match their mobility in that sense. It really depends also on how confident Pit Stoppers is on that Qist, because you really need to be on top of your game and kind of rise above that pressure if you want to be able to control the pace of that match with that Qist and set up those contact points. So yeah, I'd really like to see that Qist, but I'm not sure if he's gonna go Opera or Ivy. Seems like it's Opera.
Yeah, beating speed for speed here. Coming in with the Opera Singer, there's a lot of possibilities what he could go for the trade, right? There's still the Bling, the Warp that he could go for just to close the distance, because as mentioned, even though you can shadow dance all the way through, maybe the Coordinator's gun is going to make it really annoying. If he stuns you, maybe you using the Warp, having a Warp, will be able to close the distance even further. So speeding things up for them. Let's see what is it going to be here for Pits when it comes to the personas. But for the spawn locations, the big boat area, meteorologists or the aeroplanes. That's their playground.
Yeah, either of them. And also, there are really good jump spots in the small boat area, too. So I wouldn't be surprised if they get priority over those. Seems like we are going to get, small boat on the airplane side, big boat on to the meteorologist. Coordinator Shack is all good, and Mercenary is going to be right at the center to just play first rescuer if ever. We're going to go corner just to probably block out some ciphers or just chase someone out. Probably going to go coordinator first because I don't know if you want to deal with a no presence chase onto the meteorologist in such a good map location as the big boat.
Yeah, it's a lot of possibilities and a lot of pushbacks coming in from meteorologists. It's going to be very annoying, but actually the items do run out quite fast on the meteorologist. So maybe just using all of that, Pitts is okay to deal with the meteorologist, but also the coordinator's gun. Seems like he's not even gonna go for a blink or a walk. Gosh, he's gonna go for Keepers. Trunk detention. So maybe a potential big boat chase later on. And looking into our survivor side, we're seeing a triple board time, double tight turner, and with flywheels also coming in from coordinator as well as the meteorologist. So game 2 second half, potential last half at Lakeside Village between these two teams, and live commentary brought to you by Chocho and Posh Pipes.
Pit Stoppers do or die time with his opera singer here. It seems like he will be chasing Estian here at Big Boat. So we're already going to use up the clouds just to prioritize getting out of this area, but might be put in a really tough spot at the shack. He can transition, but he will be using up that bottle. It's still on cooldown though, so Pit going to be chasing him away from this area.
Yeah, placing on the first peeper as well. This would have been combinated to FPX.ZQ. So chasing potential-wise would be a lot lesser here coming in from Piss, as we see a win potentially just gearing up for this. We see Estian just holding on to it. The moment you get too close to me, I'm going to be pushing you backwards, as we see a preemptive push actually. Pit Stopper avoiding that. Estian missing out on that pallet area, but this hit will still register regardless as he hits with his double story area. Does have levitation win to work with, so we might be seeing that here.
Yeah, so will he actually use it towards... Yeah, I think he might have to just to get rid of it. But if you go towards that area, yes, it's going to buy enough time, but there's not much pallets to work with. I thought he's going to keep trying to change elevations at the big boat area, but I think he's just resided himself to just go in this corner and just force... Wow, flywheel too, just so that he'll be able to buy enough time. That's a bit... I think that's just him buying enough time. I'm not quite sure.
What time? Like 2 seconds. 2 seconds of time with that flywheel.
I guess.
I thought maybe they might. Yeah, I thought maybe Estian would want to maybe take this flywheel and for his second kite, but it seems like with this flywheel itself, it's an indication to us that they might not want to come for this rescue at all. It's just gonna be like maybe tinnitus and then all decoding. But there is this toilet cipher here that is quite annoying. We do see a lot of missed dashes here coming in from Pits, causing a reset onto his dash, into his shadow form, as we see Yuan coming in for this before half rescue.
Okay, gets the hit. Tide Turner's gonna carry Estian away from this rocket chair, but he just needs to pull distance, possibly furthest away from everyone that is pushing those ciphers. So yeah, I think more of an aggressive start for Pit. He's gonna try and go for Yuan. Can't lose sight of Estian. That's gonna be really dire for him to go after him.
Yeah, as well, we need to talk about the winning conditions also coming in for FPX.ZQ. The moment we see a tie game here for FPX.ZQ,
it's a victory, it is a victory for FPX.ZQ. So again, Pit Stoppers really needs to be able to add more kill pressure onto the board here, but it just seems like Estian, the sacrificial lamb, is going to just be all right to just keep getting chaired till the very end. They're still working with one Tide Turner, and luckily enough, the wanted order was not on the Mercenary. Lin, though, getting caught out here in the open, is going to have a hard time closing out that distance, but we're still able to break ankles here, just to overextend here, and we get a perfect rescue here. Waiting for the right possible moment. Might have jinxed it, but we just go for it. Tide Turner in effect.
trying to buy as much time as possible, but really unfortunate that this rescue, he had to expend 2 of the double pack, and now a double down situation potentially. 4th Cypher will be popped very soon. 5th one is being worked on. So if Meteorology survives, it seems like she will not. See, the fly rule is in 7 seconds. If he didn't use the fly rule at the shore, he will have one now.
Well, that 3 seconds doesn't look that good anymore. Could have flywheeled to those pallets, but it's all good. It works in Pit's favor. So now we're still stuck on that 70% Cypher. No one will be coming. Well, actually, the only person that can come for that rescue is that coordinator, but he will be using up that coordinator gun. Sands is here. So let's see how we're going to go for this. Seems like we're going to go for a teleport.
Good shot! Exactly when teleports happen. So this resets the teleport's cooldown for Pit Stoppers, turning the tides. Not much actually, but at least the last Cypher wouldn't be interrupted. Yuan will be able to decode that Cypher peacefully, and all of them. Seems like Yuan does not have borrowed time, so they are forced to pop this one, and he is half health. Does have jetpacks to work with though, and Dungeon is not nearby.
He got 2 jetpacks to work with, and also the big boat. He could seemingly just levitate, move on away towards the shack area, and keep buying time. Sands trying to work on the back exit. No one's reached that area just yet. They have to be very careful. Again, they just need a tie game to go. And can I just say that coordinator flare gun was quite disrespectful. My goodness, just getting him out of that teleport form was diabolical. And now 50 seconds on the clock. He's gonna check if anyone's pushing this exit gate, and no one is here. This allows a rotation to happen on the aeroplanist side.
Oh my goodness. And Dungeon is at front gate, so Yuan, another jetpack to work with. Seems like he will not be able to pull that off, as we see Sensui heading towards the front gate alongside with Lin. So this should be a tie game here coming in from Pit Stoppers against FPX.ZQ survivors. So congratulations to FPX.ZQ for winning this round in this group stage over Omni.
Yeah, again, incredible performance on their side. Again, the first chase was quite the interesting choice, the flywheel there. But that coordinator flare gun is just diabolical. I mean, really just putting him in a really bad spot, right? It resets the entire teleportation, couldn't have an endgame trait, forced to just shadow dance his way back, and Yuan having those jetpacks. Just conservatively, they knew how it would work, and the overextensions, and I think them being a step ahead here was really the predictor here of how well FPX.ZQ may perform in this group stage.
Yeah, as we see a show of sportsmanship coming in from FPX.ZQ survivors, will be shaking the hands of Pit Stoppers before they bow to the crowd and feel happy about their win here against Omni. So this is FPX.ZQ's second out of their 4 matches that they will be playing here in their group stage, and they have won all 2. As for Omni, they have just lost 1. So things are still looking quite okay for Omni. They still have 2 other matches to work around with and potentially stay in the 3rd place if needed.
Yeah, just the shifting of the standings there is that, yeah, FPX.ZQ, this kind of shoots them up a little higher because this is a 2-0 win on their side. So they're still undefeated in their group stage. However, Omni 1-1 might be still teetering on that 3rd place spot. Again, you want that 1st to 3rd place. That means you make it towards the playoffs. 4th and 5th place are kind of the blast zone that unfortunately will be sent out of this tournament. Luckily for FPX.ZQ, this was their day. And sadly, chat, we did not see any prospectors in this matchup. It was all business, but maybe in the future, who knows?
Yeah, who knows? But even though we didn't see the prospector harassment, we did see the gun harassment coming in from the same person, Sansui, as we see. Our first kiter as Tian with meteorologist at 80 seconds containment time, and the rest was history. Everything worked out perfectly for FPX.ZQ. Even though Tian did down at one of the shore cipher, which is a toilet cipher actually, but was chat at the shore. After rescue, he immediately went away and everything was just so good. There were no float rescues. Everything was before half as expected. And FPX.ZQ, a very rewarding win for them.
I think this kind of, well, Just the Girl said this is why she doesn't play Hunter. Because It was just, you really feel the, I don't know, that flare gun. Yeah, I don't have the magnets, but here's a flare gun, and now your trait's on cooldown. How you like that?
Yeah, like if we actually saw the perspective of Pitts, right, he actually made an effort to like walk all the way towards that fence area so that he wouldn't get gunned, because the positioning that Sunsweet had, if he actually decides to shoot, it wouldn't hit Pitts. So what did he do? What did Sunsweet do? He flywheeled, had an angle, and shot the moment he was going to teleport. So this was just perfect play coming in from FPX.ZQ survivors.
So that's the flywheel you approve of. That's the flywheel you approve of, not the shore flywheel. Extra 3
it brought
seconds.
up 2 seconds. Right? Crucial 2 seconds.
It's three. Count it. Okay.
But
you brought
congratulations.
up a good point.
Yes.
If they did bring out that flywheel later on, could have been a different scenario. Could have been a 4-man endgame if he didn't use that flywheel in the shore area. Because he could have flywheeled towards those pallets, and that could have lasted a little longer. Mercenary was still healing up. Coordinator was there for probably a gun support if they would just buy enough time. But yeah, again, every second counts.
Yeah, a lot of possibilities. Maybe if Astian did have the flywheel, maybe his kiting route would be a little bit different, because at the front gate we do know there is 3 pallets to walk around with.
Yeah.
And then at the stone area there's still still another pallet. So yeah, a lot of possibilities the flywheel still there. But I think still regardless, even if he did flywheel at the shore, the FPX.ZQ survivors, the rest still did tank. The rest. Yeah.
Fair. So let's check out the highlights before we reward an MVP, guys. So check this out.
Get out of there.
Thank God. Oh, damn.
Just kite is on gate. He's on gate.
Mine's.
他技能是插眼是吧？
对。
先过半。
走，不能跑，再
要赢的话不行，你要帮他扛呗。
打断。能修吗？传了我。
没有。打断。我还没到大门，我还要11秒到大门。
我在哪儿，飞机？
And there you have it, folks. Flywheel, not used to just negate a hunter hit, but it's used for aggression with how well you saw that. And an incredible performance on FPX.ZQ's side. Cannot wait to see how well they're going to perform. But yeah, 2 out of 2 matches already done and dusted for FPX.ZQ. So they're looking quite healthy in their group stage so far. So if you're an FPX.ZQ fan, hopefully they're doing well for you.
Yeah, I think this is like kind of a show match also for FPX.ZQ, because previously with ACT they had a BOC overtime, right? Total of 4 rounds being played here now. With 2 rounds, they're able to head home, maybe rest a bit before they start training again for their next matchup. So yeah, I'm glad that they're able to do this. But also, I do see the chat as well. I see Fioni hoping to see Sansui and Dongshuan coming in for the interview. And our dear Horton Hines will be translating.
Appreciate it. Horton
Thank you.
Has been on point with the translations. So good. Chef's kisses.
The translations got me.
Yeah, so good. Like such nuance in the. Sometimes I don't even. I mean, I know you speak Mandarin, but like sometimes like wow, she picks up on things you don't pick up on. Like wow, they talk
right.
About, they thank us, the commentators.
There's hidden meanings behind.
Yeah, exactly. But there's no hidden meaning behind the best deduction, which goes to none other than Mr. President himself, Dongshuan. Best deduction, I think, for his QS. He did bring out the opera singer with 1-man escape, but it's still all good. So, double MVPs going to Dongshuan. Congratulations, and congratulations also to FPX.ZQ for winning this matchup.
Yeah, what a game, I must say, FPX.ZQ. And if you guys are also looking forward to other matches of FPX.ZQ, they are still left with matchups with PRR and FL. So you guys can definitely catch them still, and we'll see how far they do in those future matchups. And hopefully you guys still have your apples still in a good position for those 1st to 5th place for each of the groupings.
I'm excited for that FL match. That's going to be quite the back and forth sequence. PRR still looking to get on the board. They did have a rough go at the start, but hopefully they learn a couple things here to try and just tighten up their strategy. But FPX.ZQ here on out will not hold back any punches as they try to cement their spot in the playoffs that will be happening the first week of May 1 to 5. So do mark your calendars, but also stick with us here in the group stage because this is only day number 4.
Yeah, and we'll see if Yoni's dreams for Sansui and Dongxuan as the interviewees do come true. Previously, the other day with ACT, I think they had Dongxuan up already, so I'm not too sure if we will see that again. But I guess as practice, maybe having a survivor and a hunter to bring in insights about both sides of the matchups would be the best case scenario for them. So I think it's going to be working out for Yoni.
Horton, please tell us about the coordinator gun. But anyway, here's the interview, guys.
Hello， 大家好，我是东璇。
Hello， 大家好，我是玉林。
欢迎2位，今天这个酣畅淋漓的2比0。因为上一场刚刚加赛嘛，就是前天你们的第一场比赛是个加赛，这个2比0打下来，有没有感觉整个的气势和状态完全的不一样？东璇？
确实，就对我整体的感觉都很好。
更嗨一点。那玉林呢？今天感觉因为是2比0嘛，你觉得整个团队的配合怎么样，能够达到一个几分？
厉害，
厉害。而君少天的勘探员呢？就他本人知道那个赛前喊话吗？他看到3岁说让他玩勘探员的时候，他什么反应？
他知道，然后他说如果对面掏了他就掏。
哦，这还是有条件的。就当对面选出勘探员的时候，我方君少天也会选出。
怎么还有条件吗？难道你们不是说选出勘探员，然后你们3个人抢其他3个位置，让他只能选勘探员吗？
哦，东璇也是一语道破了。刚才在后台我都不知道这件事情，但是今天我觉得虽然没有看到，后面一定还是会有机会的，就下次给他埋一个伏笔。那今天这个2比0，我觉得首先第一个问题想问一下东璇，第一把那个4抓太顺利了，我觉得前期那个时间节点击倒对面之后，你会对场上的局势有个什么样子的判断？你当时觉得4抓的概率大概会有多少？
一半一半吧。
那你是当时怎么意识到有人在那边补状态？因为你的嗅觉好敏锐。
因为抓古董商的时候看了那个魔术师的走位，然后他是往大部那边去的，然后大部因为要修机子，所以他们状态不一定能补好，所以就过去找了一波。
哦，就已经提前把目光给专注到那个位置了。那拿到了那波节奏点之后，你会不会觉得这个4抓就比较稳了呢？
只能说优势很大，因为差不多差一整台，然后把它挂机子中间就好拿很多嘛。
也是很关键的一个滚雪球的过程嘛。那到了下半场的时候，我们求生者也是完成了一个3跑。就首先还是想问一下，在那样的前提下，看到对面选出一个邦邦来的时候，玉林，你们哥几个有没有
意料之外，很吃惊。
对，确实没有想到这个角色，能够看到你们的战术和运营还是很干脆的，就是2阶之后直接就卖掉。那个时候是不是很明确？大家就是说卖了保平，对吗？玉林？
是的，是的。
那咋就3跑了呢？
打到后面发现有机会，然后就3跑了。
对，本来是想要稳一点，结果后面发现，哎，好像可以秀一点，就完成了一个3人3跑。但是你今天大夫的那波救人。很刺激耶，因为台下观众看的也是惊叫连连。你当时那个道具卡得很死，第一视角
就一直躲雷，然后最后要救人摇个表。
哎，东璇，你在后台看，你有替他捏一把汗吗？
是的，是的，很吓人。
那玉林，你当时把人救下来之后，后面又是如何规划最后那个3人3跑的呢？因为最后这个操作也是要靠你来完成嘛。
侥幸了，
侥幸了，具体是怎么侥幸的呢？
看见电车哥哥出现在窗口，救赎感直接过来了，
就发现这轮这个电车有了大用处，所以最后也是在大家4个人包括电车的这个运营之下，完成了这样漂亮的一个3出，非常的厉害。那到了第2局的时候，东璇也是完成了一个3抓嘛。首先还是想问一下，就开局我们解说有说，哎，有一个小巧思，那你的开局是如何通过这样一个小技巧，很快速的拿到了第一波节奏的呢？
主要是多找找机会吧。
就机会是靠自己发现的。那当时因为你挂飞第一个人的时候，场上的局势很好，然后我们有在想说你是闪现在手，要不要直接传送出去找机会、找节奏？当时你是如何考虑的呢？
主要是机子都不修了，那我就先逛着吧，反正他们也不修机
啊，反正机子也没动，就慢慢来，慢慢找机会嘛。还是非常稳健的。那到了下半场的时候，也是看到今天玉林，特别是在最后跟3岁一起见证了一个非常高燃的场面，飞轮开枪，你当时也是在现场，第一视角是啥样的？
太恐怖了，这个画面简直不敢看。
那你是怎么，好像人机啊？你这些台词好像设定好的。不，当时是大家怎么在沟通出来的这样一个操作？你跟3岁是咋聊的呢？
我就说操作手，你该站出来开他枪了。
哦，你在激励他？哦，你是啦啦队员，你说赶紧该开枪了。
是的，倒地触发 OBV 的使命感了。
哇塞，那3岁真的很勇敢哎，直接上去就完成了这样一个操作。那个时候你们会不会就觉得，其实就首先帅了，然后其次这个平局也稳了，后面你们又是如何再去对接整个的节奏呢？
传送未断，那就直接平局了。
OK， 所以整体看下来的话，今天整个的比赛还是很顺利的。那今天完成了这样的一个2-0之后，你们也是有2个净胜入场，相比于上一场的这个加赛，我觉得确实是很关键的一个胜场了。那后面我们的这个拿下了这样一个胜利之后，这个晋级形势会不会更明显一点、更明了一点呢？大家对于这个晋级形势有没有什么未来的一个判断？冬雪，
就是拿下2场之后也是。就是稍微放松一些了，就对后面比赛的话，可能就会发挥得更好一点。
对的，容错率更多了嘛。那玉林呢？那军少天的勘探员，我们想看啊。
继续加油，
必须安排好的，继续加油。也是感谢2位来到赛后采访，再次恭喜朱雀战队拿下今天比赛胜利。接下来即将进行的是我们今天的最后一场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
遇到 Xteam， 我们才是挑战者。
你说的没错，毕竟你拿这么多冠军，只是为了见我。
探索深渊的冒险充满危险，但也可以带来无限可能。让我们有请中国大陆赛区成都 GG。欢迎小白、皮皮张、18、心安雾梦、枯草、皮皮虾、江秋。让我们有请中国大陆赛区 Xteam。欢迎三叶、凌云、星辰、雨梦、夕阳、永次郎、奇迹火。
Oh, and we are back after the very short break. We'll be seeing matchup number 4. We did see Group A, C, and D played today, and this is the final matchup today, which is from Group B, the death one, the death matchup that we'll be seeing here. For now, we're seeing GG versus Xteam Posh, and of course, I'm Chocho. And between these two teams, they are quite closely matched right now because both sides have already lost their first matchup. So they will be fighting to be on top of each other.
Yep. How close it is 4th and 5th place spot. And unfortunately, GG is -2 and Xteam is -1 is GG, -2 is Xteam. So like you said, it's a dog-eat-dog world in Group B because this is named the Group of Death because there's so many hard-hitting teams. I mean, there's a lot of fanfare coming from Xteam, but GG, former COA champs, they want to replicate that same type of magic. We're going to go to Moonlit River Park. This was also the map where we saw Kakiri's Bonbon up against GG. And that's where the whole, I don't know, that kind of threw us off on a loop. Yep.
Yeah, with this itself, right? GG survivors, they did very well at Moonlit River Park previously against the Bonbon. But that's because Bonbon is not that ideal for BO1. And that is a very big map. And the fact that Bonbon couldn't find the first survivor because the survivor was hiding. The hide and seek strat that they had was perfect, played to perfection there. So from G survivor side, I'm not too sure what the performance is gonna be here today. But overall wise, their consistency is still there. And we should be expecting very clean rescues coming in from Kuchao and also great kites from 18.
Yeah, can't wait to talk shop, but also talk to each and every one of you guys. Def Not Soapy says our caster tandem is called Pachocho. Saying what's up to Erica that's here. Chu is here too. We also said hi to Fione, Noir, Horton. Thank you for the translations as well. You should definitely get compensated for the amazing translations. Any shouts you want to give out, Chocho?
Of course, to our Erica here. Actually, it's been quite some time since, I believe this is the Erica that we know. Right, the one that made me bald. So we'll see how it's gonna be here, Erica. If this is you, I think Posh is a request for Gummy to be bald as well. So we'll see about that.
It's solidarity, right? So before we give more shout outs, we want to shout out Team GG. You got Bai, PPZ, 18, Xiaoma, Kuchao, Pipisha, and Chu being the first of the hunter. It's Xiaoma and us. Yeah, Xiaoma and Chu. That is the Hunters. And Xteam, you got Clover, Lingyun, Singchen, Yum, Xyang, YCL, and Fire.
Oh,
FYI.
Fire.
FYA. Everything is fire.
Yeah, hopefully this matchup is going to be fire as well. It's going to be, I feel there's going to be a pretty close matchup here because from both sides, we do see a lot of different strategies that's coming out. From Xteam side, their Hunter is the surprise factor with that Wu Chang that we saw previously at AbyssⅨ Town. But also, they do have another hunter, Xiyang, X-Yang, that has yet been on stage. So we'll probably see that in the second half. But for now, X-Team survivors Ling Yun. We are seeing the average rescue at 1.33. We are seeing Mercenary Enchantress. So it seems like X-Team side, there isn't like a designated rescuer. It's more of them being very flexible, and when needed, they adjust.
Yeah, something that I did notice in Ling Yun is the dedicated rescuer. He used his elbow pads and a shovel right away. And again, you're up against Jin, right? I think that you're kind of forced to do that. So I wonder if we're going to see a little bit of restraint coming on his end for how he's going to approach these situations, as I see a lot of people asking for a different haircut for the casters. But we continue on with Clover here. Clover having the cheerleader and the puppeteer. When it comes down to kiting time, again, they only played the match with GR, and it really didn't go in their favor. So there's not necessarily that much amazing stats to see here. But trust in Clover, bring out the puppeteer, bring out the airplanist, the doctor, the cheerleader, the lucky guy, just to make it work for his team.
Yeah, and also for the side of X-Team survivors, for now we have yet to see not even a tie game coming in from this survivors. So I hope that this time out against GG's side, GG's Hunters, also not an easy one to face. Hopefully we do see a different side of them, as we see Xing Chen has been in a competitive field for a long time now, coming back in the non-professional team and X-Team. We're seeing the Gardener as well as the Priestess here. Like as Posh mentioned already, there weren't any spectacular plays coming in from individual members. So maybe today is that day for them.
Yeah, fingers crossed, right? Because I think the standout performance was by Yum and with the Wu Chang. But now, I think similar to FPX.ZQ, I think the survivors want to be able to have the performance. And we're rounding it out with YCL, known as the main kiter and one of the main kiters, and also the support characters here with his Prospector and his Magician here. Unfortunately, Prospector not really having the best showing in the group stage, but we have yet to see. Also has an Aeroplanist, brought out the Prisoner, can also bring out the Enchantress if need be. But that pretty much rounds up the survivors of X-Team.
Yeah. X-Team wise, we'll see a good showcase from them coming in, especially because I feel like we didn't really see a good showcase from them, and they didn't really get those ties because they were up against GR Jin, one of the strongest hunters from Chinese mainland. So that's probably the reason why. And against GG Chiu now, still no easy feat. As well as the Xiaomao will be seeing as well. As we look into the coach here of X-Team, Cheng Zi. Yep, it's been previously was playing competitive as well, like way in the past, like COA 4, COA 3 at that time. Yeah, so it has been a long-standing one, but now he will be a coach. Let's see if his insights here will bring value to the team here. And from the side of GG's Hunter, chill expectedly. Looking at the stats here, pretty maxed out here for the top and the side areas, but average elimination of 3 and only played the Opera Singer BO1.
Yeah, he did bring out a QS and Wax Artist in the qualifiers, but he did get a 4K in Moonlit River Park up against Axis Wave's Survivor team. He went the full distance of best of 3. X-Team wants to get more, I'd say more mileage on their Survivor team. And I think going up against GG, this is there's a reason why this is the main event, right? I'm excited to see how well they'll fare, because they had a lot of fanfare coming into this, and as they said also in their call-outs, right? Like GG is going to be the challengers. They're going to be the one favored in this match. Hopefully, they carry that same type of energy as they head towards the matchup.
And also, do show your support for the teams that you're supporting, or if you're not supporting, at least show support for the ones that is helping your apples. Because
don't not that hashtag just the girl. There's a different hashtag you have to use for your favorite teams, because not hashtag bald casters.
Make casters bald 2026.
Let's not do that. Let's not do that. We focus on the teams. They're giving us the matches. Focus on the players. As we focus our attention on the Seer and Antiquarian, that's a no bueno. We're not going to have them in this matchup, but a pickup on the Puppeteer, Aeroplanist, as well as the Archer. So need a rescuer. Probably going to ban out First Officer or Gravekeeper here on the side of Chu.
Yeah. As we see a First Officer also getting banned out here. Archer in the making here. I think they understand that maybe Chu does not have that Ivy, so they're cool with bringing in the Archer. There's still a lot of things to work around. Meteorologist is still open up for grabs. Magician as well. We've seen great kites from the Meteorologist. I really forgot which team already, but it was Meteorologist, and then there was an Opera Singer. and then they were playing around 4th stop over and over again. The levitation win, but seems like they will secure for another rescuer Gravekeeper in this matchup.
This is interesting. Yeah, I think they kind of are expecting an opera singer to come out, because this is similar to how they played their matchup up against Axis. But Chu is a man of many talents. I mean, he brought out what did he bring out again? He brought out the Wax Artist Qist. You could bring out Qist here in this matchup, but again, Archer is really good at just sniping people out. Have to be in the right hands for you to be able to do that. Not sure if he's gonna risk running the Ivy. It would be really good for them, but comes down to comfort. See what Chu's gonna work with here.
Yeah, it's very tough one, I must say, because multiple hits and people that is hard to catch, that levitates in the air, in the ground, shoveling. Also the Archer with the laceration. I do hope to see perfect Archer bows coming in from Xingchen. Xingchen to be a very strong harasser. So this coming in, I am excited to see how Xteam is going to perform here. This is a very stable and well-rounded team comp. We shouldn't be seeing any ins and outs scenarios because there's jetpacks to work with, puppets to work with, shovels to work with, as well as the arrows.
So something also I want to point out with their performance up against Jin in Moonlit River Park is that with the hullabaloo that Jin brought out, it looked like it was going to be a 4K, but they were still able to have a 3-man endgame. It's just Jin doing Jin things that he was able to still get I believe it was a 3-man elimination in that matchup. So I don't know what they learned through that matchup, but they have to apply it here, and it seems like Chu is gonna bite going up against this lineup with that opera singer.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure what the best chase here would be because everybody is so difficult. But maybe if Chu wants to bet on the filled arrows or not 100% laceration coming in from Xingchen, that could potentially be the first chase here. Or betting that Aeroplan's jetpack might fail because chances are there. We are not saying that there isn't. But Gravekeeper being first chase here could be possible. Let's see if X Team has the awareness of mind to bring in triple Tide Turner into these matchups as we head towards the spawn locations here. In the bridge area, we should be seeing the Gravekeeper.
Possibly. There you go. So we're going to give Aeroplanus and Gravekeeper first and 4th stop. Archer near the tent. Puppeteer is going to get priority on the 2-story building while we see the opera singer just, maybe wanting to go after the Archer. Because like you said, we could do some side steps. We could try to juke away from it. Or, you can go after the Gravekeeper at the start, but you're going to invest a lot of time just, in that shovel form. Either forcing attack recovery or chasing him down. So, chat, panda emojis for GG, and what's for X Team? What would be good?
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed for X Team, because that's a cross right there. As we look at the Persona web here, trump card, blink, and detention on the side of Chu. While we do see 3 Tide Turners on X Team, we have some borrowed times 3 as well on the side of the Survivor. So can't wait to see how this matchup is going to be. Once again, fingers crossed for X Team emoji and GG's with the Pandas. That's Chocho and Potchspice for your commentators for this match.
Heading straight for our dear Archer at the bridge. Seems like y'all want to really bet on that laceration missing out a little bit there. So we'll see if it does bring out the positiveness coming up from Xingchen as we see both pallets being stemmed down here. So Chill forced to destroy those pallets. There are big bag lead coming in from Xingchen as well. So forcing Chill to stay still before closing down the distance. But not far distance being brought out here because this is still the 10 corner that we're talking about. And then Xingchen missing on the 100% laceration. 50% on this, trying to get a closer distance. But it seems like Xingchen, after this hit, he must leave this area. So double stacking on it. Attack recovery as well as the stun. So Chill, great awareness of mind. And Xingchen really needs to get out of this area. The basement is right here.
Yeah, watch out. And the movement is too fast for the Archer to aim down, and that's a relatively fast down. Chocho, has been a minute yet. Ciphers are just at like the 50% range, and now X Team are gonna have to rotate and stop decoding, specifically YCL, because he is already at the 3rd stop here.
Yeah, and we do see him making use of his jetpack and levitation to get closer towards the chair. So great play, but Chu already has the Shadow Dance, has the Red Phantom being placed here, so we'll be teleporting back and getting the hit on to both of them. Let's see if Xingchen can get this 100% laceration to extend his kite. Seems like he will just hold on to it first and make use of it later on. But Xteam side, they still have no idea what trait Chu has brought into this matchup.
It seems like he's trying to overextend here to just disrupt the Cypher over at first stop. Xingchen, knowing the assignment, is going to just stay at a corner area here, but Ling Yun is going to have a hard time trying to push this Cypher. Hopefully it's the 90% one. Yes, it is. Gravekeeper now is the best possible rescuer here. He's going to leave it at 97%. He's going to force attention away from the rocket chair. And now, yeah, the waiting game begins because Archer at least still has one item to work with and Tide Turner as well.
I felt like the safer play would be for Gravekeeper to actually pop that side because they still have no idea what trait Chu brought into this. Could be an normal as well. So yeah, a little bit of an unsafe play coming in from Ling Yun, but I guess he decides to go into the ground. Let's see if he's able to get his rescue. He does. And we see a 30% laceration onto Chu. He will just stand still to remove all of it. Xingchen will be forced to pop this Cypher using the Tide Turner and dying away from his teammates. Let's see how much time it would bring.
Yeah, this is all good because at least I think they focused on some Cyphers in this area. Actually, no, there's one over there behind the two-story area. So they're kind of forced in one area of this map. And like you said, they don't even know what trait they have. So let's see if what's the game plan here. We heal up the Aeroplanist. We switch on over to Teleport just to add more pressure. And it's Clover to face the ire of this opera, it's opera singer.
Yeah, Blink not used at all during this match out here, but the kite still continues. Still trying to snowball this situation, but at least Clover is one with Little Lewis, so it won't be an instant down situation. Question is if they're able to get all those Cyphers popped ASAP. Basement is here, so Clover needs to be careful. As we see a Shadow Dance backwards, and YCL caught in the open. No pellets to work with, but the jetpack would save the day here.
Yep, I'm going to use it right away to get out of this area. So excellent stuff on Xteam side. You know what? They're not the best start, but they're slowly gaining momentum back in this mid-game point. Already forced out the teleport. So now this chase needs to last a little bit longer since they're opening up Cyphers, a backup Cypher that is. So everyone's injured here, Chocho. It's getting a little scary if you're a survivor.
Yeah, all of them are injured and Clover is still in the vicinity. At least Little Lewis will help him kite away from the basement here. Actually, Chu actually multitasking between both Cyphers in this map. Good job. As YCL vaults over, doesn't receive that hit, so surviving for a little while more. And using his, I believe, his last jetpack too. So endgame, no potential.
Yeah, and considering that they're injured and no Tide Turner, this rescue situation is going to be really tough. Puppeteer's already used up all his puppet form. Gravekeeper still has a shovel to work with, but he has to work on popping that second to the last Cypher. While the last one, I mean, they do have one here at the Hullabaloo tent, and the other one is still a bit far. But yeah, they need to make the numbers work against them, at least force the three-man endgame. But with how they're separated, they can't even heal up. It's going to be a little tough here if Clover comes down after he just vaulted that window. So Ling Yun will have to be forced to go for the rescue.
Yeah, I think a basement chair here would actually be good for Chiu because it kind of forces Surface to go, but it seems like he doesn't want to because GK could shovel into the ground for that basement rescue. But at the end of the day, he's half health and he doesn't want to commit. He wants to potentially go for this dungeon, but dungeon is at Lion Cage, which is at this side of the map. So without much shovel to work with, half health, how are they supposed to execute a one escape in this matchup?
Yeah, this is tough. He does have a shovel, but it's already been expended. So Chu's going to try to see where the Tinnitus will prop. Ling Yun does have a bit of an extension here, but this is the beauty of the opera singer. She can go 0 to 100 real quick here with how well these leaps are coming in and out. So teleport here just to see if an overextension did happen. And now he's slowly going to hunt down and chase down this Gravekeeper that's hiding at the bridge.
Yeah, still unable to find that Tinnitus at all. Closing towards the dungeon area, Chu sees the three best friends. Always very iconic when it comes to a situation like this. Selling off your survivor with those 3 crows, as we see in shovel mode, less than halfway through already. And somehow he needs to buy some time and hit toward the dungeon.
Yeah, just wait for the shovel to finish and don't get stunned to the pop out here. And I think, yeah, just
no, dungeon is not there. I think they don't know where the dungeon is at all.
Yeah,
the direction.
The lion cage. Oh no.
Yeah. This is a little tricky for Ling Yun now for sure. As we see him mind gaming against the hunter behind this pallet. Chu, let's see if he overextends here. He does, and successfully gets a 5-point lead in the first half of this matchup.
That was terrifying. Yeah, and he could just afford all those. He played that game so fast that Xteam couldn't even react most of the time. The down happened in the early seconds, and even though the archer, can get those lacerations in, but how do you hit like a shadow that's an opera singer that is moving and just dodging? The only time he was able to get shots in that were effective were the backstabs, and also once he got rescued, but it was only 30% laceration, so it wasn't as effective as they'd like it to be. And Chu just showing some dominance here with a 5-point game.
Yeah, I think when we hit back to the root problem, right, I think there really wasn't anything wrong with the persona-wise. I think for the side of Chu, he didn't manage to use the blink at all, which is actually fine because he thought that maybe it's going to be they're going to be a lot more aggressive and it's very hard to get the chase. But it seems like it was a lot easier, seeing Chu with 54 seconds of containment time. Really short, I must say, especially because it was considering the spawn location as well, Posh, because spawn locations wise, our dear Gravekeeper, I thought he would spawn at the bridge area, but they spawned Archer at the bridge area. First stop with the roller coaster is being given to Gravekeeper. I feel like maybe if Gravekeeper and Archer kind of swap locations, maybe that positioning would be a lot better for Xing Chen to cut it out. If he gets a hit, he can sit on the tram, and that tram ride buys out a lot of time for the service decode.
Does, considering also the opera singer was just miles ahead of them when it came to mobility and traversing the map. They could have used the tram, the roller coaster in this matchup, and we've seen people use that as well. And unfortunately, you can't shadow leap from first stop to second stop. You have to keep transitioning, then you'll be able to get it. So that could have bought a little bit more time. The fact that the dominance was so fast and so quick, I don't know if Xteam was ready for Chu and how well he played that matchup. Again, like you said, nothing really when it comes to the persona webs, but maybe at the start they just were already in a deficit because of how fast that first chase was.
Chu's wise, it was really aggressive. The dash was done all well, and overall it was just a good display, a showcase coming in from Chu once again on his opera singer, so showing consistency once again, showing exactly why he is the BO1 hunter of GG. Yeah,
so now all is up to Xiaoma, and as they switch out, usually Xiaoma in round 2 and round 3. However, we still have to switch things on over to GG's Survivors and Yum's Hunter, which again, big question mark is if he will be using the Wu Chang, but we got to introduce the Survivors, starting things off with AbyssⅨ, graduated from the Hunter table, is now on the Survivor side. Kind of crazy how much he's gone through, right? And he's one of the core members of GG here, having an amazing kite time in previous ones. It's not really displayed here, but he can play kite, he can play harass, he can play whatever you need him to be.
Can be everything, that's right. There were some transitions coming in also with Kuchao. Previously, Kuchao was holding kind of like a harasser / rescuer role, but now that AbyssⅨ actually has been pulling his weight, adding on this harasser portion into his arsenal as well, has made it a lot easier for Kuchao. Less pressure coming in from him, as we see very stable rescues. We see that we don't like the rescues at 0.67, but there is great reasoning for that. Because GG Survivors, they tend to go for triple tight turners. In case of the triple tight turners, that means that rescuers don't necessarily have the time for the rescue if the 3 is not being checked at all. So that's the case here coming from GG Survivors. As we see, 18 seems like he's consistently being the one coming in for the rescue. Also coming in very clutch with this perfumer usage as well. I think it was at Lakeside Village where he did a really good job stalling so much time and coming in for clutch rescues at the shore.
18, Kuchao and AbyssⅨ, kind of the core members of GG, right? That they rotate and each roles, but it's AbyssⅨ usually going for that stun. Now we have our last member here as bye. Hopefully he doesn't say bye to this position, and hopefully you say hello to him, as he is already on the 6-7s are coming up in chat now. So yeah, bye. Doing a great job in just being like rounding out the 4 pillars of GG here. Has an enchantress, has an archer, has a meteorologist. Excited to see that. So it's him that comes in, and also PPZ. So usually bye is at the start. So I think this is their way of introducing a new survivor, or like into their mix of the 3 at least. And then PPZ comes in usually round 2, round 3.
Yeah, maybe, I'm not too sure, maybe they're also trying to test out the waters to see which kind of synergy, team comms, or server lineup would be best for them to get those escapes. As we move on to the Hunter side of Xteam, always a huge question as to whether it's gonna be Yum or Yum. Yeah, we'll say Yum lah, right? Yum or Yum, or if not, it's gonna be X-Yum. But seems like it's gonna be our dear Hunter here that plays the Wuchang and the Hula Blue. Now, during his matchup here against GR previously, he was able to get a 2K on the Wuchang, 3K on the COAⅨ, and a tie game with the Hula Blue.
Interesting. So the question is, do you have any notes to see if Yum has played in Moonlit River Park? Who did he use?
Moonlit River Park.
I think it's Hullabaloo. No, because there was a match with GR that they played, right? And it was Jin to bring out Hullabaloo. Who did he bring
Yum
out?
brought in the COAⅨ and got a 3K against GR survivors.
Okay. I think that might be the blueprint that we might follow, because that's a good result that you kind of want to keep in this mix. So we just have to wait and see if he will be bringing that out. So I'm just trying to fix. Is my mic okay, guys? I think if I move on away, people like it fades away. But yeah, I'm gonna increase the volume if ever. But yes, thank you guys for still tuning in. Hopefully the tech issues are okay. But yeah, GG is looking quite healthy and quite strong in this matchup, as Yum will be trying to keep up with Chu in how well he performed.
And also thank you, Chu, for allowing us to know that Yum in Chinese, the UM means Yumong. So, but just for the sake of us, actually, I think we'll just say Yum so that people do understand.
Yeah, I might butcher his name if I try that. Yum. Yumong.
Yeah, we'll
Talk to me,
that.
Chocho.
As
Picks
we
and
head towards
bans.
the Olympics, yeah, we're seeing the Syrian Antiquarian getting banned out here. Seems like Chinese hunters, they don't really like to ban out the Doctor, and GG capitalizing on that. We'll pick up the Doctor in their 3rd pick here. A lot of harassment coming in. 18 should be on this Perfumer. We've talked about time and time again. His Perfumer has been very consistent. And also push out on this Gravekeeper shouldn't be a huge issue. So coming in with very stable rescues during that matchup against, I believe, X's Wave. So this is going to be exciting for us to watch as we see a Doctor coming to the mix here. Let's see if PPX can hold that pressure up against Yumo.
Okay, the Doctor is in, as well as 18's Perfumer, really wanting that smoke to chase out Yum's whatever he decides to bring out. But as we said, it might be a COAⅨ, it might be something else. He has performed quite well when the lights are bright. So hopefully y'all can still stick with us. I see Handshark's feeling a bit sleepy. I don't know if you guys are feeling sleepy in the chat, but we got to wake up here. We got to lock in. Chat, because this is our main event of the day. And hopefully we'll be able to see an incredible matchup, especially on Xteam's side. Again, high stakes for these two teams because they're fighting their way to get towards the top 3 placement. The bottom 4 and 5th placing team will be out of the tournament. So GG and Xteam trust that they are fighting for their very lives here. And COAⅨ, again, 9 years of Call of the Abyss. You got to admit that, you know, the level of competition is just rising and rising.
Yeah, and speaking of pressure as well, we are seeing the Hunter picking up the Opera Singer, a little bit different from previously when he picked up the BO1 Wuchang. So Opera Singer into this matchup here, let's see if it's going to be a mirror matchup that we saw previously from GG's Chu. But for now, Survivor Team Com-wise, we're seeing a lot more difference, especially with the Perfumer and Doctor being added to the mix. So spawn locations wise is going to be very important. And first chase is actually quite a number of them.
Yeah, you could. I mean, we saw how well he chased the Archer, right? You could also go Perfumer, because Perfumer, I mean, I know there are different changes, but you still got to really time your hits well with the perfume. Doctor also, but can tank a lot of hits, but you give priority to the Doctor and the Archer on first and fourth stop, while you give the Perfumer the 2-story building. So it seems like FPX wants that smoke, aka the Opera Singer's attention, as Opera Singer is going to be spawned right between Gravekeeper and the Doctor.
Yeah, Doctor would be potentially, I think, highly the first chase here. A meal stuff on the platter here for him. We'll see how the kite is gonna be here. I hope to see a lot of kiting with those limited pellets that we have on the front gate. And then the tram after the first hit, the roller coaster after the first hit to the second stop. We'll see if the second stop also have been closed. As we look into trump card detention and a blink on Yumeng. And then for Survivor side, a double borrowed time. No full kiting build, actually triple tight turners as per usual. And we'll see if Doctor kites it out with this build. Game 1, second half at Bolivia Park, GG Survivors versus seeing the Hunter of Xteam. And live commentary brought to you by Chocho and Poch.
The mirror match to decide who will take the first game. Yum not going to first stop. We're going to chase out the Gravekeeper at Bridge Cypher. So Kuchao is going to have to take this kite. And we pointed it out before, Kuchao, known as a kiter, but had to be on the rescuer role. So trust that he will try to do his best here as he actually kites in front of Bai here. So has to make his way towards that fourth stop just to make sure he's not going to interrupt anyone's ciphers.
Yeah, struggling a little bit. He will change his targets here to Bai under the stop. And Gravekeeper will be decoding the fourth stop area. So Bai with this Archer and 100% laceration, aiming on the heart is going to be a little bit difficult. They're dodging it out, Yumeng. What a nice play, a back leap as well. 50% laceration increasing at this point in time. We'll be able to get this hit before the 100% laceration, unfortunately. No flywheel to work with, and Archer forced to the first stop.
Yeah, so did buy a little bit of time. Bai is now trying to say bye to this Opera Singer.
No, missing out again!
Man, just trying to sidestep it. Just goes for another backstab, but could have been a big investment here because the laceration did not save at all. FPX is in the area, but I mean, the constant changing of targets really disrupted the first Cypher rush here, but Cyphers are looking all right. FPX might have to go for the rescue here.
Yeah. I guess the saving grace is that since FPX does have tight turner and this is a Cypher, the moment Bai, so FPX will come in for the rescue and then afterwards continue decoding. Bai needs to get out of this area though, for sure. So even if he has to eat that hit, as we see Bai doing exactly so, heading towards the bridge area where nobody is decoding. So
yep, true.
Forcing out the blink.
I like that. So forcing out the blink is all good. At least, I mean, I think they knew Bai had to be the one to get this first chase because everyone else has Tide Turner. He does have a little bit of a kiting build here and also has borrowed time just in case that he'll be at the end game. And now a basement chair here is going to add a lot of pressure. However, we're going to see a recovery onto the Doctor and we see 4 ciphers being worked on already.
Actually, I'm thinking... Actually, after the rescue, why... Actually, maybe... chair running towards the behind double story area might have been good. Better. I'm not too sure if they knew that there was a basement here, but if they knew, then maybe the direction would have been better because this basement rescue is definitely pressuring our Kuchao here coming in for the rescue. But at least there's no blink for that drop down hit, so things are still looking okay. Bai will be able to force this hit by the Hunter and Gravekeeper will just wait it out so that it will be a free rescue.
Yeah, again, the victory condition here for GG is to get at least a tied game, and it seems like at least a 3-man endgame would be apparent here. And now by at least finishing up the quivers here just so that he'll be able to, the arrows, so that he'll be able to buy just a little bit more time, but we will be sending him back to the manor as they work on their last cipher, which is at 20%, but that 86% cipher slowly moving. Let's see if they can pop it in time.
Seems like FPX wouldn't be able to decode that cipher any longer. Trying to do an hide and seek strategy again, but Yumeng not gonna buy this time around. We'll be able to get the first hit onto Doctor. Doctor does have a 9 build to work with, so we'll be able to make use of that. Does have one more bottle to work with, and manages to heal herself for the first time.
Okay, so AbyssⅨ just showing how to break ankles here as the Doctor and why you have to ban her with the recent changes. Time is of the essence for Yum because that last cipher is slowly moving, slowly but surely moving. So now let's see how long AbyssⅨ can last here as he's trying to heal up. We're about to hit 80% onto this last cipher, and nice preemptive pallet drops here just for him to buy some time. And unfortunately, he does not have borrowed time.
He doesn't, so this kind of forced 18 into a situation where he has to come for a rescue and somehow not let this person down. So the moment the rescue happens, they just have to pop it because both persons have no borrowed time.
Yeah.
And they're also betting that 18 wouldn't do a Terror Shot rescue here.
Let's hope not. But now, just a little perfume. Just gets the rescue. Last effort already popped. I don't know if they're going to risk another rescue attempt. Because no, they just go for the pop. AbyssⅨ has to be the one to kind of get sacrificed here. It seems like they're trying to open up the gate here on first stop while AbyssⅨ is just dragging the attention away from Yum from that area.
Yeah. And you will be seeing the chair here. Unfortunately, nobody's at the gate just yet. 18 is forcing the first stop gate to be opened.
Teleport.
Yum does have trump card and a teleport. So we'll see how disciplined he will be. Seems like he will just do the teleport now. Kuchao is still in the middle area. Rescue could still happen onto the Doctor as we see the 3-second shield onto our perfumer and a nicely timed hit by Yumong. So 18 will be checked here at the front stop, at the first stop, as you see a backdoor rescue coming in from Kuchao.
Yeah, Kuchao just staying in that vicinity, knows that he has to be the one to kind of just pressure any rescue attempts as Yum's going to try to go back and forth between the exit gates. AbyssⅨ has not reached the exit gate just yet. We're hiding at the basement. It's going to be really scary as we see the Doctor already on that exit gate area. Kuchao has to be very careful, but he has a little bit of shovel to work with. Let's see if Yum's going to find him out.
Kuchao, GG and your hiding strat. My goodness, seems like Yumong does miss out big time on our Gravekeeper here. He does have shovel to work with. Dungeon is right here, so this will be a moment where Yumong will hit downwards and see Kuchao's hit.
Oh, he's there!
Yeah, a little bit too wide there, and we do see the down onto our Gravekeeper here, and this secures a 3k for Yumong, but still unfortunately unable to bring back the points. But for the side of GG, this is their map selection and they managed to get the point advantage.
My goodness, I mean, it's still a victory on Hunter's side, but round win. At least AbyssⅨ was able to exit the gate because it is a victory on GG's side. Points wise though, it is GG to take the victory here, as I said before. But yeah, I don't know if the hiding strategy of GG, that has to be studied because they really like hiding.
They really love hiding for some reason. And it's working out for them. It's working out sometimes for them. It did against Kakiri, but Xteam, they see through GG. You've done it before and you'll do it again. And this is exactly this what happened there. As we see AbyssⅨ actually with a very excellent hide from the Doctor, 60 seconds, and Bai unfortunately falling quite short, missing like 2 out of 3 of his arrow bows. So it wasn't a very long hide, and Yumong actually made the effort to consciously dodge those hits as well.
I think this is a case study of how hard the Archer Opera Singer matchup is, especially when in shadow form, just like the constant jukes. It's really hard for them to nail that heart shot in high level. So here we have it 6-3 in terms of point differential, 5-1 and 0-3 on to the first and second half. So still not too far behind, but GG is leading the charge here. And I'm just thinking also, if he didn't hide and he went with AbyssⅨ, then there would be 2 survivors at the exit gate. So I don't know, maybe he could have stayed a bit further. He still had shovel though. So I don't know if he could have tanked the hit, but I'm not sure. Maybe we gotta ask Kuro or Nell or anyone else. But for me, I feel like it could have been a conservative side, but hey, I like the hiding strategy. That's why I'm not complaining that much.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of, it could be speculations as well. If actually Hu Chao decides to fight. We'll talk more about it right after this highlight.
OK，我去参战，2.5没地窖，2.5没地窖。总不能去对方开心机，这有地窖吗？我还不好开，40，不用在这边，要不就从 boss 对面。哎，我在，我在冲。那终点那边看到有吗？终点也没有，终点看不到。射中了。没吃到技能，老板，你在哪？对 OK。一定要挖山，一定要杀他们，卡鬼吧。我想走起点，对呀，就是你去起点，老板，你就是走这个门，然后我假装我中点去堵，其实迟到就能救到，吧？影子掉了，他这个我买很干净的，我走了。
And welcome back, folks. An intense game number 1 with GG taking the advantage there, winning game number 1, but we still got game 2 and 3. If ever that's going to be the case, Xteam is going to have to come back in spectacular fashion. They just need to win the round. Even conservatively, it's totally fine because the point differential isn't that much. Chocho, please finish your thought there on our speculations with the end game there.
Maybe if Kusha decides to go shovel mode, maybe it would have been enough because really Shovel was left with so little amount. So that was something that we could speculate. But looking at our map selection here, Xteam has selected Leo's Memory and Survivors to be up first. But also, yeah, one more thing that was really unfortunate for the side of Xteam, right? We heard in the VCs in the highlights that up until the very end, they were unable to find where the dungeon is. They had made the effort, the conscious effort to in VCs to say like, okay, yeah, dungeon is not here. I can't find a dungeon. That's why we kind of saw Gravekeeper trying to bet it on the moving carousel dungeon, but it wasn't there.
Oof. If only they could hear the commentary and saying it's in Lion Cage. Go there. But yeah, it's quite unfortunate. But we're going to move on to Leo's Memory, a map that we don't see that much. We've seen a lot of lakesides, a lot of ever-sleeping towns. Moonlit River Parks even has more, I'd say, or at least time on this group stage, right? But Leo's Memory on Xteam side, I don't know if you have the notes for this, Chocho, but what other team or what other match did we have that Leo's Memory was chosen? Was it a PRR match or a...
It was a PRR versus FL matchup and RT versus B4U matchup.
RT versus B4U. So PRR chose Leo's Memory? Or was it FL?
It was...
I'm so sorry I'm asking this question. Putting on the spot.
For B4U, RT was B4U, but for PRR versus FL, can't be too sure for that.
Okay. If anybody in chat can answer that, let us know. It's interesting. Leo's Memory. Now we're not going to have any opera singers grace the stage for Leo's Memory. We'll have Xiaoma to come in, though. And usually Xiaoma has been getting a lot of ties and consistent performances. But here, I think he'd want to get like just the solid victory because this really puts them and ramps them up the spot because both of them are kind of sitting in 4th and 5th place. So a 2-0 would really help them out.
Definitely. I think the time he was tying against his Wave Survivors, which is a Survivor team that is very extremely strong. But now this time around, I think I'm losing my voice, right?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
While that's
I think
happening,
for Xteam,
yeah. You wanna take a sip? Hydrate. I think it's hydration break. You can take a sip.
Okay.
Okay, go. Yeah, take a sip, guys. Stay hydrated. And what's happening in chat? Just the girl. What is going on? What is this thing that is spreading around here with this bald caster, whatever? Please stop.
the 5 eggs I see from Death Not Sophie. Is that us?
Is that us? I think they made a post. I'm scared to check social media now. What the hell? What the hell, you guys? What's going on?
They just showed the stats of Xiaoma for like a good 1 second and then they removed it. Fortunately, we were unable to see those stats.
But fortunately, we have a bit of
flashed us.
Yeah, we will have the replay if the YouTube VOD is up. But Xiaoma usually coming on in game number 2. We did see him bring out a Bon. He also has other hunters. Wait, we're gonna check it out now. I see it.
Yeah, I'll pause it at the right time. Trying to.
Yeah.
I wasn't lying about the 1 second.
Yeah, it was really fast. As we check out,
All right.
Wax Artist, I saw it was really fast, dude. They just flashed it
this
right
is
away.
actually the two characters that he brought in the group stages, so makes sense. Fast chase through 52 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, you really paused it. Okay, nice. Chocho got the receipts.
Yeah, I think overall, as of now, I think things are still looking not too bad for Xiaoma. The fact that he is able to consistently tie against such a strong, professional Japanese division team, I think he's gonna do very well here against Xteam. The fact that also Chiu didn't actually struggle too much to get the 4K against this team should be a sign for him that maybe it won't be that bad for him.
Hopefully not.
Maybe
I think, well, it really depends, right? Because Xteam performed, just showed glimpses of a good performance. I think it was just really the matchup of Opera Singer and Archer and everything else. So let's see, and how deep his Hunter pool goes, because for sure Opera Singer is not going to make it. You can't expect the Goat Man, but that's going to get banned out for sure. I wonder if he's going to go aggressive, or is he going to just go conservative and just try to tie it out and sit on the lead?
I think on lead could be good for him. Sometimes we've seen aggression coming in from Hunters that didn't really work out to their favor. I think a very good example in this group stage would be, I believe, yesterday's matchup when we saw Sprinza got a little bit too greedy, turning a 3K into a tie game because of that dungeon escape. So let's see what's it going to be for Xiaoma. If he's able to get more, for sure he will, but Xiaoma has been known to be a very consistent hunter. He doesn't get greedy when it's not needed. And yeah, for Xiaoma, character pool wise, very large, and he will just pick according to what the others have for him on the server side.
That's true. He's the one that kind of just adjusts to whatever is needed. Chocho, quick question. What's the shortest you've ever cut your hair?
That's like in Chinese we call it 黑历史, but it's like black. In direct translation is black history. So black history is like something that is like you don't want to see it. That's why it's in black.
Oh, but how short was it then?
It was terrible.
How short was it? How are we talking?
It was like this.
Oh, you can see your neck?
Like this. And I don't look good with short hair. So
how long ago is
this? Bad combo.
Is this when you were a child or
7 years old.
Oh wow, okay.
During my younger schooling.
You should try it again. I don't know. Maybe not bald, but short hair. That's fine. But anyway, apologies guys. We're already up to our picks and bans here as we head towards Leo's memory. Seer Gardner out of the equation. Doctor not prioritized, but we go cheerleader. Actually, Xteam is the one team also that kind of prioritizes picking up cheerleader.
Yeah, cheerleader is not something that we see very often, but when actually put to great use, those stacks can really help revive the person that is down on the ground. And we've seen it before. I'm not too sure whether it was the qualifiers. I don't think it's the group stages, but I think the qualifiers, it worked out very well. So coming into this, they also brought in a professor. This is just a specialty pick at this point. We don't see other teams picking up a professor as much. And the Enchantress getting banned out here. Let's see if it's going to be another harasser or a potential decoder in this matchup. Explorer could be good here.
Yes, but unfortunately we go Lucky Guy, which also is pretty good when it comes to utility. But that Kuro is a big fan of double bot comp here. I'm excited to see what they'll be playing. Will they go aggressive and ask for a flare gun, or will they go for a bot? Will they go for a perfume bottle? It really depends on the playstyle on YCL side. And people in the chat saying that you'll be really good with a pixie cut. I don't know. That's pretty good. No, she's not convinced, chat. She's not convinced.
Yeah. Oh, and I kind of missed this out. I'm not too sure if it's mentioned, but Bonbon getting banned out here. A lot of respect.
Wow, yeah, you're right.
Xteam.
Uh-oh.
This is interesting. It's interesting. They don't even want to deal with him in.
They'd rather face his Goatman? Yeah.
Yeah. They'd rather face that. They'd rather face the Wax Artist. They'd rather face a Paddler that he's brought in before. So with Xiaoma, it's very hard to predict what he's gonna pick up because his character pool is huge. And Saber Team Com wise, I wonder how this professor is gonna value add with his shell shocks. Sorry,
Shell
I couldn't really pronounce the word.
Shell shocks. It's a bit of a tongue twister, but you pointed out Peddler is going to be coming out into the mix here. Peddler coming out in round 2 and 3. Interesting. I really thought he'd try going Goatman, or I mean, he's known for his Goatman, but I think he's really adopting the new meta here. And I'd say Jin, for me, was the most effective Goatman, and it was the most effective Peddler, and it was at the expense of Xteam, because if you go back and watch that matchup, he had no wasted vines to down the Priestess at the start of the game. And let's see how the efficiency of as he farms the elements and how well he's going to be able to use that.
We'll see where they decide to spawn Lucky Guy as well. If they decide to spawn Lucky Guy inside the double story area, which is actually considered the safest place, the thing is that he's not near a chest to open those chests to get those items. So maybe they might spawn the Lucky Guy at the center for that opportunity for a chest. Then maybe Professor at the double story area, and then Cheerleader at the shack. First officer is still being a first officer, so being invisible is a value that he can bring into the table here. Peddler, how are you supposed to chase someone that is invisible?
That's true. How are you gonna latch onto the vines also if you're chasing after an after image? Yeah, I just want to see how, like you said, the Professor is gonna come into the mix here, because really can provide that support with the scales that he drops. But you're gonna have to, not only that, you're gonna have to time the attacks, or at least predict the attacks very well for you to be able to utilize the scales very well. Cheerleader can just at least pull distance away and just transition to really good spots in the map. So it really also depends on how well they're gonna choose their spawn locations here.
Yeah, the vine traps, the mini AoE earthquake from Xiaoma is gonna be something that survivors have to deal with later on. But for side Xteam, whether they are geared up for this Peddler is still a question, because Xiaoma didn't bring it out in the early stages of the group stage. He decides to bring it out now. And Xteam, as mentioned, already seen the Peddler twice in the group stage, in the qualifying matches. So now looking into this now, we'll look into the spawn locations from the survivors and see where exactly the Lucky Guy is going to be spawned at. The moment there is the opportunity for the Lucky Guy that's exposed to not near a chest, I think our dear Xiaoma here will be heading straight for that guy.
Possibly. I don't know if we're going to see the spawn locations yet, because the coach is still here. So I think they're still discussing, but from what I know there's like a limited amount of time of coaching. So not sure if there's technical difficulties right away. Is Kuro in the chat? What's happening, chat?
Kuro,
hello. I'm kidding. But yeah, I think they're still finalizing things, because yeah, there is that set amount of time that they have to work with. Maybe they have to redraft the bans. I'm not sure, because they took out the thing already, so not sure if they locked in properly.
Yeah, but okay. Overall wise, I think it's still okay. I'm just not too sure whether the cheerleader support really comes through though. We rarely see other teams picking up the cheerleader as much as before, because previously, you know, the speed that it comes with when you kite or like the support cheer is great. But now if other teams are no longer picking it and you're picking it, at this point I just feel like it's just a comfort pick. Cheerleader and this Professor.
That's like a meta like a year ago, or like with the OB support, where the cheerleader, like the survivors overwhelm the hunters and you're able to just provide the cheer. But yeah, the adjustments have been made, and it's really, especially if you're going up against a Peddler, she kind of wants to attract everyone, because she could do a lot of AoE damage. She can also just siphon a lot of ciphers, so you don't really want to help you don't want to help your team like yeah.
Why is he so upset? Like, okay,
maybe
it's like he was quite angry. He was
cheerleader. Yeah,
he's like angry on the left, scold the person on the left, and then walk slowly towards the right and scold the person on the right. Whoever talks will get scolded. Okay, position of the coach. Listen to your coach, because they know best. I hope they know best usually. They know best usually. Yeah, because from the side of survivors, right, they see things more of like, okay, characters they're gonna play. Maybe mostly micro wise they are very good, but macro wise,
yeah,
coaches are usually better at that.
Yeah, they see the game overall. Yeah, I see that happening. But yeah, maybe the contention there is, I think maybe the cheerleader, because I don't think they locked in the personas yet. So could be, or maybe they did because they already picked out the hunter. So they might have to let it rock. Again, we're just professional fans, folks. They got to go to the rule book here because usually what was explained to us is that that's why there's a timer, because you can't stay there for long. But it seems like maybe there could be a little bit of issues in coming up with a draft. But yeah, was the lucky guy the problem? Was the lucky guy, right? It was one of the picks.
Well, lucky guy was the last pick, is it?
Yeah, it was the last pick.
If that's the case, then there
default?
could have been an auto. Yeah, that could have been the default one that if they didn't select in time, that would have been the default one. But
lucky guy for me was the most useful one, I think, compared to the cheerleader and the professor. I was like, oh, I thought that seems doable. But,
yeah, because we do see a lot of lucky guys in the mechanics board, but I feel that it seems like coaches from the GG side also do seem a little bit frustrated. Maybe there is
maybe because they also picked he picked Peddler because of that lineup in particular, right? Because once you lock in the survivors, Hunter has to lock in. So could be that. And now they're gonna let it rock, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So seems like they have to play it out. Again, this is the tournament rules. We have to follow the rules here. No tech pauses. It was in the picks and bans, and it seems like we are going to give priority to the cheerleader towards the two-story area. You have the lucky guy at the center, and surrounding the peddler is the professor and first officer.
Yeah, a little bit different from what I expected. I thought maybe a swap with the cheerleader and professor, but lucky guy at mid is great. There is the chest outside of the factory, so if really danger comes to shove, he gets the item, run double story. That's your plan there. As we look into the personas here, Trunga Detention and the Warp on Shelma's Peddlers. By the side, we're seeing all of them with borrowed time. Our professor that will potentially be the chase have the broken windows, YCL as well, and double tight turners. So this is going to be game 2. First half at Leo's memory between Xteam survivors versus GG's Hunter. Live commentary brought to you by Chocho and FPX.ZQ.
All right, chat. Can Xiaoma hold on to their lead with this peddler? Or will the unconventional lineup of the cheerleader as well as the professor prove to be a meta that will last up against this current meta of peddlers and whatnot? So it seems like Sing H will be the first chase here, as he is. We do see the scratch marks on the floor. Professor has to be able to use his shell shock very well here just to survive Xiaoma's onslaught.
So Russell didn't bring any flywheels to counter against a peddler. So there's gonna be a roll kiting one, a vine trap in front of the pallet to prevent Xingchen from getting that pallet boost as well. Now able to use the shell shock here to force Hunter backwards and a little bit of the stun there, prolonging the distance between him as well as the peddler. Now vine traps unfortunately misses out a little bit here. Great kite coming from Xingchen.
Yeah, closing out the distance and unable to just vault it across. Chocho felt that hit. So that's how powerful Xiaoma is. So now he's going to siphon possibly some walled areas here just to close the distance. Now this pallet area rendered unusable. And now Xiaoma being very careful. He's going to use the vines, but oh, no sharp turns there. And it seems like Xingchen has to take a right instead of a left. And that is going to be the down onto the professor.
Yeah, relatively fast down. Feels like maybe Survivor side, they didn't really prepare for this peddler, because looking at the way they've drafted out their personas, and yeah, just being a singular shell shot from the professor really did not do much against Xiaoma. The distance being brought up with the vine trap it will definitely help to close the distance. As we see on the bottom left, our Clover here. Clover on his cheerleader will coming to the rescue.
Kind of far. Yeah, has to use the cheer just to kind of close the distance. Tide Turner will be in effect. Professor is going to get a little bit of support here as he tries to contain this Hunter on this side. Vines, nice leap on over, but you're able to actually stop him at this area. Also gets the siphon off of the earth. Let's see if Clover might be sticking around too long here.
Seems like he will stay in the vicinity, but enough to not make Xiaoma give a free hit. Now, Warp Force to be used to close the distance. Xingchen, unfortunately. Once again, Xiaoma missed out all of the Vine traps, the mini AoEs, and Vine captures too. So, bot being used by the lucky guy to buy some time for Xingchen, hiding out beyond the Tide Tunnel. So, this is very much value adding for Xteam right now as we see Cypher progress so healthy.
Yeah, I mean, we're speculating they weren't ready, but can I just say, wow, the Shell Shock able to counter the Vines. Unable to get it, but we continue on and finally able to hit a ground hit. The AoE finally lands, but seems like the time was already bought on the side of Xteam for them to focus on their last Cypher being worked on at 40%.
Yeah, great support also coming in from the cheerleader. Actually distracting Xiaoma a little bit there as we see the chair finally second time. First officer will be having this wanted order, so a little bit unfortunate. Let's see if the watch will be used here. A little bit patience there. Xiaoma missing out on the Vine trap again.
So it's a little unfortunate here. Does have the Vines to just kind of stop the rescue from happening. He's going to put it on here just to really force out the final seconds for this rescue, but it buys the survivors time to prime the Cyphers.
Not enough. There's no mini AoE. Yeah. So able to get the body block for Xingchen. Let's see if he's able to kite out Titan. Cyphers are almost done, guys.
Yep.
And it seems like Xingchen might be able to survive this. They all have borrowed time. Now Vine Trap is be very crucial. Able to capture Xingchen this final time, but Cypher is prime. They pop it and it's a 4-man end game.
4-man end game, and the Professor doing the work here. Xingchen, amazing job, and it seems like Xiaoma just a step behind. The Peddler's not quite working out well. He already absorbed 2 Vines, but he needs those AoEs, and the exit gates are opening. He's already making his way towards the dungeon. Can he drop the pallet in time? It seems like he'll just wait for the AoE. Gets hit, has a bit of shell shock, but no. Able to get the down, and that is going to be a 3-person escape, Chocho.
What a game coming in from Xteam, and this is why they picked this map as their map selection. We do see the advantage that the survivors do receive here. Great team comp coming in from survivors. We do seem very excited as well. You see, we went against the coach and we won. No,
see,
maybe that
I mean,
didn't
all
happen.
part of the plan. What are you guys talking about? These commentators, what are they talking about? We were just drafting accordingly. Like, of course we wanted Lucky Guy. We wanted that bot there, but. Man, that was kind of rough if you're a Xiaoma fan. That's why I thought he'd bring out Goatman, because if you're Peddler, you have to get used to just cycling through which one you're gonna get, which element you're gonna get. And unfortunately, when he needed the Earth element, he had the Vines. And the Vines, he only got like 1 trap going on. So yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, it was very rough. He missed out almost all of his vine captures. Missed out on the vine traps in front of the chest and also in obstacles. Also missing out on the mini AoE damage that he could give. And rescues were done perfectly from the side of the survivors, both from our cheerleader Clover as well as Ling Yun. Support distraction, actually more of distraction coming in from the Clover from Clover's cheerleader was also done perfectly. I think also some crucial things as well. The Lucky Guys bot body blocking, having the awareness of mind. That really brought out time, distance, and for that shell shock to be done once again.
So yeah, I mean, I know we talked about like the shell shock being used once and then the down happening a little bit early on. But the fact that the distraction and the teamwork really made this composition go up against the Peddler, and the fact that, I mean, chat was even talking about it, like imagine if that would have been a 4-man escape, a 5-point game, we would have been all tied up, or actually Xteam would be in the lead, or no, all tied up. So yeah, just it's a little scary if you're GG. Yeah, GG kind of falling a little bit behind in the second round.
Yeah, definitely, because Xiaoma was able to tie things out a lot of the times with Axis Wave survivors during the group stages, but he couldn't using the Peddler against Xteam survivors. Just means the Xteam survivors were more prepared than he thought. Yeah. We also didn't see the warp also being put into great effect.
That's true. It was in the shack, right? He used it, and it didn't really help out. So, yeah, curious decision on why he picked the Peddler. Maybe he's just not used to well, the changes of Goatman, or maybe Opera Singer's banned out, so he didn't really bring out the Ivy. But yeah, I think maybe he has to go back to the drawing board. And I don't know, it's just a little rough to see Xiaoma in round 2 or round 3 kind of struggle like that.
It was indeed quite a struggle, I must say. And we kind of missed out also 148 seconds of containment time on Xingchen, by the way.
True. Jeez, that's a long containment time. On a Professor, you barely see a Professor, but he was able to make it work. So
yeah, a specialty pick at the end of the day.
True. So we're going to switch on the sides. It's going to be Survivors of GG to taste the stage. So far, the map selection of Xteam is working in their favor. They couldn't ask for anything better here. So hopefully the draft will go along smoother than the previous one. Then again, maybe... Yeah, I don't know what... If you guys know what happened, that draft let us know too. But so far, it was just maybe a miscomm. But worked out in Xteam's favor. So we continue on, chat. Hopefully y'all are doing well. Just going to give a shout out to each and every one of you. I see Dragons in the chat. Chaosup, I hope you pronounce your name correctly. Art is in the chat as well. Fingers crossed for Xteam, and panda emojis for GG. Once again, GG won round 1, but it seems like Xteam is biting back here with a 3-man escape. And usually, Xiaoma's known for just being a stable hunter, adjusting accordingly. He definitely wanted more than just 1-man elimination. A tie would have been great. They're still holding on to that lead, but Dems are the breaks. Dems are the way that the cookie crumbles. So we're gonna have to let it roll in that aspect. And this is good because the coach again, really intensely talking to Yum here. I hope that you'll be ready for this one because there's a lot of pressure coming into this matchup here, folks. But yeah, can't wait to see how this one will shake out. In terms of GG though, they still have a lot of survivors and a lot of pressure is on their side because they will be the ones to, I guess they're the team to beat, one of the teams to beat in this group stage. So just we'll see if they'll be going same convention or not. But yeah, still waiting on the picks and bans here. And yeah, pretty intense coaching once again on the side of the team. Yeah, seriously, it's kind of scary. But yeah, hopefully Yum is going to rise to the occasion here for Xteam.
Yeah, we do hope so. As we head into the ban pick phase here, we'll see if it could potentially be the last half. It could if GG Survivors actually get a 4 escape. But tough ass coming in, especially when Xteam is leading in BO2. Now, Seer and Antiquarian being banned out here, and a response to that, we are having the Goat Man removed in this matchup. So Xteam, we've seen Yum play out the Wuchang, Qwist, and the Hula Blue. So we'll probably be seeing a team comp revolving around that as the Lanternist and Meteorologist is picked here.
Sorry, it's Chaos. I did not pronounce your name correctly, but yes, Chaos. So Wuchang, maybe? I don't know. Fingers crossed. But strong picks out of the gate with the Lanternist Meteorologist. Can change elevations, can also provide enough support here. Speaking of support, we are taking out the Lucky Guy alongside, as you mentioned, Seer Antiquarian. So gonna secure a Rescuer. At least the pickup here on the Mercenary is all good. They still have First Officer on the last game just in case they need it. Last ban out, maybe Magician, maybe Aeroplanist that hasn't been picked up yet.
It could be a Magician. Yeah, it could be a Magician pick coming in from GG Survivors. Or there is still Puppeteer that's up for grabs. Like I said, they need to kind of revolve their team comp here against all 3 potential hunters that he has picked in group stages. So picking up the Aeroplanist here, that's still not too bad. There is that levitation that helps. We have 2 in the air, 1 invisible, and 1 with 3 elbow pads.
It's a very well-rounded lineup, I think.
Yeah.
A lot of kite ability, but you don't really have a stunner. I mean, the only thing you have is the push of the wind, but I think maybe it's best to just, depending on the matchup, maybe just use it just to elevate yourself to get towards the second, just get to the factory area, or just pull some distance. But You mentioned the lineup that Yum can bring to the table. He did shock everyone with that first round Wu Chang. He also has the opera singer, COAⅨ. He also has a peddler, so I don't know if he's gonna go mirror match here.
Should be alright if he decides to go for a mirror match here. Previously, he got a 3K, and his vine captures are pretty accurate as compared to what we saw from Xiaoma in the first half. But you want to capture someone that is potentially invisible, someone that is levitating in the air. So I think maybe the peddler might not be the best choice here for sure, because the mini AoE is not gonna hit anybody at all. So yeah, I wouldn't suggest the peddler here. It will be a very, very, very tough matchup for him, as we see the COAⅨ.
Yep, COAⅨ is one of his tried and tested hunters. I think, yeah, getting a really stable performance up against GR in Moonlit River Park. So hopefully people will stay grounded for this COAⅨ, and Xteam will stay up on top to force that BO3. Of course they will, because this is Chocho and Potch Spice. We're always doing the OTs. But spawn selection here, it seems like they're already locked in. Let's see who's going to get priority over the shack area. It seems like it's the Lanternist and the Aeroplanist that will be getting shack and 2-story. So that in that order. And you got the COAⅨ, lower right corner.
This is tough because Mercenary has treble pads. I think Hunter's best bet might potentially be the Mercenary, because Aeroplanist, if you decide to be in demon form, then you just keep rolling. The moment you become human form, I'm just going to be using my jetpack and push myself away from you. Same for our dear Meteorologist. She can use her wind the moment you become human form, pushing you away. So the hit, the hit is not going to happen here. It's so soon for all of them. So very hard first chases here coming in from the survivor side, a smart spawn location as we look into our personas here. Insolence Detention as well as the blink on Yumong. And then for survivor side, we are seeing a triple borrowed time, a lot of the broken windows build, and a double Titana. So this is going to be game 2, second half at Leo's memory between these two teams. My name is Chocho, and this commentary is going to be brought to you by both of us, me and Potch Spice.
All right, folks. Xteam trying to bite back here for them to get a game out of this matchup. And they're fighting for that 3rd place, or at least shoot themselves out of the contention of the 4th and 5th place spot. We're already at the center of this map. Not going for the Mercenary, but just making his rotations here. Might go after the Meteorologist here, AbyssⅨ, that is being chased away from his Cypher.
Yeah, very tough start, I must say. All the walking all the way to the back gate area. AbyssⅨ does have items to work with. It's just the start of the matchup. Probably getting ready of the win as well, and potentially the levitation that can help him get at that distance. We're seeing the wind coming through. Contact point has been placed. AbyssⅨ still goes through and does not get captured there. We're seeing that the first kill has yet been popped. Insolence is in action. So the moment the first kill happens, it should allow Yumong to go through there, as we see a miss win as well.
Yeah, man, I have to say the charged up attack of this COAⅨ is just so far reaching, right? But now, as you mentioned, he will have that black hole capture here. AbyssⅨ already has expended 2 pushes of the wind, and not even gonna attempt for a black hole capture. We're gonna go with a blink down. Excellent stuff on Yum's side.
Yeah, quite an early down, I must say, coming into this matchup here. But we do need to remember that Yumong actually rotated from the bottom right of the map. So interrupting a lot of the ciphers. This is why potentially some of the ciphers are actually quite slow. Kuchao will be coming in as the Mercenary with this rescue. Not forced to use this elbow pad as of now. So a stable rescue should happen here for AbyssⅨ. But question is he able to kite out beyond Titan at all, because no more blink. Contact point has been placed here, forcing him into action and wasting the levitation win that we saw, as we see AbyssⅨ will be seeing his demise here. No more support coming in, and he will be seeing his second chair. Still has a chance for them, but Cypher progress wise is very slow. 2.5 ciphers in, and AbyssⅨ heading to the chair for the second time.
The lower left side of the scene sees the Lanternist actually heal up the Mercenary. So Yeah, this Cypher progress is going to be on a standstill here if they're healing up, but quite unfortunate exchange on the side of the survivors there, trying to go for that wind push or at least a levitate, but getting hit in the corner, so it was not ready for that. 18's already on the case here, as 18 does have Tide Turner. Might just be able to pull some distance here. Let's see what he does as FPX tries to just pull away from this area of this map just to open up some ciphers for his team.
Alright, just smashing on the pellets first, trying to get an easy access towards FPX. Contact point can be placed just for the capture, but seems like he will just get the basic hit regardless. FPX will be down here. He will be sent back to the manor as we look into the Cypher progress again, ladies and gentlemen. Total up, we are only seeing a total of three ciphers, but not fully decoded just yet.
True. We're seeing some healing happening for the aeroplanists, so they are just prepping themselves toward this end game, but can they even get there as the mid game looks really dominant for the Hunter? And now this is where we will see a lot of mini abnormals happen in and around this map. So I think hiding is the best part, as the best plan of action here, unless they're in a good spot. Kuchao is going to get spotted out, able to use the elbow pads just so he can hug these walls. Whoa.
Yeah, trying to hug those walls, able to get the capture as well. Free hit for our Yumeng here. As you mentioned already, the mini abnormals is really affecting how this match is, but going to potentially turn out as we see Kuchao once again out in the open, forced to use the elbow pad back into demon form. Kuchao hit into the pellet here and forced to use another elbow pad potentially, but can't even do so because of the bling hit coming in from Yumeng. Great stuff as we see the mid game starting here for GG. How are they going to come back from this?
Man, this looks like a really good position for Xteam. I'm not going to jinx it just yet, but you have one of your stable rescuers actually be on the rocket chair. You can constantly abnormal ciphers, and you're already chasing out 18. So that's another cipher that you can't work with. So IDV math not in favor of the survivors. We're gonna use a jetpack just to force out a rescue here. So able to actually get it, but no Tide Turner here. He's gonna try to stack up some injuries on the board. And this airplane also does not have borrowed time in the late game.
Yeah, so seems like he's gonna be chasing the correct person here.
Yeah.
18 trying to avoid the potential contact point as we see 18 heading towards the other side, missing out, manages to get the contact point. We saw him dodge it out beautifully just now, but this time round, favor is not on his side as we see Bai will be decoding the Christmas tree cipher. Kuchao is decoding this cipher in this area. So Yumeng, he understands that he will chair between the two ciphers. I thought he was gonna chair all the way there, but seems like he will not. Fourth cipher has been popped. Last cipher at 40 or 24%. We'll be seeing the mini abnormal happen.
Yeah, so this is a tough spot to be in. I mean, at least the Lanternist can come for the rescue, but Aeroplanists and Mercenary don't have endgame items. We still have the living frame here just for him to be able to buy enough time. Already spots him out, forces the rescue. They have to hightail it out of this area, and now we're gonna actually change targets here.
Yeah, Bai just in the vicinity. He will be getting the hit still between the two ciphers. And now the mini abnormality happened on our cipher as well. Now it's just forced to decode that cipher again. This is just a very long game that GG has to play here. And I think one thing to mention as well, they don't have a lot of items to work with other than the rechargeable items for Lanternist. Aeroplanist and Mercenary is a plain paper here.
Yeah, and they don't have... I'd say the health isn't too good, but we get a pallet stun, kind of an opening here just for him to go for the rescue, but Maxwell Demon Form is just going to catch up here, and Living Frame, they're just going to take turns on the rocket chair here. So he's going to try and go for buy or try to just pressure some ciphers. It seems like he's going to go back into the ball form here and go towards 18.
Yeah, a lot of the netting happening here. 18 will see the attention of the Hunter. Mercenary is down, and contact point does capture 18. A little bit missed there. He actually should have just waited a little bit. Wasted that blink, unfortunately. Felt like they could have been used at a better place for sure.
I think he forgot that the capture was going to be there, but hey, it's fine. Still in control here. It might have been a blunder, but it's still all good because he's added so much pressure. 18 on his second chair. The ciphers aren't close to popping. Mercenary is down, so he just needs to just slug the survivors for him to get this win.
Wow, what a play coming in from GG Survivors.
Wow.
Able to get a free rescue. Mercenary doesn't have 5 self anymore. Aeroplanes will be seeing his demise here. Cypher just not quite enough. This is a very terrible situation for GG to actually place themselves in.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
on both sides, right? If you think about Xiaoma's performance and now the dominance of Yum just really being able to dominate the start of this match till the end, it's really tough. So Xteam really showing up here, just leveling up their performance up against one of the favored teams, one of the favorite teams out there. And yeah, now nowhere close to popping for endgame.
Yeah, and now Bai will be pressured at the Cypher. I think on the bright side right now, things are looking optimistic for Xteam, which means we'll be seeing a BO3 now. Pellet stun onto Yum, as we see now 2 survivors eliminated, which means that Xteam will definitely secure this round win. It's just how much of that difference would that make, because they are still behind.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
If this 4K does happen, it will turn the tides around.
Yeah, for sure. Because the points differential wasn't even that much in the first game, but now it's going to be very vast. And they're trying to open up different ciphers and trying to open up the map. But we've already slugged down Gu Chao. Let's focus our attention on him, and he has no more items left. Gonna be a pallet mind game here. Just goes for the magician wand and just try and do have the capture. No, he's actually in the corner. We still get the capture though, and that's gonna be a down onto the mercenary. We just need to focus onto the lanternist for the checkmate that Yum is looking for.
As we see on the bottom left, Mercenary has down on top of the dungeon. Right, we don't really want that deja vu situation that we remember last time, as we see him going for buy. I don't think Yum knows that the dungeon is there, but hopefully he does have the awareness of mind, as we see Lanternist here. Has been on the chat before.
Yeah.
Living image being used here.
Okay. So Yum, the Bai has to stay in this area just so that he does not fall close to towards the dungeon. So now it's fine. You can take your time here just to try and frustrate Yum. Another blink here just to close out the distance here. Let's see. He just goes for the surrender, and that is going to be a 5-point game for Xteam.
What a way to end this matchup, of course. A 5-point lead for Xteam here, which means that the tables, the tides, everything has turned. It's no longer... Yeah, the turntables. It's no longer Xteam that's lacking behind. It's GG.
Wow, what a way. I didn't think that would be my bingo card to say that. GG lagging behind here. Again, Xteam with that confidence, able to bounce back in round number 2 with an unconventional survivor lineup. And I think they needed to put a little more respect onto the COAⅨ of Yum, because it's already been tried and tested. He's already got a 3-point elimination on GR, which I'd say is a solid survivor team. And with how they played that out, yeah, that was a big highlight on Xteam's group stage run. The way that they played out both faction sides, survivor and hunter side.
Yeah. As we look into the stats here, really trying their best already. Our first kiter was the meteorologist on PP Shah. 78 seconds of containment time. Definitely not short, but we did see him fail a little bit on his levitation win that he tried to pull there. But other than that, overall, Survivors did an amazing job, but I still feel that COAⅨ is still... It's just the S-tier hunter talking here. Yeah. He has a trait that he can use. His own personal passive is the netting of the ciphers, where he just keeps going for the mini at normal over and over again. As we look into the scores now, GG with 7, Xteam leading at 11. So the score difference...
What? 7-11 says 7-11. Yeah,
what
crazy.
Is 7-11?
I don't know. it's open 24/7. I was going to say 6-7, but it's 7-11, okay? 11 minus 7 is 6, and 6-7, whatever. Anyway, chat. Incredible comeback from Xteam. What a great moment in sports. Holy smokes, Xteam showing us, making GG kind of sweat. I thought, okay, this might actually end in a BO2, but wait, oh no, my partner is Chocho. Of course it's not going to end in the BO2. We got to go all the way. I don't know if this could end in an OT, because the point differential is 6. So it's, I don't know if they're going to tie up in terms of points, but actually, no, it's not. You can't.
It's 4.
Because it's 4. Sorry. Wait, sorry. It is? No, it's not. Yeah, it is. Sorry. Jeez, my math is terrible. It's 13. My God, so stupid. Sorry. That's why I am mostly a talker. But anyway, what I'm saying is that I don't know if there's going to be a tie. Because even if they tie out rounds, yeah, they can win. Someone has to win in terms of rounds to be able to capture the third game. So, yeah, we will see at least the BO3. Let's check the highlights while I work on my mathematics.
来木木，我可以摸手电筒啊！
逼我一波。
木几个像大房，还差点整个。真的。堵住了，堵住了，打了，够了，
搏命够了。
你想想大门怎么溜，你等会想看去怎么溜。
搏命够，搏命够。
啊，
补一下吧，
8秒、7秒、6、5、3、2、1。
杀好了，杀好了。我现在没事干。这样4台机开不完哦。被抓了，一刀走了，出现了。
再白，
200条修吧，我就拿我。
哎，给机会这个线，带招了。
And there you have it, folks. Xteam getting game number 2. My brain was cooked trying to solve the math, but that's up to you guys and like the people in the back. So far, what is secured right now is a BO3 game. It is going to be, and I would say, you know what, the Lakeside, the Leo's memory map really working in their favor. They really capitalize on both factions to have that big of a lead. So now at least GG has map selection. Where are we gonna go now?
Based on what they had previously, I think they might go for a Chinatown. Yeah.
That was the map that they chose to go up against. I believe that was Axis Wave. Yeah. So Chinatown's pretty good. Remind me again. So Xteam has another hunter, right?
Yes. Xiang, I think. Okay, X-Yang.
Any possibility that we're gonna see a sub hunter come in, or is it still gonna be Young?
If the sub hunter come in, this sub hunter does play the IV Breaking Will as well as the Evil Reptilian, but he didn't see much success in his results in the qualifying matchups. So I think if Xteam is relying more on stability, I think having Yumeng Yums coming as their main hunter for BO3 would be best. Because right now with the lead, they just need to tie things out. And for GG side, they need to win the round. So I think best case scenario, still have Yums come out, and let's see what Yum can do here.
Oh man, it's a tall order if you're a GG. And they actually performed really well in game number 1. It's kind of night and day, the performance and also the score line that we're seeing right now. So that just means that you guys have to watch each and every match just to see if your favorite team make it. Different town though, not Chinatown, because it did get blocked out. It is going to be Sleeping Town is where we're going to settle this matchup. GG is going to go Hunter first. So Xiaoma might have a redemption type of performance here. If I think about it, Peddler is out of the way. We also don't have access to the Opera Singer. And they have one more band out of 100.
They have 2 bands. They have 2 bands. So they could have banned on the Goat Man. Let's remove that from the equation here. One thing that Xiaoma is good at is his Wax Artist, which does perform very well at Sleeping Town. And fun fact to everyone here, we have 4 matchups today, and all 4 matchups we've seen the Sleeping Town. So this is a very popular map.
I feel like they paid the rent to go to Sleeping Town, so we gotta make the most out of it.
No, they just want to go they want to go see Just a Girl. That's why.
That's driving.
Yeah.
The tram. Yeah. And watching Koa as well. So that's what she says right now. But yeah, Xiaoma coming back in here as the survivors. I mean, I'd have to say the mental of Xteam after having that type of performance on both factions has got to be like a big confidence booster coming into this matchup. And this was the thing. Yeah, this is the stats that we were supposed to see. So 52 seconds, fourth overall when it comes to knockdown time. So trust that in the first minute, Xiaoma is going to get a knockdown. Unfortunately, that Peddler performance was just, it did get a knockdown pretty early on, but it's just the rebound kite was just so good on Xteam side. Yeah,
the rebound kite was just immaculate in that way to say it, because the specialty piece coming in from Xteam is working out in their favor. And now I feel like it's just another argument that's happening, or reasoning with each other on certain picks.
I don't know. I just feel like some people have that face that it just looks intense, but it's actually just, they're just talking. Maybe they're just that emotional or something. Do you think they're fighting? I think they're winning. They're winning.
As long as they're winning. Okay, because this is serious business for them. This is serious business for them. If they don't make it as top 12 as a non-professional team in Chinese mainland, this is just going to give them even more areas for them to show their skills. And the more they show, it's going to get more attractive for people to get them into their professional teams in the Chinese mainland scene. And it's not easy to just like, it's not like you click your fingers and then you're like, I want to be in a professional team and you get it. It's not the case for Chinese mainland. Everything is very competitive for them.
Right.
And yeah, this is just a stage for them to show their full potential. Maybe that's where
the intensity.
Maybe that's where the conflict lies. They want to show their full potential, and then Chunzi is looking at the macro instead.
Maybe again, as long as they get the results, right? That is what is important. And whatever can get them at their best possible shape or best possible version of themselves, go for it. So I think that's what coaches are there for. They bring the best possible outcome because they are in charge of the macro, while the execution lies with the team.
Okay, one thing is to confirm that we'll be seeing a BO3, but there will definitely not be a BO3 over time because the points itself in BO1 and 2 is different. So this round itself would be the final round of our final matchup of the day. So you guys definitely don't miss this, as we are seeing a respect band. Yeah, I'm excited because I'm excited because I'm seeing the Bon and Breaking Roll being banned out, which means Xiaoma's Wax Artist is there, and Xteam bringing out the forward here. Seems like we won't be seeing the traditional rescuers being picked here.
If you say Wax Artist, it's interesting that they went forward, right? So they may not be expecting it. I don't think chat will want to see a Wax Artist as well. But Patient is actually, the Patient and Meteorologist pull a lot of distance away from the Wax Artist. Yeah, maybe actually be a Wax Artist coming on in. Magician, pretty solid pick overall. We've seen a lot of Magician usage. I feel like that's one of the characters that we had to select that always is one of the most picked characters in every game. And last but not least, Prisoner ban, just to make sure that there isn't going to be that, I guess that's Cypher Rush. But interesting, like he went with Prisoner, not Mechanic, but it is what it is. Lanternist, last pickup.
Yeah, this is a great pick. I like the Lanternist pick here, especially if Xiaoma is going to go for a Wax Artist here. Being a Lanternist, being invisible itself, I think that's a great pick. Magician also has the invisibility form, but the Doctor here, though, is it's an opening that Xiaoma could go for. Even with that 2 bottles here against a Wax Artist, Doctor needs to stand still and kill herself.
Yeah.
And Wax Artist is probably not going to allow that. Unless there is really tall terrains that Doctor is in.
Hiding behind.
So,
true.
So we just have to wait and see what's going to be here. Xing Chen, always on the harasser role. I mean, just now we saw him with the amazing Professor Kite, right? But this time onto the forward. I'm curious to see how this is going to go.
If it's a Wax, that forward has to use that football to pull distance. Do not even try to attempt for just those instant stun rescues. I think we've also saw, I forgot who it was in the previous, I think it was Cool or Q, PRR that brought out a forward. The stun didn't quite work out well. I remember when that was the meta, but right now
Lakeside.
it's Lakeside. So it's unfortunate because it's really flashy. But it just seems like the hunters would rather, all right, I'll just take the stun, and then I'm still going to down you right away. It's not like it's going to be that much of a consequence on my side. So I think they locked in their personas. Now all eyes are on Xiaoma on what he will be choosing as the hunter. And surprise, surprise, chat, we got the wax artist.
Like, as if we don't even... The thing about Xiaoma is that I feel like he's very confident with his wax artist. And the fact that he is, let's see what kind of results he does get. Because we need to... On the side of GG, people that are supporting GG, they need to win this round. They need to win this round and push Xteam to the bottom of the rankings. And we'll see if that's going to happen here with this wax artist. Because for the survivors of the Xteam, I think best case scenario for them is to at least tie things out.
Yeah,
best
just
case
hold
scenario,
on to the lead.
escape for escape. Yeah, but tie things out. Not too sure the personas coming in from Xiaoma. Hopefully we don't see any like weird motions coming from Xiaoma, because these are crucial moments that he has to excel in.
Weird motions.
yes, he has weird motions before.
Xiaoma got that motion, but yeah, I don't know if he's gonna be bring out the experimental stuff, because yeah, there is a lot at stake. They need to win this match to stay alive in the group stage. And, man, wow, a Y-shaped spawn here. So
they're trying to get Wax to actually spawn at the geisha area, so you have 3 persons to look at. Higher chances there's one that you want to chase. But no, he went for the front gate area where the doctor, the most ideal chase, is there.
So this is interesting also that they didn't compute that the wax artist would come into this mix. Again, it's actually a really good matchup to most of these. And maybe the invisible one is going to be hard, but he could just keep spraying and praying to see if he's going to latch onto one of these survivors. But Doctor needs to stand still, like you pointed out. A singular target that's not moving is going to be really easy for the wax artist to hit. So we're just going to have to wait and see how Xiaoma's wax artist would try and rally back GG in this matchup. Talk to me, Chocho, about the persona build.
Put the tension and a warp on Xiaoma, just in case if a distance is being pulled or he wants to speed things up, there is the warp. So every time we're seeing a triple borrowed time, double tech turners, and on our dear doctor here, it's a 3-9 build. So game 3 first off, Era Slipping Town. Let's see this Xteam survivors versus GG's Hunter, Xiaoma's wax artist. As commentators, Chocho and Posh Pies will bring you the live commentary of this matchup.
Xiaoma is going to bet it all on the wax artist to rally back GG into this game, because Xteam is leading the charge and Clover is going to take this first chase. Has to be careful, needs to break line of sight. Doesn't matter if he heals, he will have to just make sure that the wax does not build up for that first hit.
Yeah, definitely. At least for now, he's breaking a lot of line of sight now. A little bit open here, so he'll be able to catch quite a bit of the wax here. 80%, 96 at this point in time. Best case scenario, yeah, get the stun. Oh, able to use the Lantern's image as well to help prolong Doctor's Kite. What a support coming in from YCL. But the hit goes to register.
Huh? Okay.
Okay, he wants to stack it up first. Get the hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it now. But Xingchen!
Missing!
Exhibit B, Chocho! Oh my
What is happening with today's forwards? Seriously, as Xingchen misses out big time, wasting a bulk of his balls, with forwards balls, as we see Clover coming in still with 76% on this wax. At least the warp has been used, so Xingchen can potentially come in for a rescue. For a support as Doctor. Still able to survive for another time.
Yeah, the living frame did help out. I think Clover now knows that he has to move on along here just so that he doesn't interrupt any ciphers. But once again, folks, the forward big risk and the big consequence there is now that he is now injured. He does have a tide turner, but he's gonna have to go for those heals. Oh, Clover trying to just stay away line of sight, but now the down will happen. Some Cypher progress is all good, so let's see how Xteam will continue on here in this matchup.
Crazy game coming in. Almost 2 minutes into this matchup, we're seeing the first share onto the Doctor. Progress-wise, it seems okay. Seems like it could potentially be okay, but here's the problem here. They are trying to force pop the center Cypher so that it wouldn't be pressured here. But looking at this Wax Bomb here, it seems like it will stop them from popping that Cypher. It does. Magician will be coming YCL on the Lanternist will be coming for the rescue. No Titan on this rescue. On this rescue, and Doctor will be healing right in front of the Hunter, making use of the peeling bottles as well. So survives for that hit, able to establish that distance, and Tram does not hit the Hunter.
Oh yeah, so Erica or whoever's driving the tram, good job not hitting the Hunter. But now Doctor 100%, no Tide Turner here, but oh gosh, we're gonna see another forward. Please be careful, Xingchen. And now, yeah, just please pull away. You're already buying enough time, and this is gonna be a full presence. He has a hot wax trick, if ever. So Xingchen, be very careful. Will have to eat the 100%. He flywheels it, and now gets the stun. Okay, and now has the body block the Clover.
Be careful here. Hot wax coming through Clover, trying to heal herself here, but she will be down here. Forward still in the vicinity. Flywax is in use. Hot wax is making it dangerous for him. Let's see if the free hit does happen here. It does. Yikes. Instant down possibly. Seems like it doesn't happen, and he runs away to safety. Doctor will be seeing the chair for the second time. I think that's good decision making.
Yeah, let's leave it at that. Okay, forward, that was great. You redeemed yourself. Let's not risk too much. Magician now has to go for the rescue because of the Tide Turner. So far, Cypher is looking quite healthy. One stuck at... Oh, they already popped the center Cypher, which is good. And now we just have to be very careful. Magician will have to use the wand maybe early on here, but that wax buildup is a lot.
Lantern is coming through as well again. Yeah, able to deny this rescue. Oh, not deny this rescue. Four also coming in for the double rescue. Great stuff. Great Magician. As we see the Tide Turner coming through. Cypher's not enough. Posh. We see the fourth one almost there, but the fifth one is stagnant. Means like he might be able to kite through this Tide Turner period. A warp is still available to close the distance, but seems like he will just make use of the wax bomb. And the hot wax might potentially come through soon.
No,
he will
just
not.
the 100%. So just the down. Still all right, but the fact that the over support a little bit might be a thing. But look at that, carrying him towards the basement. That 91% Cypher though is just making me super nervous because he could just lock that down. We're gonna have an elimination onto the Doctor side. We warp towards the two survivors that are here. Forward's gonna tank a hit. And now it is only the Lanternist that is out and about trying to finish the decoding of both these ciphers. Yikes.
And a snowball situation, it seems. Hot wax coming through. And we're seeing a chair on Xingchen now. Coming into our 5-minute mark into the game here. Bottom left, we're seeing Magician pop the Geisha Cypher. Will be coming in for that rescue. But Lanternist is decoding a far away Cypher. Xiaoma, I think he wants to commit.
Yeah, I think this leaves a little overextension while the Magician is going to try and push for this...
IDV
IDV maths, 91%. We got three survivors, one Cypher here. At least YCL does have some frames to work with for him to be able to try and prolong this kite. And another rescue is going to happen, so it's after half, unfortunately, though. Lantern is going for the flywheel. Didn't work out, though.
YCL really can't kite away from this area, especially where the last Cypher is. I think it's making it very... Xiaoma is actually making it very difficult. We'll be chat here at the Cypher. They're healing each other up. And looking at our endgame potential, forward doesn't have much ball left. Magician is single ward, and they would put a 6 Cypher.
No Tide Turner also for this rescue. They're opening up another Cypher, so they really want Xiaoma to kind of work and just stay at this spot, because if he extends to that Cypher, they will get the rescue. They will try to pop this. So it's really a waiting game. Luckily, this is the Lanternist's first share. Xingchen has to be very careful in hiding. He's going to spot out the scratch marks. So now Xiaoma has his next target about him. There's about 1/4 left of football to work with. Maybe he'll use that to close the distance, but the timing needs to be perfect, Chocho, because he needs to just rescue, and Lanternist needs to get chased because he's the only one with borrowed time.
Yeah, I think best to just rescue rather than buying out time, because the hot wax could deny this rescue. At least the Titan is being put into effect here. And last effort. Let's see if the pop does happen. It does, which means that the gate will be able to be opened here. We're seeing that two survivors actually heading towards both sides of the gate, but which means that at least there will be one escape. But let's see, YCL does have the living image to work with. Able to use it, extending this kite a little bit longer. Dungeon is at the center area, but it seems like they won't be able to get the gate open in time. As we see YCL will be seeing his demise here near the dungeon area.
Oh no, he still have warp too. He's gonna warp towards Xingchen. Xingchen does not have any items to work with. He's just gonna block off the gate, and he's gonna try to defend this area. And this is gonna allow the forward to reposition himself in a better spot. Magician has already opened up the exit gate.
I'm not too sure, but it seems like the positioning of the forward, he might want to come for the go to the other side of the gate or go towards dungeon. He does have a fly route to work with.
He's gonna take a tram.
That is a smart move as well. I did not think of that. He's gonna head towards the geisha area.
Erica's driving the tram, guys. Who's driving the tram? You guys are helping out Xteam.
Oh, no tinnitus. Shama.
No tinnitus.
Oh, no tinnitus. Where is my forward?
Where is my forward?
I wonder where. I did not see the tram coming through.
I wonder.
And there you go. Once. Oh, but.
Hang on, forward might actually get the exit. He's at the graveyard already. Xiaoma's here trying to figure out where he's at.
What a smart play.
Wow.
Taking advantage that Xiaoma might not know where the tram is exactly, sitting on it and putting these peoples, right? Also tried to help Xiaoma himself, but it did not work out.
With the economy now, you got to take public transport, okay? That's what Xteam is saying. Let's make use.
Save the earth.
Budget it out. Yeah, save the earth, okay? Use the tram. Tied game. This is what Xteam was talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. If you were like, whoa, where's the girl?
Just the girl came in at the right time.
I know. Who's the one that drove the tram? Raise your hand. Who did that? Because you guys are part of you guys are helping Xteam out.
Yeah, great.
It's just the girl. Sorry, it's not. Is it Eric? I don't know who's driving the tram. I thought just the girl takes morning shift and then this is the afternoon shift. I thought it was different. So my bad. But kudos to the tram drivers out there in the chat. But wow, incredible performance.
Yeah, but I think the person that has the most value adding to this matchup's like tie game, I think it's YCL's Lanternist. We saw like triple times that he made use of his skills to help his teammates there, blowing those kites, etc., and also from the side of Xingchen, a redemption stun. Now Clover started wasting 150 seconds of containment time as well. So I would say pretty close to perfection kite that we're seeing here from Clover. And Xiaoma, a little bit lost in the end game there, unfortunately.
Yeah. Again, shout outs to just the girl who was driving the tram, helping the underdogs. And if we look back at the performance, right, this is kind of what we were expecting with Wax Artist in this meta, a tied game. So it was looking real good, though, like with that failed stun at the start, but then they started to rally back into this and kind of Xteam kind of cooking. They're kind of showing us what the grit that they have and the interesting lineups. I mean, cheerleader, professor, and also here in this lineup, forward, really unconventional picks that we thought that were comfort. But hey, maybe that's what the world needs right now. We just need some comfort picks. We just need to watch some movies that we like that give us comfort, characters that we're familiar with, and that's what Xteam's doing. That they don't necessarily have to bend the knee to the meta, but they're still able to make it work.
Yeah, this is a very simple play that shows how witty Xteam survivors really are. Yeah. And Xiaoma simply just got outplayed in the head by Xingchen's forward. Yeah. So overall in all, this new wit that I'm seeing here coming in from Xteam is truly surprising, and yeah, we didn't expect it to work, but it did. Xiaoma actually kind of missed out that the trend was also coming through. Probably didn't hear that. And so overall, great stuff coming from Xteam, but now pressure is back to GG survivors. How are they supposed to get a 3 escape against Monks?
And that's it depends also if he will be the one hunting, right? Could be their other hunter, but I'd leave it. Oh man, compared to how they did the previous performance, and they're gonna lose out on the Lanternist and other meta survivor picks. Tall order, and the tie is what it's either tie or bust for Xteam right now. They need to get a tie on the hunter side, while survivors on GG side, it's 3 or bust. They need to escape 3, win the round, so they win round 3 and 1. Point differential doesn't mean anything. So yeah, that's what it is. Again, man, what an ending. That was really living up to the main event status there. Having us also kind of confused, like, well, what's happening? Where's he's not going to go to the exit? What's going? Tram, of course.
I was thinking like, oh, maybe he's going to make slow rotations to the other side of the gate or go for a middle dungeon situation, but nope, the tram, we're gonna make use of it. This is already there as we see a swap and players in the survivor side of GG. PPZ will be coming in, Vi will be benched out this moment as we see a fire investigator preferred selection here, but we do know that during the qualifying matchups he did play the meteorologist, perfumer, postman, lady a Lucky Guy as well as the Feral Lady.
So yeah, I think that's one of the benefits of having like a sub survivor also. If the pressure's a bit too hot, we can switch out, but hopefully PPZ is actually in tip-top shape, because this will be the deciding factor once again, folks, because both these teams unfortunately did have to take a loss just to get to this moment, and it's going to be tough if you're going to run into the next matchup with 2 losses in your record. So really want to leave it all on the line here.
Yeah, every single win that these teams get, they're just one step closer to being in the top 12. And especially so early into the matchups here, you don't want to be so eased up about how this is gonna go, because sometimes it's not gonna go as planned. Sometimes your teammates are not in their best condition, or the opponents are stronger than you think. That's where things really do fall apart. But looking at this, it seems like we'll be seeing the same hunter coming in from Xteam. Yumeng will be leading the team here. We'll see who's able to get this win for his team. High pressure, high stakes, but GG side, how are they gonna win this? Because I feel like at this point in time, professional versus non-professional, I feel like the honor and ego is really up there.
Oh yeah,
GG
for
really
sure.
been so there for so long.
That's the pressure that I was talking about. If you're the underdog, you're not expected to win, right? You're supposed to like show up and kind of give the best performance you can. But once you're able to trump that performance, man, a lot of that hurts for the franchise team that does this for a living, that are regarded as the pros, right? So hopefully GG would rise above that pressure. But right now, Xteam could take that crown away from GG. Wu-Chang, what are you thinking? What are you thinking for...
I really don't think Wu-Chang, because previously when they used Wu-Chang against GR, the only reason why the game tied out was because of that overpowered.
You gotta believe. You gotta believe.
I gotta believe. But I feel like that's too risky.
You gotta believe, dude. That's Xteam. Look back at it, right? We questioned the professor, but he was able to cook. We questioned the forward. He was able to cook. I say let Xteam cook. If he wants to bring out the Wu-Chang, trust. I wish I trusted my apples with Xteam. I don't know, I have to look back. I don't know if I did. Because I know
I trusted my apples. Okay, although I did trust my apples to GG. Considering how this went, I feel that Xteam should win this. We saw so much more potential coming in from the survivor side of Xteam. And wittiness is, I feel like, one of the things that stole my heart away.
Wittiness, okay. Maybe like cheekiness also, like just clever, just being super clever, just taking the most, I'd say the smarter route instead of the path of like, there's a hunter in the middle with detention. Yeah, let's go around it and just leave Xiaoma just kind of baffled with what happened. So I think he's looking back at the footage and kind of kicking himself. Like, dang, why didn't I expect? Yeah, the tram is there. This is Ever Sleeping Town, and we're gonna head back to it with the survivors on GG's side and Xteam's Yum coming in, batting out the prisoner and Seer. Oh, it's the coach finally smiling a little bit.
Even Chungzo was like, no. You want Wu-Chang? No. That is
wow. Chat, convince Chocho to believe, please. You will believe.
Oh my goodness! Until I see it. Until I see it. But for now, of course, we're seeing the
faith.
For now, we're seeing the mercenary. Sorry, not the mercenary. The Seer and the prisoner being banned out here from Yumeng. So first we're seeing the Goatman and the Peddler being banned out here. Still no respect ban for the Wu-Chang, because clearly they also are confident that they can go up against the Wu-Chang. So forward and Lucky Guy being picked up here.
Is that Yum is actually banning out like how he'd play his teammates, because cheerleader, I didn't think that would be in GG's like wheelhouse or even consider. Now they're gonna pick up a coordinator, which they have been using also. Lucky Guy also is really good. Maybe ban out a stable rescuer. They don't have first officer yet, so maybe that's a good ban out, because that might get picked up. They might want to also consider maybe mechanic, since mechanic is also there. No, just going fire investigator. Oh, of course, because PPZ is already in there, so he's really good at fire investigator. Okay. Whoa.
Feral Lady. PPZ could be on this. We mentioned that he already had a Feral Lady in his arsenal. Maybe they brought PPZ in. I mean, of course, other than consistency coming from PPZ, but also maybe because of this Feral Lady that we've seen before in the qualifiers. This invisible addition into the team here. We'll see how it values. No, but it seems like that Feral Lady will be on PPZ, and PPZ will be holding on to the forward.
Interesting. Yeah, I thought yeah, more the OB would be PPXia and PPZ would be on the Pharaoh Lady. Interesting turn of events here. Kuchao on the lucky guy. Can get a mechanic bot. Can get a coordinator flare gun. Really up to him. High stakes, folks. Xteam still holding on to the lead, but barely, because if GG Survivors are able to get a 3-person out, that's curtains for Xteam and their, I'd say, Cinderella run in this group stage so far, because they're at a crossroads right now. The one team that's going to win this still has a chance to place top 3, while the other one is really going to struggle to try and get out of that 4th and 5th place spot.
Yeah. I'm a little bit nervous here for Yumeng's.
You wouldn't be nervous if you believe, Chocho. You believe. Can I get an amen?
I'm a little bit nervous because
Can I get an amen?
Xteam.
Can I get an amen in chat?
Dude,
does chat believe in the gamekeeper? Okay. Chat, do you believe? Can I get an amen? Can I get a hallelujah from you, Chocho? What are you thinking? What's going through the head?
Maybe I'm judging the book by its cover here, and I should. Okay, I will believe it when I see it. For now, I will
walk
just
in faith, not by sight.
It will be okay. Here's the thing: it'll be really impressive if he's able to hook, forward, meatballing, and also Pharaoh Lady in the middle of being invisible. If somehow those things happen, I will be really impressed here. But heading into our spawn locations here, we do know that River can be quite impressive when he's second skill with the constant hooks that he can use.
Unlimited hooks.
Yeah, unlimited hooks.
So what's scary here, I will say this much. PPXia won COA 4. COA 5 or 5 with a gamekeeper. So I think they're very much familiar with this matchup. I don't know what they're going to bring new to the table in terms of persona builds. But like I said before, chat, we gotta believe.
Pass the torch.
Yes. Do you believe, chat? Call the number on your screen right now. We see you, chat. The faith is alive. Xteam. Who's in the church of Xteam? Can I get an amen?
My goodness. Gamekeeper here.
Jojo's really nervous.
This will be complete if it's a red church, right? But it's not. It's a stepping down. So. Looking at Persona, so I quite the tension as well as the warp. So quite confident that he can get those hits without the blink at the start. So very we're seeing borrowed time on all of them, hoping for that end game, and a single flywheel and a lot of 3-9s and a single Titana, I believe. So this is gonna be our final matchup in our final round here. Let's see what's gonna be here. Let's lock in, guys. Chocho and Puffpress bringing the mic to you.
Heaven or hell, will Yum baptize the GG Survivors, or will they be able to move on in the group stage with a victor? We're going to find out in just a bit as we find our first target being the Pharaoh Lady, setting up a trap already at the corner area here at the window. So let's see, good area to kite in for the Survivors to keep him away. Again, the win condition for Yum is a tie. So PPXia is going to have to survive for as long as he can here in this corner graveyard area.
As long as I think it's a 3 cipher kite, then it's pretty much secured here as we see the hit through the pallet, missing out quite a bit there. PPXia able to get that hook onto our dear PPXia here, able to run away, but still very early hit into the match here. Cyphers has just started out and the hook will be ready in 2 seconds.
Two guns here. Kuchao has to make the shot count. Able to get it right before Yum was able to hide in that corner. Is going to provide a little bit more time. Oh, we're going to change on targets here. And we see that Kuchao has to be very careful. Hit him through. My goodness. And now we unlock the first skill.
Yeah, able to get that reaction time coming in from Yums is truly amazing as we see a warp coming through Kuchao and able to close raise this isn't anymore. We're able to put it down the cage.
Okay, watch out. Oh, forward stun by PPZ. A little bit of forward support, but they're tanking hits left and right. Yum wants, if they want that smoke, Yum will be able to grant them the hits. But that's the thing, Chocho. No one has sat onto a rocket chair just yet. So it's still a big struggle here for Yum to be able to secure this first down. Oh, ticket to ride. No.
Just a girl, proving to us that she'll value add in this matchup as well. I helped Xingchen just now, and now I shall help this lucky guy.
True,
so
true.
she's not supporting any team here. She's
true.
fair.
She's doing her job. Just a 9 to 5, dude. I get it. You know, we got to do it. But then right there, maybe, I don't know, delivering him to Xteam. I'm not quite sure where Just the Girl had her apples placed, but this is the first down. Again, Yum could just gladly sit here, detention endgame, for him to get that 2-person elimination, which is what he needs.
And almost fully skilled on this gatekeeper here, able to still get that 100% hook accuracy. I must say, Aiden able to get towards the chair that does have a gun to work with, so rescue happens successfully, but no tight turner. In fact, here able to use this as a mini tight turner moment for Kuchao to establish the distance here. All of them are injured, Posh. As we see the hook coming in again, we're probably gonna see an accurate one onto one of the survivors. Flywheel's there, but the hook still remains.
I like how thorough he's being. Again, he's really playing to his win cons, right? Slows down and just gets the coordinator out of the way. He's gonna take a chance here. He's gonna just put the coordinator onto this rocket chair and go after the lucky guy.
Yeah, continue chasing. It doesn't really matter. See, he's just gonna stand there. What is he gonna do? Right? As we see Yum just trying to set it up here as well, I think. Does he know? He seems that he knows. Another hook.
He knows. He believes.
Another hook. Right.
Believes, dude. The faith is strong in this one. The force is strong in this one. Kuchao now forced to actually hide behind this pallet. We get the hook. We get the terror shock, the down. AbyssⅨ is going to have to go for this rescue, but it's totally fine. We continue on to just keep on slugging these survivors. AbyssⅨ is going to be the one to eat this hit. My goodness. The terror shocks. It's going all around. Chocho, are you believing now? What's happening? Talk to me.
Okay, at least from what we're seeing here, Kuchao will be seeing the second chair for the chairing for the second time. AbyssⅨ is on the ground. Feral Lady is coordinator will be decoding one of the fourth cipher, and Forward has just popped the third cipher. So they're done with one of the last cipher. Cipher progress is looking very healthy. But the question here is Yum able to get the tie game? We need to remember that all of them have borrowed time.
That's true. And it seems
at this point in time is still not secured for sure.
Whoa, PPZ going all out here. We teleport to the chair to just deny the rescue, and now we get the hit before he's even able to get anything. He's picking him up, and now we're gonna try to keep swinging for the fences. Not gonna be able to get the rescue. Tough spot for Team GG here.
Opening. That teleport was so crucial. Coming with the rescue, this is able to pop it because of the borrowed time. So this is a 3-survivor end game here. And one more death onto the survivors here. It will guarantee X Team's win. GG needs to get this 3 escape to win this entire match against X Team here, as we see AbyssⅨ struggling quite a lot. Another item, invisibility, to work with. So hopefully that does happen here. Dungeon is in the center area.
True.
Oh my goodness!
Hit him right
that
there.
prediction!
He stood still, and Yum was able to actually predict it. And there you have it, folks. Feral Lady onto the rocket chair. They need to make this rescue happen. Again, detention gamekeeper is really tough. We're gonna see him just try to camp it out here because PPZ unfortunately doesn't have that much items. Can they actually wait out detention? 60 seconds, but Feral Lady stays on this chair for a while. If he just extends a little bit, he could possibly try and go for that exit gate, but Yum might be playing a little bit too passively because they're opening up the exit gate. There is a tide turner also on the forward.
There is, which means that they have to come in for this rescue. We do see that the gate opens and Forward is coming in. Coordinator on the bottom left at the geisha area. They want to push through a tight turner here and run for the gate. But this is a gamekeeper we're talking about. He can hook you.
He can. So it's going to be really tough. GG, they have to believe, but then the forward, unfortunately, the one with the tide turner does fall down. And now he's just going to try to focus his attention, make the most out of this detention. Coordinator has fallen down as well. Feral Lady's the only one that is up.
Yeah, and she is also the one saying, "Stay put, I'm coming." She's gonna come in for a rescue somehow, somewhat, without any invisibility to work with anymore. As we see Aiden still on the ground with 70% on healing already, and PP closing towards the chair.
True. So now really waiting it out, but detention not even a factor, but everyone's injured. So it doesn't even matter. 18's already here. Pharaoh Lady in invisibility form. Can they make this rescue happen? No Tide Turner coordinator gets swatted down. Forward gets rescued, but now we see he gets the hook onto Pharaoh Lady and PPZ. He's gonna try to hightail it out of here. He's got to teleport. So he can cut him off, but it just seems like Yum has a checkmate.
Hook ready. Hook is ready. If it hits once again, I just gotta say, Yum with this 100% hit rate on this hook, nothing is gonna stop him here as a second skilled gamekeeper. As
Do you see what happens, Chocho, when you believe? Do you believe now?
What a
Hallelujah
game!
In the chat. The crowd believes. The crowd believes. You walk in faith and not by sight.
Yumeng surprised us once with the Wuchang, and that was not enough. A gamekeeper in BO3, 4K against GG Survivors, securing the win condition. Congratulations to Xteam. And they will move up higher in the rankings.
I've seen the light. I'm not doubting Xteam ever again. I'm so sorry. I gave my donation. I gave my alms, the apples, to the wrong team. It's Xteam. Look at that! A big smile on his face. The faith is alive. 4K gamekeeper.
Imagine.
We're turning back the clock here.
Imagine. We can only imagine this kind of results, but Yum among it all, yeah.
The Church of Xteam, guys. Wow, incredible. Believe.
You know, I was kind of doubting it still because he was constantly
are you still
changing
doubting?
targets.
Are you a doubter? Are you still doubting? Are you doubting? Are you doubting?
It was alright.
It was alright. How dare you? Chat, come after Chocho.
No.
She's a doubter.
I'm just thinking, right? Imagine him having so much potential with the Wuchang, with the gamekeeper. Imagine how much more he's gonna be the moment someone brings him into a professional team, trains him hard on those S-tier characters, being top tier, and having this on your arsenal still as your pocket picks. I think, yeah, for now, I'm quite impressed with Yumeng's performance here. I think he is also very satisfied and quite surprised with his own results. I think one crucial play that we must say is that teleport onto the chair, right, guys, in the graveyard. Without that teleport, Forward would have come in for that rescue and things would have been prolonged and it would have been 4-man endgame situation. Looking into our stats here, what a team fight coming in from Survivor side, but Yum, really that cherry on top there for Xteam.
Yeah, incredible performance on Xteam's side, facing adversity early on, going through that adversity as a team in the first round, and also like the picks and bans in game number 2 took a little while, and also bring unconventional picks like the cheerleader and also the professor. But holy smokes, did they tie it all in the end. We're gonna pass out a basket in chat just so that we can raise alms for Xteam in the Church of Xteam. If you guys baptized by the, I'm gonna stop already, but I believe Xteam is going far. And like you said, sky is the limit. They're not even a professional team. If they're able to actually put it all together, can you imagine if a non-pro Chinese mainland team gets to the playoffs? The implications of that, it's going to open up the floodgates for even more people to get inspired and join Call of the Abyss. Can I get an amen?
Yeah. A 9 to 18.
No
on
amen
paper,
from Chocho. No
on paper.
No amen.
No amen
Can I get
from
an
me.
amen? Can I get an amen? Can I get a hell yeah, hallelujah? No? No? Okay. Oh, we're getting coughs. Uh-oh. She got the demons in her chat. I'm kidding. I'll stop. Can we raise our hands to pray over Chocho for her recovery? Okay. I'm good. Feeling better? Drink the water. You drink the water. Okay. But yes, chat. Sorry. Just again, that was an exciting match. What a way to end it. Like, that was just great.
Truly the highlight of today's matchup, I must say. We saw that the score itself 9 to 18, I believe, that I saw. On paper, it looks very close, but on paper it looks very far apart. But I feel like
so close. Yeah.
it was the 4K that really opened up the opportunity for Xteam, that the COAⅨ and BO2. It was too much pressure for GG to come back from in BO3. And for the side of our dear GG team here, because of this loss, I mean, of course, I feel like they do feel that under the weather, and I think one thing they also have to answer to themselves now, because losing against Xteam, being a non-professional team, is something that they have to work towards. But let's look into the highlights first and be right back after this.
有二姐，要扛吗？不，啊，可以，没人救人了，哎，有机会，哎，撞，好嘞，救，单片，我给你单片，我面肯定是不够的，我这边能开，你们兄弟们，开，那就开，能开吗？能开，对，我单一波，拿球，好，那往后走，我相互在一起救，那往第二室那边倒了，这不要溜啊，我极限可能能到老张，我到剧本前锋，啊，杀老板，不死了，有没有极限吗？
And there you have it, folks. The highlights courtesy of Yum and Xteam. They're survivors as well, playing to their win cons, keeping it at a tie, and at the end, cementing that 5-0, making it a big point differential towards the end. If you're just seeing the scoreline, please go back and watch and how close this whole thing was, because from the start, it was GG handling the situation and just making, it's business as usual, but something kicked inside Xteam that they shifted the gears and they were able to power through till the very end. So congratulations, Xteam. I mean, I think I could speak for Chocho as well, that my apples are kind of cooked right now, but it's good. This Group B. It's Group B.
Yeah, that's 1.2k apples lost, but that's a lot of aura gained for Yums here. Yumeng. I think overall GG just wasn't feeling their best here. They've lost 2 games in a row already. Still have 2 more to go up against. So they need to somehow re-strategize and come back even stronger. But for the side of Xteam, that's 2 more games to win, as we have our MVP here on Xteam's Yums. AbyssⅨ Qs as well as the gamekeeper, but highlight of the day definitely got to be the gamekeeper.
True. I hope he's gonna get interviewed, because that was a well-fought battle, going up against GG like that, not holding back. Same with GG, they really gave it their all, but it just turns out that Yum was just a step ahead in terms of how he was able to handle the matchups. His COAⅨ was insane. It kind of ramped up, right? From the opera singer, COAⅨ, and then the gamekeeper to culminate everything. Congratulations, Xteam. Congratulations, Yum, on getting the best deduction.
Congratulations indeed, as we wait patiently for the post-match interview. I'm also looking at chat now. Jade Pure won't be able to join us for day number 5, but she'll see us on day number 6. So we'll see you on that day. As for when is day 5? Day 5 would be tomorrow. We'll be seeing a consecutive 10 days of group stages. So today is day 4, tomorrow will be day 5, day after will be day 6. So you guys don't want to miss any of these matchups here, especially in Group B where things are very intense. Xteam will prevail for now, but we'll see if they do prevail for the rest of their matches.
Yeah, again, this is just the start of their journey. They won 1, they lost 1, but it's still a lot. I mean, this is the group of death, as we said, so there's still a lot more that matches that they have to prepare for. GG, on the other hand, it's kind of weird seeing them in this position that potentially they might not even be able to make it to the playoffs if they don't make big changes coming into their 3rd and 4th match. So hopefully they'll be able to tie it together as we head towards the interview.
我是主持人潇潇，首先恭喜 Xteam 拿下今天比赛的胜利。我们请到了3叶和雨萌来到赛后采访，先打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 Xteam 的雨萌。
Hello， 大家好，我是 Xteam 的3叶。
欢迎2位！哇塞，今天这场比赛的胜利，我觉得真的可以用不容易来形容，而且真的太秀了。今天很关键的一场胜利。首先问一下雨萌好了，因为你刚才下台的时候，应该是有听到现场给到你如此热烈的欢呼和掌声，而且你下台之后，备战间的队员们也在雨萌这样喊你，有没有这一瞬间就是真的很心潮澎湃，感受到这种电子竞技的魅力的？
对，很开心啊。非常开心。
对，而且特别好奇，就是3叶，你应该也刚才参与了这个庆祝活动，对不对？你们今天在备战间看到雨萌在台上这样的一个表现，你们全程是一个什么样子的状态？
非常激昂啊，
非常激昂，
对，
所以说备战间也是一直处在一个很燃的这样一个状态。因为这3把我觉得打得太秀了，而且最关键的是，目前你们2支战队其实都还没有胜场在手，所以这场比赛至关重要，可能每个人都要咬牙去拿下这场胜利。那今天你们是抱着一个什么样子的决心去面对成都 GG？
今天必胜，
必须拿下，
把每一场比赛当成最后一场。
没错，不成功变成人的这样一个心态，才能看到你们今天如此出色的发挥。那首先今天第一个问题想问一下雨萌，因为今天确实是，哇，2把4抓，1把3抓，哎，你觉得最让你感觉稍微有点压力的、印象最深刻的会是哪一局呢？是第1局的那个关键，还是第2局的4抓，还是第3局要稳住优势的呢？
我觉得是第3局吧。
哦，就反而其实保平能拿下胜利的时候，往往是一个监管者最有压力的时候。那第1局的那个3抓，我觉得其实还是很重要的，因为你们没有让比分扩大太多，确实是留下了一个伏笔。当时那个3抓你是如何成功运营出来的呢？本来抱着个啥样的任务呢？
队友想让我就是上去4抓的。
哦。
然后，
不是三叶，你们给他布置了一个这么。不能说是艰巨啊，这么伟大的一个任务吗？
我们非常相信雨梦啊，
那就必须是雨梦不辜负任何人的这个期待了。那个3抓，如何？你觉得？刚才在后台好像说，哎，有点可惜，确实能4抓，所以要不要来给我们复盘一下那个？
我觉得没什么复盘的吧。
哦，
就是慢慢打就因为他们也先能跑1个嘛，所以说天幕带的比较极端，2个没大心脏。就很好3抓吧。
所以第1局反而这么轻飘飘的说出来，真的是感觉你有这种大将之风。那3抓如此轻描淡写的拿下了，那接下来这2把4抓更要好好问一下。首先就是第1局你们在面对对方一个大比分领先的时候，第2局的那个8比1，求生者上来非常好的完成了一个3跑。我觉得那个3跑确实整个看下来就感觉节奏一直是掌握在你们手里的，非常漂亮。你们觉得能完成那个3跑最关键的一个伏笔会是在哪里呢？3叶。
我觉得这一把还是求生者这边配合都比较好，然后最厉害的就是那个娃娃了。
哎，那个娃娃你们是怎么沟通的？当时那个语音有没有就是稀里哗啦已经炸掉了？
一切都在预料之中。
一切都在，哇塞！你们2个今天现在这个状态就完全就是轻描淡写、翻云覆雨拿下一切。那下面这个4抓你也要延续你这个轻描淡写的状态，这个4抓也是。没什么好复盘的，开局就比较好打嘛。好，就细细说来。
就开局节奏就很好嘛，就后面打着发现，因为我的目标就是教练上来就让我想着3抓就行，但是发现后面越打越像4抓。
哎，所以第1把是抱着一个4抓的目的上来的，然后有一点可惜。结果第2把是抱着一个3抓的目的上来的，然后越来越像4抓了。你觉得到哪个节点的时候，你觉得这个4抓已经是握在手里了？
给游民杀完之后，电机就是大门的电机还没亮吧？
因为前期的那个节奏太好了，对吗？那后期大概又会有，就完全没有任何的一个时间节点，觉得会有一点点琢磨不透，就一直感觉都非常的稳，对吗？
没有，后面状态残了之后就很好控了，很好打了。
所以整个控场对于你来说，今天把控的也是非常好。那再到了第3局的时候，我觉得第3局就是还是双方的一个决胜局嘛，就必须要谁拿到胜场，谁就能拿下今天的一个胜利。上半场的时候，3叶你的那个医生前期，哎，有没有想到对面这是一首蜡像诗？
是有想到的。
那今天这个战术 BP 做的也很不错。那个医生，你前期也是一直在运营，包括跟前锋也有很多波的这个沟通。大概整个团队的一个思路会是什么样子？你是怎么跟前锋沟通那几波 OB 的？
就是抓我的话，我这边快要吃一刀的时候，我就要前锋过来补一波撞，然后让我能扎起来。
所以其实都还是通过前面的 OB 去拖延了比较多的时间，然后包括到了最后的时候看到那个99%的密码机，我们现场观众是惊呼了。你们在打的时候有给到一个什么样子的状态呢？当时范天雷在那边他怎么安排的？
因为当时 S 版电机确实也不够嘛，所以只能让前锋去抢这台机，让最后一个人带走。
所以也是很惊险的，最后把那台密码机点亮。那雨梦呢？雨梦你在台下看，你这个看队友比赛，应该不会像自己在台上打一样这么轻描淡写吧？你多少也会捏一把汗吧，弟兄们。
我看的就是你们这么打，我怎么办呀？
把压力都交给我了是 是不是？那下半场上来的时候，刚才你也说这个平局好像感觉反而压力更大，但是最后你别说打着打着，还真就是一个4抓局，也是看到了鹿头的一个表现和操作嘛。所有人都半状态的时候，有没有还是觉得比较的放心了呢？当时
看到全半血就觉得多抓了，怎么？
啊，全半血的时候就不是在讲平局了，是在想多抓局了，对吗？那今天你觉得印象最深刻的是第3把，那你最满意的是第1把？
第2把吧。
果然还是那个4抓，对不对？太帅太关键了。3叶呢？你觉得今天求生者配合最亮眼的一波会是哪个？
那一定是第3把。
那必须得是第3把，因为第3把真太燃了。那事到如今，你上台之前还有很多队友一直在帮你们出主意，帮你们想怎么回答。有没有什么话想要送给今天所有都燃尽了的队友？3叶。
下次再加油，剩下2个队也一定给他干掉。
一定干掉剩下2个队，都是冠军，是不是？打的就是冠军。雨梦呢？我都已经替你们把气势拉到这儿了，再轻描淡写的铺垫一下。
后面2场都赢吧。
后面2场都赢，好，没问题。也是期待 Xteam 在接下来比赛当中的表现。感谢2位来到赛后采访，再次恭喜 Xteam 拿下今天比赛的胜利。让把画面交还给解说席。
And with that interview, I hope you guys managed to get the translation coming in from Hoton in the live chat.
Yes,
yeah, but overall, I think the key takeaway from that post interview at the end, what Clover said was that he's gonna kill all of them. The rest of the matches, the last 2 matches that's gonna be having in Group B. And just for you guys information, the last 2 matches that Xteam has in Group B is X's Wave and Wolves.
Bold claim, because those are big juggernauts in that matchup. But hey, they did it to GG. I wonder if they're going to continue on that dominance here. Again, they have like this unshakable confidence, right? To say that, I mean, yeah, sure, you could say it because like you're up against the franchise team, but they actually delivered in this matchup. And I mean, we were talking about it before we started, right? We kind of had we parlayed this to GG to actually win, and they couldn't do that in round 2 and 3. So I don't know. Maybe some improvements are gonna come in. Maybe the Wu Chang thing was just a trial. But imagine they play meta, and that would be really tough for any team to go up against.
Yeah, and of course, we still have many more matches because today is day number 4. And by tomorrow, at the end of tomorrow, we'll be halfway through all of the matches that we'll be seeing here in the group stages. So majority of the teams here, they've at least played their second matchup with their opponents. So with that being said here, I think we might be seeing a more shifts in the group rankings tonight. Because looking at our today's results here, we have Weibo Gaming winning initially. It was a convincing victory with 2-0. MRC also winning with a 2-0 fashion. FPX.ZQ winning in a 2-0 fashion against Omni. And Xteam surprising us as underdog here, winning against GG. But it was a pretty closely fought matchup as we look into the rankings, Posh.
Yep, so Weibo Gaming, TE, RC, DFM, and AR for Group A. Group B, Axis still leading the charge. GR next. Xteam at 3rd place. Wolves at 4th. GG at 5th. FPX.ZQ, FL, Omni, ACT, PRR for Group C. And in Group D, it's MRC, Zeta, B4U, LX, and RT. Hopefully your golden apples are still intact, but this is just the rankings for day number 4. There's still 6 more days to worry about, so you got to stay locked in here with us, chat, so that you will stay up to date with your favorite teams and the results.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what tomorrow's matches is going to be here. It will be in UTC Plus 9 as we see ACT versus FL starting the match for us here, and GR versus Wolves, TE versus RC, and B4U again versus Zeta. So a lot of these Chinese mainland teams and Japanese divisional teams will be coming in with the addition of one team from the NAU region. So it's going to be a closely fought matchup tomorrow, still very intense. We'll see if Chinese mainland is on top, or if not, the Japanese division teams are on top. Now, same timing wise, we're seeing a 12 p.m. matchup at the start. 12 p.m. matches at the start. And as expected from today, since matches do end in a 2-0 fashion earlier on, then matches will start early, and you guys should be here early, especially if you're going to catch specific teams.
True. True. So do lock in with us tomorrow because styles do make matchups, and there's a lot of matches here that's IVL classics like GR versus Wolves. Then you also have the clash of ACT versus FL, and we'll be locked in with you guys tomorrow and give you guys the story updates, especially that main event of B4U versus Zeta. I'm excited to see that because they ran into them in IVS, and they definitely want to see that run back happen, right? So an incredible day, not as long as the previous days, but still exciting matches all throughout. If you guys haven't seen it yet, do catch the VODs. Day 4 done and dusted, Chocho. How you feeling?
I feel that something is missing because for the past few days we've been having like really long streams, right? But then today seems like we're ending it quite early. So I feel like something is missing here. Maybe we're not seeing certain plays, but I feel like with this 2-0 fashion kind of gameplays we're seeing here, the teams will be able to hide more of the strategies that they have or certain character pools that they are not showing just yet. So you guys don't want to miss this out, right? You guys want to continue watching this and see if your golden apples is still on the rise here, because I'm comparing the rankings that we saw just now with my actual rankings. I think it's something for me to worry.
Well, don't worry just yet because the group stage is still happening. So we're not yet halfway there. Tomorrow will be the halfway mark. Maybe it'll shift to anyone's favor, but can't just call it just yet. But I just want to thank each and every one of you guys for still sticking it with us. Noir, Scramble Dice, Just a Girl driving the tram for both sides, Ribilang, Jum Kita Game, Oaths is here, Erica with the egg emojis. I saw, by the way, it was Just the Girl that tagged me on IG. That's no, I want to keep my hair, guys. Any shout outs you want to give out, Chocho?
Shout outs to Oath to Frost, Norkini. Actually, a lot of you have been staying here throughout the entire stream, so thank you so much. Also giving your support for the teams, making it positive for the chat, making it positive for the chat itself. And I'll see all of you guys tomorrow. Though I won't be here tomorrow, but see you guys tomorrow with the other casters because they are definitely excited to see what this player is going to be bringing to the table. Also, great point, right? Someone mentioned is the B4U versus Zeta matchup. If you guys don't know, I suggest you guys go and watch the IVS of last year, and you guys will understand why this matchup is potentially one of the matchups that is highly anticipated, even though it's in any EU region.
Yeah, definitely check that out. We won't spoil it for you, but it was definitely some beef and some history there. So again, it's professional, but yeah, just the competitiveness of it all. And it seems like B4U outside of Chinese mainland might be that region to look out for. But that does it for us. That's Chocho on PotchSpice for your commentators. We're going to close day 4, so we'll see you guys tomorrow for day number 5. Keep playing IDB, guys. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
我的魔想死吗？我的80了，他要死了，这里。开枪啊，反正。开，有一刀吗？没有。
Kill me. Go. No.
这个持刀就能救到，吧？影子掉了，真的。堵了，我堵住了，打到
3、2、1，
删好了，上没人救人了，哎，有机会，哎，撞，好的，补刀剧本小夫。